Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. This is the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. Good to see y'all. Hope you guys were able to catch my my show over on this space, Pepaganda. I also am featured on this space. I do the first hour, noon my time, 1 o'clock Eastern. It was a good show. I had a really good time. And then I stuck around and I was a guest on What Can You Do with your old pal Jake. I think that they shortened the name a little bit to just WKD. I don't know. But either way, I was a guest on Jake's show and had a blast. We discussed a little bit of wrestling and how it pertains to politics. And actually, it was a really good conversation. We are obviously of the same mind that wrestling is just stupid fun that everybody should check out at least once and give a shot. Like, give it a chance. I get it. It's not everybody's bag, but for real, if you guys just like stupid fun and a little bit of storylines, you just kind of turn off the brain. It's kind of one of those things, man. Wish more people would. Oh, you know what? Here, I'm not going to need that for a minute. Oh, we're still in interview mode. There we go. But hope you guys are doing well today. Yeah, I hopped off that. Only had like an hour in between to do some show prep. So my show prep is kind of all over the place today. If you guys hear some clips playing in the background, that is because I am getting them ready. Usually I have this done by now. But I got the first two up. That's all that matters, right? Right? Yep.
All right, y'all. So
yeah, like that. See, that's about what we're going to be hearing throughout the stream. If you guys, just a heads up. But oh my god, I hope you guys had fun. Hope you guys had fun yesterday. Yeah, today's a little bit of a better start. I'll say that this is going to have a little bit more energy behind it because yesterday was a little weird. I don't know why, but like the closer I got to stream, I started feeling like really tired, and it kind of hit me out of, oh, that's what, I took a Benadryl. Yeah. My allergies were that bad that I took a Benadryl. I remember now. No wonder. I'm sorry. So you know what? Apologies for the Benadryl stream. It was, yeah, whatever. It was a good time. But yeah, today we're going to be watching the Bernie Sanders interview. We're also going to be going through some of the bad news for the GOP. We have a fun little debate with Piers Morgan that actually here, you know what? I have to figure out because I got two of those that I was debating putting on because we got one with Dave Smith. What was the other one? Oh, it's the Dean Cain one. Yeah. I'm not sure if I want to do that. Yeah, there's also some like weird shit. Okay, so Willie Mack put out a video on Hassan and his criminal friend that Hassan and his criminal friend tried to dox and ruin my wedding. Okay. I'm not sure if I actually want to watch it because Willie Mack is kind of a POS. I've never really liked that guy. To be fair, I've never liked his style of presenting content. Like, I don't like his voice. I don't like the way that he kind of comes across like a disingenuous. Like, did you guys know that there's some drama on YouTube? Like, not my thing. Again, I try not to content shame a lot because, yeah, you know what? Not everybody's going to like the same stuff you like. That's just going to happen. But occasionally, there's the whole red flag rule where if somebody likes a certain type of content, such as, I don't know, Andrew Tate, you kind of raise the red flag and just go, right. That's the proper one. But man, I feel like my chatters are hanging out somewhere else today. This is the downside of taking everybody to this space. I think that they're all still there. Oh no. Now I also had this thing with my YouTube notifications. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. I should probably just do this. YouTube notifications turn on. Nope. It did not give me the notification for my own stream. That's wonderful. Wonderful. I was worried about that. We'll fix it later. Not a big deal. But either way. Oh. It's kind of nice just to start my show, hang out for a minute. I'm going to smoke with y'all. Honestly, that is the reason that I'm just waiting until that 420 so I can start with the content. Because it's going to be fun. We got stuff to get to. Oh, by the way, going to have a special guest coming up on Tuesday next week. Hope you guys are excited. And it's going to be at the start of the show. So I'm going to keep this one close to the chest, though. It will be a surprise. All right, the rise of idiot podcasters. Did I already cover that? I feel like I covered that. Yeah, I think I covered that. All right, so it's the Piers Morgan one. We're gonna do. I think it was Dave Smith, right? Yeah, we'll do that one. And status quo news. Here we go. I thought there was a protest today. Wait a minute, is there not a protest today? Oh, shit. I don't think there's a protest. Damn it. Well, there goes that, because I thought there was a protest. Well, here, we got some news on groceries and tariffs. I know. Very exciting stuff. Although, it plays into the whole Trump stuff. And then, you know what? Screw it. I usually don't do Midas Touch content here. I'm really not that big into it, but man, they covered the press conferences that Caroline Leavitt held. It was a disaster. It was really bad. So just have to say, we'll watch that one because Elvis, what up? Peace from Ireland. How's it? Hell yeah, dude. Welcome back. I always appreciate seeing you, man. I know it's late for you over there, so. How late is it? What time is it over there? Is it like 10 or something? Or is it even later? Oh no. Am I keeping you from your important duties? Duties. Yes, I'm still a child. Whatever. Alright, let's get the smoke loaded here because I did not get to do that today, so. Although I did have I got to take a little scaredy bear. Oh shit, that's right. I totally lost my other vape pen yesterday, and I never did find that. Shit. You hate it when you do that, where you put something like. I have a feeling this is one of those situations that I put it down on like a dresser or something, or just I left it in a pocket and just forgot. So it's okay, right? We all do things like that. We all just kind of lose our minds occasionally, which is perfectly fine. But no, guys, here, go follow this space if you have not already. I have a feeling that a good amount of you have, because as I'm looking over here, I'm noticing that yeah, interesting. I see how it is. I see how it is. I'm literally competing with another network that I'm on. You know what? That's good competition, though. What's the saying? I think I've said it before. A rising tide raises all ships. Yeah, right. So this is good. It's not giving me the really, huh? It's not giving me the main page. So here, it'll take you to the featured page, but unless it's just marked as featured, did they do that? Now I am legitimately curious about that. All right. Well, that's off. God. So I did watch the that Midas Touch video. Had myself a nice little lunch of mac. Dude, I made some Mario mac and cheese. I felt like such a kid. Just sitting there making my shaped mac and cheese. By the way, if you do not add cheese to Kraft mac and cheese, which again, I know, not the best, shut up. If you don't add cheese to it though, what are you doing with your life? Also, never follow the butter rule. Or what is it? Not even it's like a half freaking little sliver of butter, like a teaspoon or whatever. Yeah, right. I'm a Midwesterner there, buddy. Then I add some cheddar in there. If it doesn't stretch when you eat it, then it's not real cheese, right? Right? That's the whole thing. Yeah, but while I was eating my Mario mac and cheese, I was watching a Midas Touch, you know, like one adult does. And yeah. It was kind of funny to watch Caroline Levitt just completely lose her shit. Because she is not doing well, I have to say, man. She's finally hitting. So I was wondering when it was going to happen too, because every press secretary that Trump had along the down the line in his first administration, they would always do well for a little bit, like a few months. Now, given she has been there since the beginning, so I will say, okay, fair. But I think that she's reaching the end of her rope. You could kind of tell that she kind of shies away from like certain questions with Trump, or she'll just be like, okay. And then when he answers questions, she does the thing where she just stares at him like, please don't say what I think you're going to say. Please don't say what I think you're going to say. Like she's trying to transcribe it for him and just like, I don't know. Is she trying to Emma Frost him and just be like, you will not hear. Oh, that would be wild. Because there was a legitimate theory, by the way, going around QAnon that Democrats had cracked the code from MK Ultra for mind control. Did you know that? This is real, by the way. They're like their whole conspiracy theory about MK Ultra now has kind of done this weird thing where it's just like, yeah, the Dems, they used the mind control, and now they're trying to make the GOP look bad while they're in power, so it's still all the Dems doing it. It's like, oh no. I still think we're cooked. I know. I'm trying to be more optimistic, but holy shit, when I hear that, I'm like, oh no. Yeah, slow start today. That's all right. Honestly, I kind of needed it. I had a good space stream, and then, like I said, being a guest on Jake's show, that was a lot of fun. If you guys have not already, definitely check it out. What the fuck? For an insurance plan per month? That's insane. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of getting some people that are they're already planning on losing their insurance or they're already losing their insurance. Seeing the premiums that these people are being offered is that's nuts. Almost $1,000 per month. That's you do understand that this is why like things are really bad right now because yesterday Trump he replaced that numbers I keep calling her the numbers lady. The numbers lady, the job numbers lady. Yeah, he replaced her with somebody from the Heritage Foundation and, he's testified about economic stuff and he's done economics. He's ran numbers before, he's done maths. Trump says though, yeah, he's going to come out with the best numbers. You know what? We're also going to be doing jobs numbers probably every 4 to 6 months. It was like, how's that work? Because you do know how like the economy like bases its production on a lot of these numbers, including the jobs numbers and jobs reports. So I don't know, his short-sightedness and like his panic, like everything that he did in the panic of the Epstein fallout is gonna bite him in the ass. Now, whether or not he reacts like a civil human being, listen. What really sucks is that he's already toying with doing martial law, and Kyle Kulinski keeps hammering this point, and I have to say it's a good point to make, is that if you expect him, number one, to leave the White House, okay, and if you expect him to allow the election to go to actually not be contested as a like if the Democrats win the election, he's literally just going to he's just going to say it was all stolen, and then he's going to lock down, like he's going to lose his collective shit. Like baby Donnie's not getting his way. Baby Donnie's starting to realize that he's not as popular as he once thought he was. Which a few people have pointed out that they're like, he doesn't care. I'm like, yeah, he does. That one he does. Like, if everybody started hating him, and I mean everybody started hating him, like, he can have his 28%. He wants everybody, though. He doesn't want the left, but he wants the independents. He wants the people that are perceived as the normie people, which he's losing in record numbers right now, which, by the way, we're going to be covering that story. But I think we're going to do the panicked White House press conference here. Alrighty, let's smoke. It's 420. Let's get this done. Oh, man. By the way, guys, if you are hanging out and you haven't already hit that like button, please do. It helps get the stream out into the algorithm so we can have a little bit wider of an audience. Oh, man. Should probably get better at doing that. Okay, so YouTube and Twitch are not going out to anybody right now. Huh. What's going on there? Makes me wonder. Also, it does make me wonder. I know over on YouTube, I got like brigaded by a bunch of like MAGA guys because of my video last week. They did report my VOD for like misinformation. I'm wondering if they're like not shadow banning necessarily, but just kind of making sure that my stuff is, kind of suppressed until they look into it, which, yeah, good luck. Yes, misinformation, literally in my title, by the way. That's what they were just like, I took your title and I reported you for misinformation. Whatever. Fuck you. Still wondering what the hell's going on around Twitch, though. You know what, let's try this. Swap the politics for a minute. See if this does anything. Huh. Okay. No, it did not matter. Interesting. Well, either way. Like I said, if you are hanging out in the chat, hit that like button because something's up here, man. Okay. Yeah, this is weird. I'm just gonna say because like if I don't see like just a little bit of movement here, I'm gonna assume that like honestly, I think that my stream might be getting like hardcore suppressed. Like, yeah, dude. This is not normal. Especially like for me starting at my normal time. Like this is weird. Either way. Well, let's talk some politics. Let's get to it. I mean, let's check out the news too also because inflation rises 2.7% annually in July, less than expected amid tariff worries. Oh, that's good. That's good. 2.7 is also pretty much the rate that we were at under Biden, so right back to them Biden those pre-Trump numbers. Good job. That's exactly what he wanted, right? Okay. This is starting to. Okay. Let's see. No, fuck, dude. I think I'm geo-locked right now. Wait, can I access my own stream? Oh, no, I can. Okay. What the fuck was up with that? All right. Well, we move on. What's up? Dude, you just went to the bathroom. Stop it. You're trying to do the thing. I know what you're trying to do. But, here. Dog cam. Yo, no, I just got confirmation. None of my YouTube notifications are going out. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Let's see, is it going to mark me as live though? It doesn't. Dude, that's fucking crazy. It is literally saying that my stuff isn't live right now. Obviously it is. I mean, I have people like hey, Pinkerbell, how's it going? Just ran into a little bit of a problem. I think that my channel got suppressed, and I know exactly why. That video about Tim Dillon, it sent a bunch of triggered MAGA guys to my VOD that day, and I had multiple reports on my VOD for misinformation. So, god damn it. Am I up for review now? What? That's so fucked? Yeah. Yeah, no, I was expecting something like that, though. I'll be real. Yeah, your stream didn't show up in my feed. I knew it. I knew it. Dude, this is wild. Like, I didn't get a notification when I went live. Awesome. Well, if you guys can hit that like button and share the stream, I really appreciate that. Share it wherever you can, because that's the only way that we kind of break that. I don't like using the term shadow ban, but it seems I'm up for review at least, which is great, great. Nothing really comes of that unless they actually, God forbid, find something like that, and then here, you know what? This is also one of the things I need to start getting better about is checking my freaking emails. Uh-oh. I got 2 live. Yeah, wait a minute. And now it's saying that I have 2 live feeds going. That's not possible. Okay. Let's take a look. No. Now it's saying I have 1. That's whatever, man. Got a YouTube notification today, but not yesterday. Sus. Yeah. No, Twitch is doing it too. Like, oddly enough, Twitch has been doing this too. Whatever, guys. I guess just, yeah. Nobody likes pep talks no more. I get it. I get it. No. I was worried about this. I had a feeling like when I saw the one comment, actually, where he was just like, I reported you for misinformation. I was just like, God damn it. Not trying to give them any wins, but I guess if it's a small win for them where it's just like, it's a very minor inconvenience. It's the underground party. I mean, hey, right now, again, dude, we have 11 people just chilling out. Oh, dude, thanks for the dollar donation. I really appreciate that. That might also help. Effing nerds. Not the good kind. No, not the good kind. No, the vindictive kind. The kind that just I don't understand that mentality. I don't know. Maybe it's because I am, as much as people say that I am online brained, it's like, no, I don't get that, because I don't understand taking it to that level. I have had online arguments that piss me off, but I have never, ever gotten to the point of trying to dox somebody. Those fucking people are broken, severely broken people. Just, it's insane. But like I said, guys, hit that like button and it really helps me out. Also here, let me put my Twitch link over here because I could also use the help over on Twitch. This is weird. I gotta say, I mean, it's sus as hell. Because on this space, we had plenty of traction today. And on top of it, I just, in general, like, I know my numbers. I know where I sit. I know where I stand. Like, the paranoia hit. Uh-oh, wait a minute. This is what happens when I actually do get to participate in the 420 part of things. Uh-oh. Pathetic. One might even empathize if they weren't so effing rancid about it. I just yeah. But what does that? Like, because some people have said it's bots. I'm like, really? So bots are just programmed to be this ragey? That doesn't seem right. Like, I don't know. For a bot to just be like, I reported you for misinformation, and for them to actually do it. Like, that's something. Anna, what's up? Howdy, howdy. Hope you had a good day. Also, thank you for showing up to stream earlier over on this space. I had a really good time. Also, I had a really good time on Jake's show, so it was all right. Yeah, well. We'll all do we'll like have an all right day together and make it a little bit better. How about that? How about that? That's what I'm looking forward to. Also, yeah, sorry. Day 2 of the allergy, so if I have a little bit of a scratchy throat, I am trying. Oh, Bryant, by the way, Not sure. Did you get the video I sent you about the attraction over in Tennessee? I just want to make sure I sent that too. But yeah, I'm kind of sick of trying to understand the trolls. Also, like, it's weird. I have engaged with enough people on this channel to where I've had like straight up MAGA people that come over, like specifically from Twitch, oddly enough, um, where they are just out and out MAGA, but they have told, like, they've defended me in troll situations where they're just like, you know what? His politics may suck, but he's a cool dude, so you stop. I remember, actually, I'll just shout him out. Rip Haven did that. That was kind of funny because if you guys don't know, me and Rip Haven, we got into a debate in another streamer's chat, and he kind of followed me to my my stream, checked it out, and then yeah, he he just kind of said, yeah, you know what? Your politics suck, but you're a cool dude. So strangely enough, that happens. Also, why I have been told that I have a very mixed chat. I don't know. How do you guys feel about the modding situation over on the Letterhack? Oh, by the way, also, I hope you guys enjoyed the appearance on the Letterhack show. I had a really good time on his show. Again, I I had to apologize for the Benadryl, where I was just like in Benadryl haze. Usually, it could just be explained. It's just like, no, he smoked. It's like, no. I took the stupid one. I really do hate Benadryl. It's specifically because of these like side effects. I just absolutely hate it. But I just realized my music was not even on. Anyway, we'll get to the Sanders interview. I also got the stuff about the grocery. Oh, actually, I want to do the grocery story first, just to get that out of the way, because I also want to get to this. As I said, I don't do Midas Touch a lot, but this is a good story. This one was fun. Watching Caroline Leavitt finally like hit that point of, like I was saying earlier about the Sean Spicer and all the other press secretaries of, and well, yeah, I guess they're all press secretaries of Trump. Now she's finally catching up. I was just really tired today. Oh, man. I had a day like that. God, it was like Saturday where I just like couldn't wake up. I remember I was driving and I just like hit that moment where I was just like, I'm so sleepy. Just want to go to bed. Always sucks. Fook the haters, just keep on doing your thing, mate. It's my nightly listening. Oh, thank you, dude. You're good at chatting and giving educated opinions. I learn a lot about USA politics from here, and it's a funny, friendly way. Dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you, man. You're so generous with that conversation. Jesus Christ, I can't think. That chat, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Comment. Hey guys, I think I'm okay, all right? Wow. No. Hit me again. I need to go get like a cup of coffee or something like in a few minutes, because if it's gonna be like that where it's like, no, don't make me confused too. I think you're asking for trouble making everyone a mod. No, trust me. My chat, I'm not sure if that would work. Like, because I understand his logic where it's like, they have the main mods who police the police, but he also is kind of, I don't know, that's like playing with fire, man. I respect the fact that, number one, I was shocked at how well-behaved his chat was, and I was also, I was kind of shocked, like, if Panic's not here yet, hey, you know what? Gotta say, I was kind of shocked at him not being a problem. Although it was funny, I did see, when we started the show, I just kind of looked over at chat and I saw that he was kind of losing it. He's like, why am I a mod? I was just like, oh, wait. And then Hack was just like, yeah, he doesn't want to be a mod. I'm like, oh, I'm you gonna behave if you know anyone can kick you? You know? And the thing is, you don't know who the main mods are. Like, that is kind of funny. So he also kind of buried everybody's, like, ooh, you don't know who the actual police are. That is a wild way to do things, but I respect it. I respect the hell out of it. It is a wild experiment. Like, it's a very wild experiment, but it's also kind of cool that he is trying to, like, be in contact with the Guinness Book of World Records about it. Just like most modded channel. What up, Rip? I was actually just, weirdly enough, I just mentioned you. I was just like, hey, you are, yeah. The hell? Why you have to refollow? Wait a minute, what'd you do? I was just explaining to people how we were cool. I thought we were cool. What the hell? Oh, holy shit. Hopefully all bad. Oh, F you. Damn. I was literally just saying, I'm like, yeah, this guy Rip Haven, you know, for how much we disagree on politics, and, you know, he's actually gone out of his way to stand up for me when we had a troll. And I was just like, yeah, you know what, he's one of those guys. Because you said, I remember the exact comment. You were like, yeah, we disagree on most things politics. He's like, but you leave him alone. He's pretty cool. I was like, hey, that was memorable. But yeah, what the fuck? Coming back in here, following again. See how it is. What was it? What was it? No, for real. What was it? Now I'm really interested. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just genuinely curious. What was the final straw where you were like, yeah, maybe I don't want to follow this fucker anymore? Because it's got to be something. Either that or it just happens automatically, and I'm just kind of taking it like way too personally. Because I've been told that happens. I've been on here long enough, finally, where people were just like, yeah, dude, I got unsubbed. It's like, oh, okay. You don't think you ever followed me? Really? You just lurked and popped into chat? Hey, I gotta respect that. Oh. Man, you hate watch my content or well, at least you hate watched. It's so funny. I'm not used to, like, even as a streamer, like, I'm not used to the whole, yeah, man, I get banned all the time. I'm just like, what are you doing? Because you've disagreed with me politically. I don't think that you've ever said anything that's just completely out of pocket that you got banned or anything, so. I don't know. Are you more well-behaved because of that? Because I'm not such a, you know, I come out the gate just like a judgmental prick. Whew. All right. Okay, my multi-stream chat should be back up now. There we go. But most don't like the truth. What? Oh, you don't want to tell me because it's... Oh, whatever. I don't give a shit. You can tell me that it's like my personality. You can tell me it's my room. You can tell me it's the dog, though. Then I will have a problem with that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just say that. I'm kidding. I know you were talking about the other guys. Or I call them out on their hypocrisy. How are you doing it, though? Because maybe I was just, like, too chill about it. Because I don't know. Maybe it's because you, like, came here because we got into it in B's chat, but not your room, but I'd like to have a lot of shit in your room. Ah. Cool. I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, I like my stuff. It's the one thing that I'm just like, you know, as far as the stuff goes, I got some cool stuff. I mean, especially the Gundams. I gotta start building those, man. It helps you're not a complete idiot and have common sense. All right. Cool. You hear that, folks? I'm not a complete idiot. Cool. You heard it here first. I appreciate that. All right, off cam. Fine. I see how it is. Hey, you no, dude, I know. I'm fucking joking. Yes, no, I'm taking this very, very hard, guys. I'm sorry. I can't take don't give me criticism. Don't critique me. All right, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little into the Benadryl haze, which means that, yeah, I definitely gotta... You know what? Screw it. I'll just power this. Freaking liquid IV. You're not intolerant of other people's thoughts? I don't get that. It's okay. Taking criticism is a skill you build. It is. I'm not the best at it myself, but we're all improving. Exactly. And that's also why I try to be fair, you know? That's why, number one, I'm not ban happy. I do understand, like, I hope you guys do know, like, I know the difference. Well, at least I like to think I know the difference between a straight-up troll who just is irredeemable and the ones that actually come here, you know, seeking out political discussion or like an alternative viewpoint, or come here to troll and I just kind of disarm them. Excuse me, got some burps. Excuse me. Also, did the hypocrisy matter? Because sometimes people jump the gun to point out hypocrisy when it's not relevant. I'm guilty of doing that myself. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm guilty of that hardcore coffee. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to need coffee. When I go through... I think I'm going to start this Midas Touch segment and go get my coffee in a minute, but Benadryl is a hell of a drug. It really is. I mean, I'm clear. Like, that's the nice part. I don't feel like I can breathe. Like, I can actually... Whoa. Actually, that was like a nice full breath. I have a deviated septum, so for me to get that... All right. One of my favorite memes ever. When Kenny Omega, I'm not sure if you guys... Okay, you guys don't know who Kenny Omega is. Kenny Omega is a famous Japanese wrestler who recreated the internet approval meme, So yes, that's just one of my favorites. Most of the left streamers, once you say I disagree, all they can do is call you and... Man, does that really happen? Or is it... I feel like you're being hyperbolic, but sometimes, man, like, I have seen the intense reactions of some leftist streamers, like, against people that they disagree with in chat. Like, I've gotten banned from a chat once where I was like, whoa, I was asking a question. Damn. Because I was just asking, like, is this legitimately, I was kind of like, is this the way you guys engage on this channel? And I just got banned. I was like, I wasn't even being a dick. Way to read that one out of context. They don't let other thoughts be spoken on their streams. Meanwhile, I read your chat. The thing about hypocrisy is that people are not robots. We don't always act perfectly in line with the way we believe. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that you guys have caught me doing that occasionally. I know who Kenny Omega is. Oh, really? Tinkerbell, you just became one of, like, my favorite chatters just, like, instantly. For real. Kenny Omega's the best. I love Kenny Omega. If you've ever seen him live, it really is like seeing, like, one of those, like, one of your favorite bands and just, like, seeing some of their best, like, stuff. I'm so happy I got to see him, like, at his peak, in his prime. Like, it was so good. Give me one sec. Yo, dude. You'd. I don't know what left streams. See, that's kind of the thing. Rip, where are you going? Like, can you name any of these streams? Because I feel I don't want to accuse, again, I've already done it, where it's just like, don't be hyperbolic about it, but, like, who is it? I mean, I think you've mentioned going into Hassan's chat, but if you're going into, like, huge left streamers and doing that shit, then I kind of understand that, too. Because, like, for instance, Majority Report, I talked about this with one of their mods, and I had a way different opinion before talking to one of the mods about why they ban pretty much anybody that just, like, mentions MAGA, and, like, because I admit, I was turned off by that, because I was like, man, you guys are, like, stifling conversation. They're just like, we can't allow, like, honestly, if we do that, then it's just like, then we're monitoring one person as opposed to just keep being a lookout for chat, just making sure everybody's being cool. I was like, I kind of get it. And then realizing how many people are chatting at once, because I remember looking, it was like 1.8K in chat at one point, where I was just like, holy shit. Like, that's insane. So I can? No, please do, man. Like, I just kind of want to know, like, who's reacting like that, even though I'm not trying to start drama. Trust me. I want no drama. I'm from the north side, or I'm from the north of Ireland. If you don't talk to the other side, nothing changes. We must always debate and understand each other's opinions. Don't need to agree, but understand their dumbness. Yeah, your country knows a little something about, strong divisions, whether they be political or religious. One guy is Bagoofs. Office, or something like that. Okay, smaller guy, like smaller streamer. Huh. Well, I mean, I'm trying to give advice that I can't necessarily give because I have a hard time following it myself. Like judging right-wing streamers, like all in the same, like as the same lump. I'm guilty of that. I do that occasionally, and I am trying to be better about that because, yeah, if I don't want people to think that about me, then it's only fair. I don't know how you could possibly have a fruitful conversation when the chat is speeding by so quickly. I do. Actually, you know what? Fuck it, I'll just tell you guys. So, it's a contingency plan. Let's put it this way. It's not like I'm necessarily planning for that kind of, growth, but in case it were to happen, I'm going to have a priority chat that's not, like, I'll have the standard, like, pay for TTS, all that kind of stuff, and for, like, new chatters, but if you guys are, like, recognized by me, and, like, I know you, like, and you're part of the community, that's an instant, just like, yeah. You guys will get priority chat. If anything, I'll make a special chat for that. I think that's what most streamers do, right? I know Vosh and Xanderhall did that specifically for that reason, where they wanted to maintain the relationship with their main chatters, and if somebody wanted to join that, they had to do I think it was a certain amount of time in chat and maintain a membership, and then they could join. But yesterday I came across a channel that makes videos. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That sounds dangerous. I don't even want to read that. What are you doing? Where? Your algorithm's telling on you. What are you doing? I'm just kidding, silly. No, seriously, that is a weird one. No, it's like, wait a minute. I had to read that like 3 times. Or it's just like testing different liquids. So hold on. I'm still not gonna read it, but I have to know this. So wait, what are they doing? Are they like, is this like, obviously this is voluntary. Has to be voluntary. It has to be. And what are they doing? Like, are they just like putting their head over like a pool, and they're not like putting a towel over them and all that stuff or anything, right? No. I feel like that should be against TOS. Yeah, because like honestly, it's kind of like that like the Tide Pod stuff. Like that's like that challenge bullshit. That's a dangerous one. Although I will say that the ice bucket challenge, that was a good one, and also a lot of hilarity came out of that. So I will just say, I have to find mine. I did an a ice bucket challenge video. And I biffed, dude. I shit hard. Okay, that's insane. This is on YouTube. That's insane. Yo, I am actually kind of bothered by that. Okay. Well, no, I'm right there with Pinkerbell on this one. This is Ice Bucket Challenge. What year is it? I said I did it the year that it was the thing. I did it. Whatever. Shut up. What are we missing? I'm just saying I did the the ice bucket. I don't even want to say. There's a guy that does extreme things with water. That's all I'll say. Extreme neti potting. Yeah. That's crazy. The fact that it's in the title. I mean, I guess I could say it. It's called Will It Waterboard. Damn, No. No, not cool. Please don't look that up. And immediately everybody... Random acts of animation. Yo! What's up, man? How's it going? Hope you were doing well. Oh, wait, by the way, one guy, guest 8 is one of the not bad ones. If you disagree, you either stupid or uneducated or brainwashed. Well, bro, I mean, back to that, I've had that, like, even as, like, people coming in here trying to troll me, just saying I'm stupid, uneducated, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna plaster it all over your Discord. It's already... no, please don't. Behave! Especially if you enjoy the content, come on! But no, guys, also hit that like button, seriously. I have a little bit of an issue going on where I got brigaded from the whole video going... I cannot even say viral. Yeah, viral. No, it just did better than usual, and for some reason it attracted a bunch of like right-wing attention, and yeah, they came to me. They came to me, and they were meanie bobinis. They said some very mean stuff to me. So you know what I did? I stood on the roof and I surveilled everything, and I saw that I could see the homeless from across the field, and immediately I was like, you know what? I got to do something about this. But first, I got some internet comments I got to go and take care of. Random acts of kindness. It's going well. Just about to start anime. Nice. I've been seeing your streams advertised on my algorithm. Thought I'd stop in and check it out. Oh, dude. Awesome. Thank you. I thought you were new here. I really appreciate that. Random acts of animation. I'm big into animation and comic books and art in general, so I will have to check out your stuff. Really, if you do not already follow the Letter Hack, follow the Letter Hack. Here, you know what? Screw it. I'll just put a link to his channel. Oh, you know what? I have that from last night. Haha! Sweet. Look at that. It's almost like that's what happens. You make stop motion animation, cutout animations kind of similar to OG South Park. Awesome, dude. Well, I respect the shit out of that. You have to be careful, though. With a lot of crazy leftoids on Twitch and YouTube troll pretending to be on the right. Not all, but you know what I mean. Random question, any tattoos? No. I have always had that thing where I knew I would get sick of any art that I put on my body. So, and like, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with that decision because a lot of my friends that like gave me shit for that growing up, yeah, they've like blackouts, like blackout sleeves, and they've also like gotten a bunch of like stuff removed. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. But that doesn't mean I do not appreciate tattoos. I love tattoos. You know, appreciate me some Rhea Ripley if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, if you're ever in Ireland, I'll oh, you know, maybe, I don't know. Ever since my mom passed, I don't know. I've wrestled with it. I've kind of been thinking about maybe doing like a. My mom was really big into like gardening and flowers, so I don't know. I'll figure it out. Excuse me. It's rough work, but I enjoy it. Almost done with my first 20-minute pilot. Oh, dude, congratulations! Like for real. Like, here, you know what? I'm gonna link the Discord in the YouTube chat here. I hope you join. I mean, if you're enjoying the content, man, yeah, definitely subscribe and hit that like button. It does help. But yeah, definitely subscribe to the channel and here, join the Discord. It's invite only, so only do small windows. Park Pros Permaculture had a video about how screwed up YouTube has been. Yes, I know she did. It's also how I kind of knew. Oh, you know what? I wanted to address that because I misunderstood what she was saying in her video about Lola or whatever. For Lola. What? Lolo. Yeah, no, I totally I misinterpreted what she was saying. And after watching her video again and having my wife with me, she even said, "Oh, no, that's not what she's saying." I was like, "Oh, ew, leftist. Mug Club Kirk's here. Guys, you need to shame him out of the Mug Club." I swear to God, if you're still paying that guy, what are you doing? Oh, dude, have you checked on that, by the way? Not to call you out, but holy crap. Also, welcome in, Kirk. It's good to see you. But yes, YouTube's algorithm has been really messy. Or not the algorithm, but it's been really messy with like notifications. I called it channel suppression because it's kind of accidentally doing that, but also, like I was saying, there has been an increase in people like reporting my channel for, misinformation, because I guess that's the easiest one to get get your channel put up for review on, which it's real quick. And trust me, yeah, the standard for misinformation is pretty large, so kind of like trying to sue for defamation, so good luck. Fortunately for you, I canceled it last time you called me out. Okay, so any other right-wingers that you might be accidentally giving money to, like that you do not enjoy or watch anymore, such as Tim Pool? I'm sure it's not accidental if it's YouTube. Okay, so I just know that with the new AI implementation, they kind of gave us a little bit of a warning on this. Like, I think that pretty much every creator got an email about it. Just saying that it was going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but you know what? Shapiro probably, definitely Dave Rubin. Oh, God. Oh, man. Somehow I would take... If you said Jimmy Dore, I would be like, I'm not happy about it, but fine. But come on. Dude, I swear to God. What's your mom have to say about this? Seriously. Wait a minute. Wrong person to ask. By the way, tell your mom I say what's up. Oh, hey, hi. So word hunting, not content. Yeah. Oh, it's transcript. Oh, I get it now. I get how they're doing that. I was wondering how they were going to review like a whole bunch of the content because I wasn't sure if there were visual filters on it, but no, that makes a lot more sense if they're just running transcripts. Huh. I enjoy Greg from BCP, but I don't pay anything to watch his content. Oh, it's okay. Listen, as a content creator, I can say that I really do appreciate anybody that, gives a donation to the channel, gets a membership on YouTube, gets a subscription over on Twitch, or, but I also just really appreciate everybody that just hangs out, whether you're a lurker down to the people that, come and like the channel. I have come to terms with the fact that some people that they don't subscribe just based on the fact that I don't think they either know how it works or they just don't want to know how it works, or they know how it works and they're just like, I'm not subscribing to anybody. I don't care. I just, it is shocking when you do look at it okay, because I'm not really, breaking any fourth wall here, and I'm not breaking TOS. You can see who is subscribing versus just the impression rate on who's watching and how long they watch. I have people that watch almost every single stream and do not subscribe. I'm just like, okay, I want to pretend that doesn't hurt, but it's a little hurtful. It's okay. It's okay. New phone, who dis? Hi, Kirk's mom. I can't make inappropriate jokes here. Well, not to you. You know that I respect, their mothers too much. Also, Kirk's mom, she's dealt with a lot here. How much do I watch? It doesn't show me on an individual basis like that. It does I wonder if I could look though. I don't know. No, it just shows me a percentage of it'll say, 30% of new watchers subscribed, and it's just wait, what? That's it? And then it'll show the next one where it's just and this many people return to your stream. That's the one that usually gets me, where I'm just Okay. At least you don't spend every second of your stream hating on capitalism, and then please subscribe to my channel. It's only $. What's funny? And I am only laughing because I haven't thought about that in a long time. I remember having that thought about I think it was either Vosh or Hassan, but god damn it, no. I remember having that. Return viewers. Yeah. Yeah, you like how I use quotations there? The return viewers. I'm in the hustle too. I just started live streaming my animation process. I'm about 60 public watch hours away from monetization. Boom, baby. Hell yeah, brother. Congratulations on that. That's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to get those subscriptions and get there. So you know what? Congratulations. I'm very happy to hear that for you, man. I will definitely check out your here, you know what? Let me check out your channel. I'm gonna sub. Whoa! Please tell me that is not copywritten music. Oh yeah, you are 20 subs away. Or oh no, you're not. Okay, my bad. I looked at your video count. Oh no, hell yeah, dude. Here, let me sub. No, here. Also give your channel a little. One thing that I recommend. It took me a while to look at this, but look at your channel's URL. You can customize that to be the name of your channel, and it's a little bit easier to share. All the music is original. Oh, thank God. Dude, even 4 seconds and I just see that little flag. I'm like, no. Damn it. I don't want to redo this. There we go. Oh, that's letterhack. The hell? Well, also here, let me, I guess I'll shout out the letterhack one more time. I know that struggle for real. I hate getting copyright issues. Dude, anytime I see that like little yellow flag, I'm just like, ah, oh, crap. Again. I need to get that Myron, the Myron drop from Abba and Preach for it. Again! Because that one's a good one. Here. Why is it? Hold on. Random acts of animation, because for some reason your URL does not want to go into my chat here. I've never had this issue before. Because it keeps, yeah, it kicked me back again. There we go. I think it's just on YouTube Studio side. Yeah, what you gonna do? Sure that you will encounter those animation hiccups too. Somewhat. Yeah, for some reason it was. I was trying to get it to paste into chat, but I mean it finally worked. But no, I'm also just it's a little just piece-of-friendly YouTuber advice. I found that to be useful. So somebody else, God, it's been a while. Forgot who gave me that advice, but they were just like, yeah, you need to change your YouTube URL so it's easier to share. And I was just like, oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. So, plus it looks cool where it's just like dash, pep talks. So, just an aside. Anyway, like I said, hope you're enjoying the my stuff is weird poop jokes. That's right, you're new here. I don't know, guys. You think that I'm going to have a problem with some poop jokes? Dude, we were talking about poop knives the other day. For real. Like, you were not here for the poop knife discussion. Yeah. And I had this situation where I thought I was the only one who knew about that because I was like, yeah, I got this weird friend and that was he had a weird family that had a poop knife. And apparently there's like a whole subreddit can like just... I can... I'm finally amongst friends. Yeah. Now, if that's all, if that's all you're about, then I might have to question things. Not poop knives. Dude, I couldn't believe it. I'm still kind of, I don't know. I'm still weirded out by the fact that it's like, wait a minute. This was the thing. Turd cutters. They had, I swear to God, they had their own little stand for it. Like it was like an old toilet brush stand that they just repurposed, and it was the poop knife. Oh my God, I do not want to go back into that. But yes, that was, I still can't believe that's a thing. That discussion inspired me into creating my own poop knife business. Thank you all. Oh my God, Tragic is going to become a millionaire on the backs of a segment on Pep Talks. Man, if that happens, then you better be donating in that in chat here, because definitely use a little help there. Okay, I come back to poop knife. What a day! Sorry, Robin, I forgot. Wait, were you not there for the one? Okay, yeah, we'll get off the. We'll stop talking about that. It's just Pep's poop knives. Oh wait, now you're gonna appropriate my name for it. I see how it is. All right, cool. Don't even get a cut of the business. Get a cut of some shit. Wait a minute. As I okay, this we're going off the rails here. I don't know, man. The waffle stomp and the poo knives are just a fact of life. God, We were talking about waffle stuffing yesterday. All right, as I said, we are moving on. We're going to go to the politics. We're in the second hour, and I also feel bad. It's okay. I've seen one too. It's a No! More, this is like a normal thing, dude. Okay, statistically, if you guys have seen one, that means that there's just a contingent of people that are like, much fiber is in their diet. Oh my god, this is our I don't know. That's probably high protein. Holy shit, dude. That. All right. Anyway, my next animation project is a satirical take on the superhuman genre. I have an overpowered protagonist called Poof Man. My girlfriend hates my humor. I mean, bro, this. No. Really? That wouldn't surprise me. I don't know. We live in the age of the squatty potty being a thing. So, all right. Really? This is something. Well, random acts of animation. I do have to warn you that just because I am here doing a little bit of the crass humor right now, I do also cover politics and news, so just fair warning. But I try to let everybody be cool, I don't know what your politics are, but I can let you know mine. I lean left. Lean left. How far you leaning there, kid? Low-key jealous. Toilets are political. Well, I mean, Trump made them political. They only flush. You know what? I hate the low-flowing Now we know why he hated the low-flowing toilets! Oh my god, do you think his poop knife is golden? I bet it's a golden poop knife. I key low-key right now. Leaning left while reaching for right for stability. Oh, yes. I'm reaching right. God, no, because that implies that everybody should be center. Listen, I understand I understand. I get it. You know what? There is a video that I forgot. I wanted to watch this with y'all. And, let's see. You know what? I'll find this during our next segment here and just load it up. I did say that was going to happen, by the way. Here, let's do the Midas Touch covered the district. Or the district, the disastrous interview or press conference with Caroline Levitt. So that's a hell of a freeze frame there, guy. Hello. I wonder if he's taking a certain supplement that your man here is taking. Thanks for the fair warning on the political stance. Oh, it's okay. No, I definitely like to give people fair warning. Because, again, if we don't agree on that, then hopefully you can still be cool, still hang out, give your opinions. But, yeah. Trust me, I understand. I've watched, certain people just dip out where I'm like, okay. I understand. I want to play something for fun and laughs. For fun and laughs? Well, I mean, this is fun and laughs. Let's take a look. Because, I mean, for real, she does kind of start floundering. The press isn't being as friendly to the Trump administration right now, which, hey, off the back of the Epstein stuff and everything, I'm happy with that. I don't know. Maybe. What is it? If you give a good enough description for it, maybe I'll allow it.
disastrous press conferences, and the press asked, after just this nonsense being spewed, can we speak to Donald Trump's doctor, please? Can we speak to a medical professional here? Are we going to get access? Because what the heck is going on? To which Donald Trump's chief propagandist, Caroline Leavitt,
They did ask for, like, if we're going to see the doctor.
during her press conference was like, yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that. So there was a Caroline Leavitt press conference, and then there was a Jeanine Pirro. She's now Donald Trump's top attorney, federal prosecutor in Washington, D.C. There was that press conference. Let me just show you what went down. So first you have Caroline Leavitt being asked, Donald Trump said he was going to Russia. He kept on calling Alaska Russia. What did he mean by that? Watch her try to cover up for Trump's cognitive impairment. Here, play this clip.
Charlie.
The president said at the podium yesterday twice that he was planning to go to Russia. Was that a verbal slip-up, or does he actually plan to go to Russia?
Perhaps there are plans in the future to travel to Russia, and on Friday the president will be meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, as you know. Phil.
So then the reporter says, are we going to be able to speak to his doctors?
There's multiple comedians that have that, which also worries me.
Here, play this clip.
Back this up from last month. You guys announced the president was diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency after.
We welcome in all walks of life. We are super nonpartisan. We welcome in liberal plumbers, liberal firefighters, even liberal fast food
Legs were
workers.
seen swelling. How's he being treated for that?
I gotta get going, gotta hustle and get those watch hours. Have a great day.
Well,
Hell yeah, man. Have a good day.
you were upfront about those health issues.
Catch you later, man.
Curious if the White House would be willing to let us speak with his physician directly about those health issues. I know there were a lot of concerns about the last White House not making the physician available. Would the physician be available in this case?
I don't want to make that commitment on behalf of the physician, but it's certainly something we can look into and explore out of the effort of transparency, because unlike the previous White House, there is nothing to hide. You guys see this president working
Okay.
around the clock, literally 24/7, all of the time, and I will be happy to look into that request.
Can we at least get an update on how he's being treated for the swelling legs and for the hands and the other issues?
Look, you see the president every day.
Oh yeah, dude. I appreciate that.
He's moving, he's working, he's continuing. There have been no adjustments made to his lifestyle.
Yeah, definitely come and check out next Tuesday. I have a feeling you will enjoy the show. Try and be there around 4.
And then Caroline Leavitt's
Or, well, whatever time 4 Central is for you.
like, look, our motto is trust in Trump. Don't be a panicking. Just trust whatever Donald Trump says. She literally says that. Here, play this clip.
Ignore the panicans and trust in President Trump. That is our motto here at the White House. The America First economic agenda is working.
Now, the new
Again, man, I don't know. I try to shoe other foot this one where it's like, if this was the Biden administration, everybody would just be like, so we're supposed to just trust this doddering old fool and just be like, oh, okay.
person who Donald Trump wants to appoint
Okay. I mean, they weren't far off from it. Gonna be honest.
as the Bureau and Labor Statistics Commissioner is out there saying that there shouldn't be jobs reports published on a monthly basis,
I'm enjoying the people over there. They learn fast.
and that none
Yeah.
of the information should be reliable because all of the economic indicators are pointing in a very bad direction. So Caroline Leavitt's asked about that. Like, hey, so is nothing reliable?
Piro is the best. Dude, okay, yes. I don't want to bury the lead here, but Piro, she's doing press conferences now, and oh boy, she's not doing well.
Is the White
I have a feeling that she really wishes she did not do this and was back on Fox News just trying to do spin.
House position that job data, inflation, that we should throw it all out? Here, play this clip.
Just on the BLS, they collect the inflation data, obviously. If the jobs data is not reliable, should Americans trust the inflation data?
Well, look, the jobs data has had massive revisions. We want to ensure that all of the data, the inflation data, the jobs data, any data point that is coming out of the BLS is trustworthy and is accurate, which is why the president has restored new leadership at the BLS.
Which is why we gave the leadership to somebody from, Project 2025.
Sure, go ahead.
So then Donald Trump fired his 6th IRS commissioner in 6 months.
In all seriousness, you were like the personable dude on the channel over there. I appreciate that.
Former Commissioner Billy Long. So Caroline Leavitt's asked, why'd you fire that guy? I mean, didn't Trump?
I know that I have helped make people laugh, and I had a great time on Jake's show today.
Like him?
We vibe.
You're now going to have 7 people
I've pretty much vibe with everybody there.
who are the IRS commissioners in as many months.
I mean,
It was
I kind of felt bad for Carlos yesterday because Carlos was like, oh, I don't really read comics. I'm just like, oh, this is good. Uh-oh.
reported that one
You're like the Walmart greeter of this
of the
space.
things that
Thank you.
Billy Long was uncomfortable about doing was turning over certain IRS data of migrants and other people for Donald Trump to attack. But watch what Caroline Leavitt says. Watch what the propaganda artist says. Play this clip.
Thanks, Caroline. What was the reason that President Trump chose to move on from Billy Long as IRS commissioner?
Look, I think the president wants to see Billy
By the way, while people are focusing on the Emmanuel Macron age gap over on the right wing, they completely ignore the one between her and her husband. Just an aside.
Long as the ambassador to Iceland. As you know, that is where he will be headed. And the president loves Billy Long, and he thinks that he can serve the administration well in this position. For now, Secretary Scott Besson will be the acting IRS commissioner.
And speaking of the horrendous propaganda from this press conference, this disastrous press conference, Caroline Leavitt, we told you this was going to happen, blamed the federal judge in New York for not releasing the Ghislaine Maxwell grand jury transcripts when y'all have 300 gigabytes at the FBI and DOJ. You have the files. The grand jury transcript from one day of grand jury testimony from one FBI.
It's because they called this out when it was going through. They were saying that this was the plan all along. They knew that the court was not going to unseal this, so they just needed the headline that the court was not going to unseal it so they could scapegoat it and go, see?
FBI officer, which is not allowed to be released because grand jury testimony can't be released. That isn't shedding light on anything new. All that would do is give you.
The thing is, it's so obvious that you have so many people just looking at this going, I don't know.
Ghislaine Maxwell, a guaranteed new trial if you released it. And the federal judge said as much in the order how disingenuous the regime was being, but the regime always wanted to blame the judges for not turning over the Epstein files. Y'all have the files, not the judge. You have it right now. Release it. Play this clip.
Another question on something that happened yesterday, but I wanted to get the White House response. A judge ruled that the grand jury transcripts in Ghislaine Maxwell's case should not be released. What's the White House response to that? And do you plan to appeal? And what do you tell President Trump supporters who want that information, please?
We think that decision is
She was a very good journalist. She listened very intently to what he just asked, just in case she has to repeat that in her
fortunate. Of course,
transcript.
we moved to unseal that information.
And also, yeah,
because the president has said he wants to see credible
that.
evidence released. As for the appeal process, I would defer you to the Department of Justice for that.
So then Caroline Leavitt is asked more about Donald Trump's new Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner, saying that the Bureau of Labor Statistics should suspend all monthly reports on economic data.
Yeah, here we go. I was just saying
like
that.
Job reports, and Caroline Leavitt was like, "Yeah, he was just floating it. It was just a float."
Yeah, because people like all over Wall Street were just like, "You understand how detrimental that would be to the economy?"
Here, play this clip.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. I know you said earlier the hope is to maintain monthly job reports, but the president's new nominee for BLS Commissioner E.J. Antoni recently told Fox Business that the BLS should suspend issuing monthly job reports and only issue quarterly reports until the jobs data methodology is corrected. So does the president disagree with that assessment that his nominee is said there, or suspending these monthly job reports a real option?
I think he floated the idea of possibly suspending until they can get the data and the methodology in order. And this president wants to ensure that the BLS, again, is putting out accurate and honest data that the American people can trust. Since you brought up the new commissioner, he holds a master's and doctor's degree in economics from Northern Illinois University. He's the chief economist in the Heritage Foundation's Center for the...
Just a heads up, guys, my freaking YouTube studio just crashed again.
Federal budget. And in addition to his work at Heritage, he has multiple other roles. He's been widely renowned for his work on economic issues. He's been called before Congress to testify as an economic expert. So he's a qualified individual, and the president trusts him to lead this important department. Take a couple more questions. Sure, go ahead.
And then interestingly, Caroline Leavitt, let me she lies. She says she reads the Los Angeles Times every single day. I just find it odd. I mean, nothing against the LA Times, but she reads the LA Times every day. I highly doubt that, number one. And she goes, I read them every day, but they're notorious for misleading.
That's kind of shade over on the... It's like, wait a minute, you read that paper? Wait a minute.
The public. Here, play this clip.
Yes. There are a lot of reports that ICE agents detained a 15-year-old student with disabilities outside an LA high school, even leaving bullets on the sidewalk. How does the Trump administration
Tony
plan
Stark
to ensure
glasses.
parents that their children can return to school without fear of being wrongfully detained or endangered by federal agents?
Where'd you see that report?
LA Times.
Okay, well, I'll have to look into the veracity of that report. I read the LA Times almost every single day, and they are notorious for misleading the public. I'm sure there's more to that story than the way that you just characterized it. This administration wants to ensure that all school children across the country and every city from Los Angeles to DC can go to school safely. And that's part of this administration's effort to federalize the National Guard in Washington, to ensure that ICE is removing child predators. I just read you a list of a handful, just a handful, of the hundreds of thousands of child predators that this administration is removing off of the streets.
She's getting angrier and angrier at being asked tough questions.
Of Los Angeles.
It's fun to watch. It is really fun to watch.
And every other community across the...
When do you think she's going to burn out? I wonder if there's a poly market betting.
Because we want to ensure this
the
is a
betting
country
odds
where
on this
American
one.
school children can be safe, where they can prosper,
And there goes
and
my
where they
mouse.
are not threatened by violent criminals,
Good.
whether they are
Okay.
illegal or whether they are American citizen homegrown criminals, as this president calls them. So I will gladly go check on that report, and I'll get you the facts. Thank you, everyone.
Then she's asked, well, what do you say to all of these small businesses who say they tried to eat the tariffs for as long as they can, but they can't survive anymore, so they're going to have to pass on the prices to consumers? What do you say to them? And she's like, just know the trust in Trump. He loves you. He loves businesses. She's not answering the question. And then, of course, like with everything she says, she just blames Biden. Biden. Let me be clear. Under the Wall Street Journal articles and the Economist articles, they said that America's economy under Biden was the envy of the world and a Goldilocks economy. And they said it was going to soar. And Donald Trump destroyed it. But play this clip.
Yeah, two questions on the economy. So first, we've had small businesses tell us that it's not foreign exporters who are eating the tariffs, it's them. And they've held off on raising prices, but soon they're going to have to raise prices.
Let me get my talking points. Hold on.
What is the White House's message to them?
The White House's message to our small business owners across the country is you have never had a better ally or friend or supporter in this White House than President Donald
As they are going out of business because they cannot make their orders, or how can they say this with straight faces all the fucking time? Because they really, like, how stupid are you okay thinking that they think you are as like a supporter of Trump?
Trump, who is a businessman himself, who understands your concerns and who wants to restore wealth back to our country through the powerful use of tariffs. And that's what he's focused on doing.
You know, that's a good question. If Trump said that the earth was flat, do you think MAGA would believe him?
While simultaneously driving down costs. You have to remember, we are 6 months into this administration, and we had a president who had no business experience, had no idea what he was doing, and who funneled
Hundreds of thousands of child predators. What the fuck is she on?
billions of wasteful
Lying is OP. Like, the thing is, yeah, like, they just don't care. Like, they don't care if their lies even, like, make a modicum of sense anymore.
spending dollars.
Like, the way that he just throws numbers out is fucking hilarious because, one of my favorite clips of Donald Trump of all time is when he tried to do that to Jerome Powell, who, again, head of the Federal Reserve, you know, a numbers guy, if you will. Just totally called him on that, where he's just like, wait, I know these numbers. What are you talking about? See, right here, the numbers, they're so high. I saw the number in there and I just said, yep, there's 2 quadrillion billion on that page because you put all of those numbers together. It's 5,000 quadrillion billion
into our economy, which created the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now this president is focused on tackling inflation, deregulating, cutting costs, cutting red tape to make it easier for small business owners to thrive. And again, the economic indicators show that we are moving in the right direction.
And then Caroline Levitt is asked about Donald Trump posting earlier this morning that he was considering filing a major lawsuit against his own chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. So Trump is going to sue his own administration? Huh? Here, play this clip.
Thank you. The president weighed in on Jay Powell again today. You might have seen.
Well, he's not. The Fed's not really part of the administration, but okay.
He said that he's considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell to proceed because of the horrible and grossly incompetent job he has done. Can you tell us about that? What lawsuit is he talking about?
He's considering a lawsuit, and I won't speak or
I know these numbers are not fake because they're consistent with my thoughts.
any further. I will allow the president to do that himself.
The administration is considering suing the Fed.
I'm not sure if you knew this about me, but I'm a numbers guy.
That's what the president is saying.
Discussions.
Your business is fine. Don't believe your lying eyes. Literally, as you have a going out of business sign in the front of your freaking. Like, seriously. I have done this anecdotally, but I have a business that I frequent every week that's going out of business specifically because of Trump's tariff policies and how he cannot place his orders with, like, not knowing what the tariff costs are going to be to him, on top of the fact that he's already been eating the tariff costs.
With anyone about this, or is this just like how advanced is this right now?
At this moment in time, the president is considering a lawsuit against the Fed, and I will leave it to him to comment further on it.
My dogs, Taquito and...
Taquito? Oh, cute. Taquito. That's a cute name for a dog, I gotta say. For sure.
That your doggies will love Sundays also. Now, as I said, 2 disastrous press conferences taking place at the same time. You then had Jeanine Pirro over...
Here we go. Okay, guys. This is gonna be fun.
Here, saying that she doesn't...
Strapping for this one. I don't know. I feel like I need to like tip one back just to kind of match her on this one.
Care about the source of crime
Every
or like
time I
the
hear her
reasons
talk.
why crime is committed. She doesn't care about that. Here, play this clip.
I honestly
God, the Saturday Night Live. This is Judge Jeanine Pirro and Judge Jeanine Judge.
not concerned about why they commit crimes. My concern is if they commit crimes. My concern is the victims of the crimes. That's my job as a U.S. attorney.
Oh my God, she really is trying to, like, she's freaking out because she's not on TV. Like, she's on TV, but she's not on TV. So, like, people are actually going to, like, expect things of you, especially when, I don't know, you're in charge of crime and they're talking about how big the crime rates are. Again, how come this hasn't been, like, the twist on this? How come nobody has just been like, wait a minute, if the crime rate is so high, this has been you've had 6 months to do 8 months to do executive orders. 7 months, let's be fair. 7 months to do executive orders. What the fuck? What the fuck, Trump? Why'd you wait so long?
Go ahead.
But just follow up on that quickly.
Because I'm pretty sure that we can look at her. Go ahead.
Here she.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. She looks like she's in a fucking fish tank. Look, she is trembling.
Of the crimes. That's my job as a U.S. attorney. Go ahead.
But just follow up on that quickly.
Norton.
Here she is just yelling at reporters who ask her, well, if you say one of the big issues is gun violence, aren't you encouraging more people to have dangerous weapons, and you're defunding gun prevention? And then Judge or Jeanine Pirro, now the top federal prosecutor in D.C., goes, just stop it. Stop asking me. Here, play this clip.
Out of time? That means he's had enough. Goodbye. Thanks.
Are we out of time? I gotta go. Goodbye.
I want you to report on
But
this.
you said it's guns. You said it's guns on the street that's causing this problem. Are you concerned that the DOJ's funding cuts?
Oh my God, dude. They are like, they can't govern. We all knew this, and we said this during the first administration, but holy shit, they really are fucking like comically incompetent.
To gun violence prevention programs.
Also, I don't know, Jeanine, maybe chill just a little bit with the shoulder pads. Just a little bit. I mean, you look like you're wearing Saiyan armor underneath there.
Stop it. We are
Vegeta. I like her style.
putting all kinds of resources onto the street.
What about the
It's over 9,000!
gun aspect of the gun violence?
What?
Thanks.
9,000?
And here I'm
a Scaramucci. You know what? The mooch.
previously reported that the
something funny
DOJ
about
has
the
lost 90 lawyers, or that they've lost all of their staff because people keep on quitting and getting fired. They were down rather to only 90 lawyers, hundreds of people quit and resign. Watch what she goes, I don't really care about the facts off the
No way! Oh, okay, Jeanine Pirro being in this position was a gift. Thank you, Trump, for this one. Your incompetence actually did something really, really funny for us.
The record.
Now, this may be detrimental to the country, but at least optically, this is fucking hilarious.
I don't care about the facts. Here, watch what she says.
Special. I don't have
you
any
mean I have a
special
job where I have to do stuff?
I wish I did.
Look at her. Oh, I gotta go. Oh, dude, she did her best Rudy Giuliani impression. Just boss, I gotta go.
On hiring prosecutors and judges.
I am. I am. I'm not going to bore you with the facts.
I don't really care about the facts off the record. I don't care about the facts. Here, watch what she says.
Special.
I don't have any special powers. I wish I did.
Can you talk about where you stand on hiring prosecutors and judges?
I am.
She is fucking panicking. Oh my God, dude!
I am. I'm not going to bore you with the facts.
I don't want to bore you with the facts, but what else? What else do people say to stall you?
That's.
I gotta take a shit. Wait, that was just me being honest.
Don't quote me on that. That was off the record.
That was off the record.
I can only hire during certain periods once there's been an ad or some kind of.
Okay, so I like the question, and I'm not sure if you guys heard it through all the joking. They were talking about if she's serious about gun control, then maybe, I don't know, do something about this?
Posting, and then I can hire. Okay, I'm doing
like hire people.
Doing it. I'm doing the best I can. The president has given me the permission to.
Hey, Hannity, you want a jab? I'm not really happy with that Janine Barrow. Janine Barrow, she said that she's a judge. I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't think that she's been a judge for a while.
Hire.
Not a very good judge.
This is an office that has been neglected.
Dude, she is like, this is an office. It has been neglected, and I am here to fix it.
Say it publicly. It's been neglected. With people signing contracts, they didn't know what they were signing. All right, it just kind of ran on its own. Not anymore. Do
you think that he might be regretting this one a little bit? I mean, in all seriousness, do you think?
This is an office where nobody seemed to care that we were down 90 lawyers, 60 investigators, and paralegals. I do. And so my effort is to get people who want to work in the nation's capital, who want to work in the largest United States Attorney's office in the country, and the best office. Because we're not just federal prosecutors.
Maybe Judge Judy is available. She would take it.
We're local prosecutors.
I know she would take it. She loves Trump.
Prosecutors. We get down and dirty on street crime.
Picture that actually might be entertaining. Which one's better though? Because this is entertaining. Like, say what you will about any of this. Like, yes, this is detrimental to the country. Yes, this is. It really is kind of sad, but we can at least have fun with this one because, as I said, this is just objectively entertaining.
And that is what really motivates a lot of
condensation.
My prosecutors.
There you have it, folks. Disastrous press conferences in the White House. We'll keep you posted every step of the way here on the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Let's get to
because your eager beaver little brother's popping up.
6 million subscribers.
Mr. Eager Beaver. Ew. Glad you got a new house. You know, because that's priorities. His little house that he used to be like, yeah, why don't you get a t-shirt? I like watching Judge Day Drunk flounder. It is fun. Like Pinkerbell, it's really fun. I don't know. This one, there hasn't been a lot of good out of this. You know, I'm just going to say, like, it's the small wins. And that was really funny. Oh, we gotta go. Bye. No more questions. Oh, fuck. All right, here. Yeah, screw it. Let's go to the Republican numbers because this is a funny story too.
All right, y'all. So it's all beginning to catch up with the Republicans. We have some new polling numbers that just came in, and it is an absolute bloodbath. It is an absolute disaster for them. They're falling apart, and the reason they're falling apart.
Just remember, though, the Democrats are also polling at like record lows right now, so don't get too excited.
Is that you know,
she has that Amy Klobuchar energy, like she's she's rubbing. Oh my God, she totally does. Do not. If I ever saw her doing this, like talking angrily with a stapler in her hand, I would just be like, I am out.
Economy is hitting a wall, and cracks in the foundation are beginning to show. Unemployment's going up, prices going up. We also see shrinkflation at the same time. We see manufacturing jobs going away. Everything negative you can imagine is happening. Here's what that's led to. This is from Harry Enton over at CNN.
You know, we're talking about warning signs for the Republican Party, and I will just say, uh-oh, for them. That is the phrase of the day. Uh-oh. Democrats lead the generic congressional ballot, and you can see their lead is expanding.
This guy
it's
is
becoming
a tool. Dude, it's hard to cherry pick your data when you're getting it from aggregate polling. Like, I know you might disagree with it, and honestly, polling's wacky as it is. I always take it with a grain of salt, but
bigger. Look at this in spring. CNBC, it was 2. Now it's 5. How about Ipsos?
The thing is, polling like about the last election was dead on.
It was 1 for the Democrats.
It was the fact that they were playing that game. They're like, don't trust the polling. Don't trust the polling.
Now it's 4. How about the Wall Street Journal? It was 1, and now it.
Oh, stop. CNN is like, it's owned by Jeff Zucker now. It's one of he's literally Trump's buddy. They have a whole, they did a whole shift in programming. They have a whole shift in what they can and cannot talk about. Trust me, man.
It is 3. So now the average lead here is.
There's a big difference between this CNN and the one that you watched during the Biden era.
4, which is up from just about a point. That's about a 3-point move on average in the Democrats' direction. And of course, Kate Baldwin.
The nice part, I was saying this, at least with MSNBC, at least it's kind of like the point that Park Rose was making about dating a liberal dude that, hides all of his intentions and is actually like a certifiable like chauvinist piece of shit, as opposed to just watching, or being with like a MAGA dude who is just a piece of shit.
And this is coming amidst the fights over redistricting.
Which again, not the greatest argument when I really break it down like that too, where I'm like, no, that really,
I think
I see what she's saying, but still not a great
There's
argument.
going to be a lot of people wondering, wait a minute, are Republicans wanting to change the line?
Oh, CNN got bought? Yeah, it got bought in the merger. So the Turner networks got bought under the Warner Brothers merger, the Warner Brothers Discovery merger. So Jeff Zucker runs all of this.
Because they are losing, which they absolutely are on the generic congressional ballot.
Which before, it was a Turner network. Do you think that Ted Turner was really like the top, like propagandist, like bullshit? Oh my God. I don't know, man. CNN has been milquetoast like through and through. You eventually had some like opinion, like entertainment pieces in Cuomo and Don Lemon, but look at what happened with them.
Winning, Republicans are losing, and maybe they're trying to change the lines in order to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room, given what we're seeing a clear.
Repiro, I think she said something to the effect of she didn't care why the people committed the crime, that just that they committed it. When presented with the crime sets, that's probably what the Midas guy was referencing.
Democratic momentum on the generic congressional ballot.
How does it break down when you look at party ID?
Okay, so this is one metric, right? The generic congressional ballot. How about party identification, right? Because the idea is if you're a Democrat, you're very likely to vote Democrat. If you're a Republican, you're very likely to vote Republican. Take a look here, the party ID margin, Democrats versus Republicans. Look in Q1 of this year. Quinnipiac, Republican.
Yeah, see, I was saying this too, and a lot of people weren't taking me seriously when I was just like, nah, man. You turn off the independents, you're going to see these numbers dip.
Republicans had a lead of a point. Gallup, it was tight. Look at where we are now in the latest measures. Again, Democratic momentum. This is a 5-point move to the Democrats, according to Quinnipiac. Now they're up by 4.
Yeah, plus Quinnipiac is updating their polling. So they are going after emails, and they're also text messages.
On party ID. How about Gallup? What we see is
they are finally updating that, where they're including, the actual American populace and not just landlines.
Democrats ahead by 3 points.
That was always insane to me.
Clear movement towards the Democratic Party on a very key metric, because if you're identifying as Democratic, you're far more likely to vote for the Democrat. If you're identifying as Republican, you're far more likely to vote Republican. And I will note, Kate, that this is a change from
no.
last year, especially among
dude, you might as well have just said, I'm saying words, and it would have had the same effect right there.
When Republicans held a rare lead going into the 2024 election, and then, of course, foreshadowed Donald Trump winning, foreshadowed Republicans taking the House, taking the Senate, and now, of course, Democrats are ahead here. This is a big for Republicans as we are at the midpoint of 2025.
But you see some signs as well, even beyond polling that you've been looking at, you think could indicate.
Yeah, okay, so this is the polling, right? You're looking at party ID, you're looking at the generic congressional ballot. How about the special elections? Look at this. In the median 2025 special election so far, Democrats in these different districts, get this, they're doing about 13 points better, the median Democrat, than Kamala Harris.
That's a lot.
In those same districts.
I mean, that's like a lot.
That is a huge movement. And last year what we saw was, in fact, when you compare the 2024 special election results back to the Joe Biden baseline of 2020, Republicans were actually doing better than they did in 2020.
Does she actually care about any of this? I always wonder, or does she just sit there like, okay, like just listening to the producer?
20 in those. So again, this is clear.
Because I don't know, again, I look at this from pro wrestling aspect, where it's just like they're waiting for their time to talk, and then after they do, they don't give a shit.
Clear movement towards the Democrats, and we're seeing it on 3 different metrics: 2 polling and 1 in actual election results.
So is it going to matter? That's my question.
Did he spill something on his shirt?
Is this going to matter? Because I don't know.
Oh no, Kyle.
I mean, we're looking in real time right now at the attempt to gerrymander away all the seats that the Democrats can pick up. That's what Texas is doing, and California's trying to fight back. New York's trying to fight back. But the Democrats are behind the 8 ball on that because they have laws about independent redistricting efforts in a lot of the blue states. And so first the Democrats would have to repeal those laws and then try to counter the gerrymandering by doing gerrymandering of their own. So because the Democrats care about fair play, they actually sort of fuck themselves a little bit when it comes to the midterms. Because it looks like Texas and Florida are going full steam ahead, trying to fucking rig it and pick up Republican seats, knowing that the polls are not looking good for them right now for the midterms. So you got that going on. You got Trump signing executive orders about the election. Originally, he tried to hand over the election process to fucking Elon Musk and federalize the process. I've never seen clear attempts to rig the shit. He tried to steal the 2020 election. Now he's testing out deploying the National Guard and deploying the U.S. military in our streets for no reason whatsoever. What the fuck?
Eating and drinking is hard. I have a beard, so yeah, you know what? You'd be surprised at how many times I'll just be like, oh, what the fuck? Oh,
damn it. Do you think he's going to do around the election if he's doing this right now during peacetime? I mean, is this going to matter? Because I'll tell you what, if if we do have a free and fair election, oh my God, it's all finally catching up to him. Guys, Donald Trump killed an increase in overtime pay for millions of people. You think they like that? You think people like that? You think the federal contractors and employees, when Biden gave them a $15 minimum wage, you think they like it that Trump came in and he took that away and he got rid of that for federal contractors? Do you think it helps Trump that he opposes the PRO Act and opposes minimum wage increases? That he destroyed the NLRB with his anti-union thug picks? That he destroyed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau? That he outsourced 200,000 jobs, killed 115,000 factory jobs in his second term? I mean, the trade war alone, making
I'm all for adult sippy cups.
whole world turn on us. Prices going up, unemployment's going up. Like all that is an absolute disaster. Trump cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
I just realized that I technically have like I do have like a little sippy straw for this that I haven't been using.
I mean, this is what we're talking about with the big bullshit bill. 2.3 million people lost health care in Trump's first term because
it's Fort Lauderdale,
of his policies. So is this shit actually going to...
It really does have like different like regional look, like kind of thing going there.
Catch up to him.
Oh my God, he's like a fighting game character.
And I like to think the answer is yes.
Every region, he's got a different
costume. I like to think the answer is yes. I don't know.
You think his stance is one that goes like this?
They're doing everything they can to try to rig it up front. But if we have a free and fair election, and God help the Republicans, if the Democrats learn to even fight 15% as hard as they need to fight, oh my God, they'd be so cooked. The Republicans would be so cooked. Because the Democrats are now surging in the polls, and this is without them even doing anything. No Democrat is leading the charge. No Democrat is making any argument.
Well, Mai Tai.
You know, no Democrat is front and center saying all the right things. This is literally just purely out of spite and hatred from the public that Republicans are going down and Democrats are going up. Could you imagine a functioning Democratic Party that hammers Trump on the Epstein stuff? That points out that Epstein was best friends with Trump for a decade. That the first time Trump
He'd be
and
like
Melania
Johnny
had
Cage.
sex was on the
I can see
Lolita
it.
Express, which is Jeffrey.
Oh my God, he actually would. Not the worst Johnny
Epstein's
Cage.
pedophile plane. Could you imagine a Democratic Party that points out
my kids like to make fun of me for my NPC swag.
Epstein knew the
That's hilarious.
inner workings of Trump's first White House, his first term?
Welcome, traveler.
That point out that Trump and
Do you
Epstein
require
shared a
any
girlfriend.
assistance?
That's real. That sounds fake. It's not. They shared a girlfriend. Trump wrote a creepy love letter to Epstein on his birthday and said, "You and I share a lot of similarities, Jeff, don't we?"
That'd be a cool Street Fighter mod where they're all political pundits. Oh my God, you make me where I could fight Tim Pool. That would be so much fun.
Trump offered Epstein a job.
Dude, let's get this done.
In his first term in the White House. I'm not kidding.
Pep Talks first. Asmongold.
This was just reported by the Telegraph, talking to Epstein's butler. He's the guy who outed this. Epstein learned human trafficking from Trump's teenage modeling agency. If you had a Democratic Party that could
Oh my God. Hassan would look a little bit like Sagat, just in like how tall he is.
focus on these things, fight on these things, while also fighting on Trump's warmongering with Iran and Yemen and Somalia, and fight him on his concentration camps and
Mr. Toolhead, you can make... Wait, Mr. Toolhead, wasn't that just essentially Inspector Gadget?
Auschwitz and his fucking horrible economic policies, which are leading to unemployment going up and prices going up at the same time. Stagflation.
He looks like the owner of a highway strip club.
If you had a Democratic Party that could also fight, we'd be looking at prime FDR-like numbers for the Democrats, not only in the midterms, but in the 2028 election. That's what we would be looking at, for sure.
I'm not going to be able to unsee it. Have you guys tried the buffet? It's actually pretty good.
But instead...
Also, it's 2-for-1 titty night.
Democrats are running and hiding, and even given that, Republican numbers are still cratering because of just how...
It's a strip club that literally does it by the booth.
How disgusting they are. And don't get it twisted, man. A lot of this also has to do with that big bullshit bill, which really just tore this country in half, destroyed it. 17 million people losing their health care. I mean, that's not something you just recover from. That's something that is, generational type damage. And the fallout is just beginning. Hey, y'all, do me a
Alrighty. Let me link this video and then go check out Kyle Kulinski. I appreciate it if you guys would sub to that channel. And if you don't already, also sub to this channel if you don't already. Don't those usually Running pairs. Hey, inflation, what are you gonna do? That would be that would be the funniest interaction. It's just like, hey, I came here, I came here for the titties. And it's just like, no, you came here for the titty. Oh, you know what? I can only afford the titty. Inflation. What you gonna do? While you enjoy your dance, let me tell you about these robber barons. No, I got. Oh my god. He starts doing his political shtick at a table. Okay. I'm kind of liking sleazy strip club version of Kyle. This is really funny. Dude, we're going to create one of the craziest fanfics, and it's just going to be just every leftist that is in the space, and oh my god, it's going to be hilarious. The funniest part is Letterhack at some point is going to hear this, or like if he's already listening, and he's already kind of like brought up, he's like, oh, we should make that a skit. But Florida Man Kyle, I don't know, Florida Man Kyle, or like Fort Lauderdale Kyle, although that just sounds like he's a bounty hunter. You know, Kyle Kulinski, the bounty hunter. I mean, the fact, again, Kyle Kulinski. I know I'm right. If I ever get to... Is this sad? I actually know exactly what I would ask him. If I got to ask Kyle one question, it's, did you smoke Cools or Newports? I'm pretty sure you were a cool smoker, right? Because, I don't know, you strike me as a menthol man, and then the fact that your name is Kulinski, so you would play into that and just be like, yeah, I'm Kulinski who smokes Cools. I don't know. I do know that he used to, so... I'm genuinely curious about that. I want to wait for the West Coast 420. So we're going to get there. Let's get to the Bernie Sanders interview here. I was going to watch this yesterday, but I did not have time. So Dana Bash had a pretty good interview with... Bernie Sanders. There was a lot of stuff to come out of it, but I purposefully avoided that because I did want to see this one fresh. So let's go.
A key progressive voice in the reddest of red states. Senator Bernie.
Whoa, Superman syndrome and a half there, Dana. She looks like a different person.
Is spending this congressional recess back on what he
Lori Mayer's 1981. Pirro is a nutcase and actually is making crime worse.
calls his fighting oligarchy tour, trying to help Democrats find their footing among working class Americans and reclaim power next November. I hit the road with the senator in West Virginia as he took his message to the heart of Trump country.
It's good to be with you here. We're in Wheeling, West Virginia, and it's so fascinating that this
she
is
looks
part
entirely different
of what you call your fighting the oligarchy
Crazy.
tour. Because
I don't look that different
this
without
is
my
a
glasses,
state
do I?
where Donald Trump got
No.
70%.
Really?
70%.
Not tonight.
Well, yeah, and this was an auditorium that was packed. It was
maybe I
at
do.
capacity. Still, what makes you think that your message tonight is going to resonate in such a red state?
You know, it's funny. I couldn't see shit when I did that.
Well, among other things, when I ran for president, I think here in West Virginia, we won every single county. Look, this is a working class state. It's one of the poorest states in the country. People are hurting, and they want candidates to come before them to stand up for the working class and take on the oligarchs who have so much economic and political power. So I think the message will resonate here. I think it'll resonate in many red states throughout the country, because at the end of the day, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. They don't want to see tax breaks for billionaires. They don't want to see the rich get richer. They want health care as a human right. They want to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. They want to be able to live in housing that they can afford.
One of the things that you talked about here,
Again, I will say this for the man. He is very consistent in his messaging, and that's one of the reasons that he has been as successful as he is.
you've been talking about since even before it passed,
It's really simple. I mean, go back to the 2016 election. That's what made him appealing, was the fact that people were just like, wait, he's been saying this since the fucking 80s?
is what the president
Like, no, he's been saying this since the 60s. It's like, what?
calls his big, beautiful bill. cuts to Medicaid, other programs. 25% of West Virginians receive Medicaid, 15%
Oh my God, I just realized there's an entire generation that has no idea what that noise means.
rely on food stamps. And yet, as I mentioned, West Virginians overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. How do you square that circle?
Well, that's a long.
She said the squared circle. Uh-huh. Dana Bash, I've got something for you in the squared circle. Uh-huh. Bernie Sanders, yeah, bringing in the heat, coming in as my tag team partner. Yeah, he's gonna bring in the socialism and it's gonna piss everybody off. Yeah.
The story that has to do with the failure of the Democratic Party in general to speak to the needs of the working class. This used to be, decades ago, one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. Now it's a strong Republican state because I think in many ways, Democratic Party has turned its back on what was it.
You know what? I wasn't going to do this, but Macho Man was a very convincing personality.
It's space. But I think our job and what the reason I'm here. And
Bernie Sanders taking a bump for America. Yeah.
The reason we go to red states all over the country is to make it clear that there are some of us who are prepared to stand up for the working class. And if we stand together, if we're united, if we don't let Trump divide us up, there is no stopping what we can do as a nation in terms of improving life for ordinary people.
You said the Democratic Party has turned its back on the working class. You'd said something pretty tough when you were speaking to this crowd about Kamala Harris.
One of the reasons, in my view, that Kamala Harris lost this election is she had too many billionaires telling her not to speak up for the working class of this country.
Ouch.
Well, no.
Ouch.
I don't think that's
all said. I mean, it's not that controversial.
She's a friend of mine.
Controversial.
Her core.
I love when my mouth betrays me.
Consultants, were heavily influenced by very wealthy people. How do you run for president?
Speaking of your mouth betraying you, back to the whole, having a little bit of a dribble. You ever have that with food where you're just like, huh?
And not develop a strong agenda which speaks to the economic crises facing working families. You have more income and wealth inequality today than we've ever had. You have 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck. You got a healthcare system which is broken and dysfunctional. And despite spending so much, we're the only major country not to guarantee healthcare to all people. How do you not talk about those issues?
She talked about affordability.
Well, but in a vague, I don't want to rehash that campaign, but I think the clue to Democratic victories is to understand that you got to stand unequivocally with the working class of this country. You need an agenda that speaks to the needs of working people. Is it a radical idea that we join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people? Is that a radical idea? You tell me how many people are talking about that. Is it radical?
I kind of wish he was just like, is that a radical idea? No, I'm actually asking Dana, do you think that's a radical idea? You need to answer this now.
Idea to say that we got.
I'm the interviewer now.
Raise the minimum wage to $17 an hour. It's a radical idea to say that in the midst of a competitive global economy, we need to make sure we have the best educated workforce, that all of our kids, regardless of income, should be able to get a higher education. These ideas exist all over the world. They don't exist in America. And they don't exist because of the power of the oligarchs economically and politically. All right, let's be clear, in my view. The current political system in the United States of America is broken and corrupt. Does anybody think that it makes...
You ever heard the theory that, the more curmudgeonly you are, the more you're, bound to live a very, very long life? Which, I don't know. In my experience with some of my grandparents, kind of fits.
Any sense at all that Elon Musk can spend $270 million to elect Trump as president and then become the most important person in government? Billionaires should not be able to buy elections. And by the way, that's not just a progressive perspective. Conservatives understand that too.
Mm-hmm. What makes you so sure that the solution that you're offering, which is a more assertive federal government, is something that is going to fly in places where people have been voting in recent years Republican and have an inherent distrust of government?
Well, they should, and they should have it.
So they trust the Trump government, though.
Distrust
Like, okay, so real question. Do any of you guys think that with everything that's going on that people are going to start shifting on that one? Or do you think that this is just going to double down on this where they're just like, nope, we trust Trump. We don't trust anybody in the government before. Which that, I mean, realistically, it's scary.
For a number of reasons. The government is too bureaucratic and not responsive. But, and let me tell you what I'm sure you already know, is that if you look at the polling, and I asked the people here today, you heard me ask.
Anybody here think that the American healthcare system is vaguely effective?
Nobody in America thinks it's working. We spend twice as much as other countries, 85 million uninsured or underinsured. 60,000 people die a year because they can't get to a doctor on time. Do you think that in America, with all of our genius, all of our capabilities, we spending so much money cannot provide a high-quality system that guarantees health care to all people? And you think people here don't know that? They know it. They know we can do it. Throughout Europe and other countries, you don't have to leave college $50,000, $100,000 in debt, or $500,000 in debt if you're going to medical school. That makes zero sense at all. Look, let's be clear, and the message of tonight and what I will continue to give. You have a government today that is run by the wealthiest people in this country. They are extremely greedy people. They want it all, and we've got to stand up to them. Unfortunately, for many decades, that has not been the Democratic Party, and that has got to change.
I'm sure you've heard.
By the way, quick announcement. Apparently, Majority Report just hit number 30 in the YouTube charts today.
About some Democrats who are talking.
Congratulations to Sam, Emma, and Matt, and the rest of the crew over at the Majority Report. That's so cool, man. Like, I'm so glad to see like everybody kind of
about
growing in these
embracing
spaces.
the
This is
so-called
really
abundance
really cool.
movement. The idea that liberal politics.
That's also why people are panicking because, again, even with Midas Touch,
politicians.
Yeah, right. That's crazy. Number 30. That's a big accomplishment. You have no idea.
Have created too much regulatory red tape,
and they're consistently growing too. So they're only looking at being put into the 20 spots here. Come on,
from
coming
getting
in hot.
anything
Let's
done.
go.
I spoke recently to Democratic Congressman Richie Torres, who said that Democrats shouldn't be the party of more government, but the party of better, cheaper, and faster government. What do you make of that idea?
Well, I think that it is clear. Look, I deal with bureaucracy every day at the federal level, the state level, at the local level. It's absolutely true. To build a house, to do this, do that, you have to go through all kinds of things. To apply for, Medicaid, you got to fill out 87 forms. Dealing with your insurance companies, you got to fill out 1 million forms. We live in a world which is much, much too complicated. So if the goal is to make it sure that within environmental safeguards,
they don't have the big benefit of big money astroturfing, so it's actually a really real accomplishment. Yes, it's all organic viewers. They also don't get like I know that they do something where they're not doing the bot like they will not use the bot SWAT numbers. Like they'll report those right away. So like say that somebody tries to bot SWAT, so they can do the thing where they're like, look, they're buying bots.
We can move forward much faster. The answer is yes.
Same happens on this channel.
But that is not the fundamental problem facing America.
This, by the way.
The fundamental problem facing America is that you got a handful of oligarchs who have enormous wealth, enormous economic power, enormous political power, and they want even more. That is the fundamental issue. Should we make government more efficient? Absolutely.
Just a couple of political questions. President
politics.
Trump suggested
That'd be funny if he said that. No politics.
this week that
I want to talk about wrestling.
Vice President J.D. Vance is probably the favorite to take over the so-called.
Did you know that Ric Flair wasn't actually that was not an original character? Did you know that there was another Ric Flair, the Nature Boy?
MAGA movement. He's from this kind of area. I mean, he's from Appalachia. He probably has appeal in red states and working class areas. Do you think him being an heir to the MAGA movement is something that should be concerning to Democrats trying to defeat MAGA?
Not my thing at all. I really don't know. I don't particularly care. I think he has nothing really, neither Trump nor he nor the Republicans of today have anything of significance to say to working class people. What they're trying to do is to divide us up. Oh, you're a Muslim, you're undocumented, you're black, you're gay. Let's divide everybody up so the rich can become richer. Our job is to...
Massachusetts had 37% of the vote for Trump, yet 0 House members that are Republican. Connecticut had 40% of the state over Trump yet.
Bring people together. Doesn't matter to me, who heads the Republican Party.
Redistricting.
Yes.
What's going on in Texas? Republicans are pushing to redraw the state's map to try to bolster the House GOP majority, eliminating Democratic seats. I know you have been a long time opponent of gerrymandering with redistricting, but you also say the Democratic governors should, quote, fight fire with fire and
there are a couple
redraw.
of things here.
Yeah.
What is quite incredible. I mean, see, we are taking Trumpism kind of as normal. Trump is the one who came up with the idea. He says, let's see, Texas, I think we can get 5 more seats. Do it. Oh, yes, sir. You're the great leader. We will do it. And they're often trying to do it. So
not American, but I think Trump is better for America, bad for you.
everybody knows what's going on. It is undemocratic.
It's an interesting opinion.
It is outrageous.
And yet you think
Also, welcome T.R. Hassan, 3131.
Democratic governors
Assuming you are are you a Hassan fan?
should try to push back
I
and
think it'd be wild if you're not. You're like, no, there are other Hassans out there, dude.
do the same thing?
I think they have no choice. I mean, what Trump is trying to do, he understands that there is a good chance that the Republicans will lose control over the House. I would hope the Senate as well. That'll be a tougher fight. So he's trying to make, in his authoritarian way, say, hey, I don't want to lose elections. Let's rig the system. Give me 5 more votes in Texas to me, maybe some other states. So what should Democrats do? Sit back and say, oh, gee, Trump is doing is terrible. We can't do anything. Let them win the election when they shouldn't. So Democrats have got to fight back. I think it's pathetic, but I think that's what they've got to do.
Even though you have said that gerrymandering undermines
It does.
the political
Of
process?
course it does.
Yeah.
It's what we have now is a terrible situation, and Republicans are making it worse. Well, what do you do? If Republicans are doing it, you have to respond. It's pathetic, but I think you have to respond.
Michael Bolton. The Michael Bolton thing. Hey, it's a difficult truth. Yeah, that's cool. He ended up, oh, he's live now. Cool. Yeah, Carlos is a good guy, man. As I said, I felt a little bad that he was just like, yeah, I don't really do comic books, and we were just sitting there vibing about comic books a little too long. I was like, oh, shit. If you guys don't know, I was on the Letter Hack show yesterday, and we talked some comics and politics. It was a lot of fun, man. Oh my god. Okay, this is... It's mostly a comic book show. He knows what's up. Oh, right. Because, yeah, Letter Hack show on Monday is a comic book show. I keep forgetting that. Yeah. I kind of wish I would have brought up a few more things. I got to just, like, do my weekly reading and just kind of go through and just be like, okay, here. Oh, Michael Bolton. I told those people I like Michael Bolton. John Bolton. John Bolton's that mustached weirdo from Trump 1 in the Bush administration that has a hard-on for going to war with Iran. God. Oh, man. Such a nostalgic era. All right, so we have an interview with a grocery store owner that I wanted to take a look at. Also, one hell of a freeze frame. Okay, are those lip fillers, or is that just like her lipstick in the way that she's speaking right now?
New this morning, we are getting a new look at prices
I think
at
it
the
was
grocery
the
store.
latter.
July Consumer Price Index shows inflation for food prices over the past month. That's steady, but over the past year, that number is 2.9%. Recent polling shows that Americans are worried about the cost of food. In fact, 53%.
Why are they kids gloving this in a way Like, dude, seriously, I understand that, like, the last, it was an election season, right? But this is insane. They are kids gloving the American people right now with this shit, and kids gloving the Trump administration with this right now, because this is, we're not going to have enough panic that a recession's coming and then a depression, because this shit where it's just like, oh, you know, it's less than we thought it would be, but it's like, you do understand that the average American person is at that point where they're like, no, Trump said he was going to make shit cheaper. When's he making shit cheaper? Seriously, when's he making shit cheaper?
Say grocery prices are a major stress. Joining us now is Stu Leonard Jr. from Stu Leonard's Grocery Stores. Hi, Stu. Quite the backdrop you have for us. All right, I know you have some props as well. What items at your stores are going up the most with prices?
Well, here's a good one. You guys could put this on the grill right here, but here's probably one of our ranchers' favorite when they come, sort of like a Fred Flintstone steak. But, you know, ribeye steaks are huge, and meat
Yabba dabba dork.
prices have gone up. We're at a like historic low herd size in America, so the supply is very low, and prices have ticked up.
Say what you will about the likes of Reagan, Clinton, Bush, or Obama, but I could grill out every weekend for $30 steaks, sides, beer. Life was good. Trump fucking sucks. Boom. Boom, Lori. That is like, seriously, that's what more Americans just need to be saying. It's like, no, I used to be able to barbecue up under this. Like, this is insane.
I just talked to our meat buyer this morning, and he said
This is coming off like an infomercial, a little bit.
that he's feeling even more escalation in meat, could be around 80 cents to $1 a pound coming up to the holidays.
So when do you see that trend subsiding?
Boy, I don't know. You know, another thing that's really big is we have shrimp, you know, and you know, right now we can either get it from Ecuador, we could get it from India, but the Bay there, India has huge tariffs, so we're not buying it from India right now. That's 50%, I believe, and now Ecuador is at 15%. So we're trying to move our shrimp production over to Ecuador, which is huge. We do 500,000 pounds of shrimp a year.
Yeah, remember how this was supposed to, like, I don't know, help American shrimp harvesters and all that?
Here at Stu Leonard. So
Harvesters, is that what they're called?
What about some other items like coffee, like eggs? Where does that stand?
Shrimpers.
Hey, well, you know, coffee is that's a supply and demand issue right now. They're having some you know, heat problems and weather problems. So coffee prices have spiked. But, you know, this is a big one here because, you know, usually what we can do here is I can resource product, sort of like what I did during COVID. We were jumping all around trying to buy product from all over the world, and we're doing the same thing now because of the tariffs. So bananas is one thing. It's a 15% tariff from Costa Rica. We don't grow them in America, so you have to import those, and that's a 15% tariff. Our importers eating the whole thing. They have not raised the price yet. So I talked to our buyers this morning. The seas are calm. We have not raised prices at Stu Leonard's due to the tariffs. We've had a little bit of increase in things like aluminum
This shit's going to destroy small restaurants. It already is.
trays from
One of my favorite places has gone down to only 2 days a week,
China and stuff.
which I'm seeing the writing on the wall.
Negligible. We haven't raised prices, but I don't see that happening unless this tariff thing gets worked out by really next month or even October.
Just to be clear, you don't see your ability to continue not raising prices unless the tariff situation
That's 6 million
is
jobs.
worked out. Is that what you're saying?
We won't see it because the jobs report numbers aren't going to reflect that. They're like, this is what's really fucked up. We're going to be losing jobs, and then the next jobs report's going to come out with a net positive for jobs that's completely fake. Like, we're in a new era where, like, fake numbers are actually a thing. You know, while he was complaining about fake news, fake numbers, fake news, fake numbers, we were basing our markets on this shit. So obviously it wasn't fucking fake. And honestly, every douchebag like investor bro that used this for their betterment, I'm glad that they're going to take the hits on this one, because honestly, they're the ones who are going to take a massive hit when that fucking stock market collapses. Oh boy, I want to hear how much you love Trump daddy after that.
Well, we've been here 50 years. We work on thin margins. Like my dad always said, people have to eat. So we're always going to be busy and have sales, but we don't make a lot of money. Now, I can't absorb, if all of a sudden there's a 50% tariff on something, or even a 25%, I can't absorb all of that as a family business. So I'm being delicate. Like, I've left our ground beef price at $3.99. For the families that want to make hamburgers for the summer. And that's a little bit of a cost. Lobster has come down in price. We used to export a lot to China, and that's sort of dried up a little bit. So the U.S. is getting more lobster. Prices have gone down. You saw eggs have cleaned up right there. And, the big thing is people love these lobsters right here for the holidays. So, what we're seeing is the seas are calm with tariffs right now, but
You want to know what's crazy? What is really crazy? Go to a Walmart and see how they have 40 checkouts, but only 3 of them are open. In the 90s and 2000s, every checkout was packed. Well, to be fair, there's a lot of self-checkouts now, but yeah, I do understand what you're saying. The lines were always pretty consistent, like grocery stores were always packed.
Liquor suppliers, the European...
Yeah, you know what? That's weird, because I did go to the grocery store this weekend, and I noticed how, just not busy it was.
Buying the Bordeaux's and...
I mean, to be fair, some people like grocery delivery.
And
cough, cough.
Barolos from Italy and everything. Those are all going to be tariffed. A lot of our suppliers have brought stuff over in inventory pre-tariff.
Also, more online shopping. Yeah. Well, yeah, I was about to say Walmart, Target, even local grocery stores now are starting to offer, delivery even.
Stores are running out. So we're going to...
Unless you do Instacart, too. Which...
be at a critical point, I think, next month.
But my gas prices...
That's
going to $2 a gallon, bro. Trust me, bro.
Going to determine the price.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Of food for the holidays.
Well, we'll definitely...
Dude, I was in another state this weekend, and I had to go up to Wisconsin for a little bit. So it was funny when I saw $2.98, and I was just like, and that's right there. Even that, I'm like, ooh.
Checking back in.
I'm like, oh, wait a minute. That's not the $1.98. $1.98 under $2.
Next month. How are consumers changing their grocery store shopping habits? We just showed that poll that
Based West moment.
53% of American consumers are concerned about grocery prices right now.
You know what? We have 100,000 customers a week coming through the store, and we're on the floor pretty much. But one of the things you find, we have an app, and we put specials on that all the time. I would recommend, because we've noticed our app purchases of things that are on sale have increased. The other thing is our private label that we have at the store. That has gone up quite a bit. People are switching over to private label. We notice our demos aren't as effective. We got everybody tasting stuff. Sales usually double or triple when you sample it in the store. It's not as people aren't just grabbing stuff and throwing it in their cart. They're more price conscious for sure. It hasn't changed their behavior radically. They're still looking for good fresh food that's high quality. They're not going to buy something less expensive or day old or something. So customers are pretty much doing the same thing they've always been doing, except they're very conscious of food prices. And hey, my fingers are crossed. The retailers don't want to raise prices.
My fingers are crossed.
We're sometimes get choked a little bit by what
this guy voted for Trump for sure.
We are allowed
for sure. And he's kind of like, yeah,
buy it at and what we have to retail it at in the store.
All right, Stu Leonard Jr., thank you so much. And like I said, we'll check back in with you next month when you predict things could change. Yeah.
Hey, one thing that's exciting, you see this? I'm throwing this out at Yankee Stadium tonight at 7 o'clock for the Yankees game. I got Bon Jovi, who gave me some tips. Willie Randolph gave me some tips. Martha Stewart's giving everybody. I got it on Facebook there, but everybody's giving me tips.
I have a feeling this guy isn't just your average local grocery store owner, guys. Just going out on a limb.
I can't throw a grand.
I don't think this guy lives, in rural New York where it's just, I got my one, my 2 grocery stores and I got one with my brother, Angelo. Angelo owns one and then we got another guy that owns, my other brother.
Wolf, do you have any tips?
I have a tip. Just throw a strike.
People like this guy are the reasons there are so many communists? Yes. Absolutely. This is why so many people are moving left, is assholes like this who unironically hoard their little nest eggs, complain about how the cost of everything, and then simultaneously are ripping off their fucking customers, are ripping off their employees, are ripping off everybody. And then he has the nerve to laugh about it, just like, oh, you know what? Maybe I gotta pass the cost on. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I'm taking a little bit of a hit here.
Wolf, did you hear Wolf's tip?
How much you think that he paid himself last year? Just out of curiosity.
Throw a strike.
All right, good luck. We'll be watching.
Good luck.
Hey, love your show. And Wolf, my mom's a Holocaust victim.
Shut up.
Also.
All right, well, give her our love.
All right, well, give her love. Wow. What up, Bloodstone? Not sure if you were part of the stream this afternoon, but I was. You. Oh yeah, no, I think you were. I think I was able to shout you out. Or wait, were you not? Because I remember. So it was funny. The 20-minute mark hit, and I just went, "Shout out, Bloodstone." Scaredy Bear made a little appearance. Which, if you guys have not noticed, I have to be. All right, buddy, your moment of fame has passed. Yeah, dude. Dude, he was really pushy. He's just like, oh, I want one more minute. Come on, guys. They always say it's 15 minutes of fame. Give me 16 minutes of fame. Gobble. You know what's funny? Every time that I do that, I have a feeling that you got a devil's advocate. Like, if he pops up, he'll just be like, you are slandering New Yorkers here. Also, shout out Devil's Advocate Productions, man. He is a rad dude. Everybody at this space has been super freaking rad. I haven't gotten to meet everybody yet. Haven't gotten really to do full collabs with everybody, which I'm hoping I do. I hope I get to meet the entire crew and just kind of slowly get to do everybody's show, Dude, I would love to talk to Pastor Ben Dixon. That'd be cool. Although you would see me on my best behavior. I might even put on a suit coat for that one. And also, yes, I will be very, very respectful. I will refer to him as Pastor Ben Dixon, and I will also have a very good, respectful conversation with him. All right. I want to smoke with this, and once I do, I'll run upstairs. Shout out to my Uncle Vinny, great guy. He came back on a boat. He came on a boat back in 1945. Hey. I was there for a bit. Okay, cool. Well, Bloodstone, it's good to see you. 2-0. Wait. How likely is Trump to sell Alaska for Ukraine? Yeah, that was gross. Excuse me. I wasn't really thinking. I don't know. He is slipping, though. Because did you guys see, in multiple interviews, I guess he was, saying, he's just I'm going to Russia. I'm going to Russia. And then he's going to Alaska. And, yeah, people were legit just okay, seriously now, if Biden was doing this, this would be, a top news story right now. Can we start doing something with a little consistency? Can I just also say that shout out, like, for once, shout out to like the lib aunties out there, or aunties that, however you say it, out there that coined the phrase what is it, Kankles McTaco Tits. Appreciated that. That's pretty funny. I was Casey Troning in spirit. Nice. I will be as soon as I'm home. Noise. That's always the best. Oh my God, there's no better smoke than that. That moment you get through the door, you get your stuff put away, you pet your animals, you take care of whatever you need to take care of, like as far as, house stuff. Usually it's, for me, it's letting the animals out. If this was the 90s, check the voicemail. Walk over to the voicemail machine, because that was a thing. And then, it's like a 90s movie, walk over to the fridge and maybe open an orange juice. I might be a little cheeky and just actually drink it from the carton, because, who's going to know? How do you guys appreciate my art direction there? Why is this? Crap. Okay. You guys want some purple stuff? Because purple, like, drink was good. Let's see. I hate to say it, Sunny D. Sunny D would be my preferential choice there. Now, if you got those, like, the ones that were, like, in the plastic bottles that, like, what were they called? Like, the Squeeze-Ems? You remember those? Where, like, they had the faces on them and shit? God, those had such a bitter taste to them. So much sugar. Pentagon's Golden Dome to have 4-layer defense system. For what? For what? I'm very confused about this. Why? Who can? What? What are we expecting? Seriously, how fucking paranoid is this asshole? We have gone through, like, what, 20-something years of fucking peacetime at this point? Since post 9/11? Like, dude, well, peacetime, you know what I mean. Talking about over on America. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, whoa. Yeah, nice try, fuckface. What's wrong with people? Seriously. We always had Kool-Aid bursts. That was weird. Yeah, it was. Capri Suns. Now, here's the thing. Were you one of the weird kids that stabbed it from the bottom? Because... fine. I apologize in advance there. TR Hassan 3131, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, brother. Glad that you're enjoying the show. I do remember Burst and Capri Sun, High C. Oh, dude, Ecto Coolers, come on now. And Ecto Coolers, no, those ones were not overrated. Because recently they did a re-release of the Ecto Coolers, although they came in cans. That was a big difference. The canned Ecto Cooler. Hell yeah, it was really good. It really was. Dude. Now I'm sitting here lamenting like, oh, I want Ecto Cooler in a nice cold can. Any Ouch bubblegum? Yeah. Dude, Ouch bubblegum. Yeah. That look like the Band-Aids. Hell yeah. No. Those lasted just a little bit longer than your fruit stripe gum. Your fruit stripe gum was come on, there's the joke about the fruit stripe gum where it's just like, ooh, fruit stripe gum. And it's gone. I'm unfamiliar with Ouch bubble gum. Really? Okay, so back in the 90s, they used to have like these tins that they look like Band-Aid tins. And yeah, it was just called Ouch bubble gum. You would take out your little piece of bubble gum, and it was it was wrapped like a Band-Aid. Pretty cool. And it kind of looked like they had printing on it. It looked kind of like a Band-Aid. 3 flavors in there. Oh yeah, that's right. And it was 3 flavors. Yeah. Oh wow, that was nostalgia right there. Remember candy cigarettes? Those still a thing? How much would Alaska be worth in today's money? The thing is, there's no way America would do that. I mean, I know you're trying to be funny here, but do you understand the minerals alone that are in Alaska? And there's a reason that America's very keen on keeping those. My favorite gum. Big Red's good. Don't mind a little cinnamon, But also, it is kind of like, I don't know, if you feel like torturing yourself just for a little bit. I don't know. Shit, I haven't thought of my favorite gum in a long time. Oh, wait, no. Like the Bubblicious. If I'm going like classic gum, Bubblicious, because yeah, it lasted forever, man. And also, yeah, I don't know. There was something about getting that brick where you're just like, yeah. About 350. That would be so funny. Donnie boy. How much would you say for, Alaska? I don't know, Pooty Poo. About 350. If you give me that 350, you can have Alaska. God, that'd be the funniest cut. I have an announcement to make. I sold Alaska for 350. Is this happening? The saddest part is he could do that, and I would just, for some reason, it's like, that tracks. It all tracks. If Taco tried to sell Alaska, Lisa Murkowski would vote in favor, but be very concerned about it afterwards. Yeah. Dude, her fucking face when she was asked, how do you feel that you just voted to take that? And did you hear about what happened? How he reneged on her deal and how she didn't even get what she wanted out of it? He totally tricked her, man. She fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Lo mein flavored gum. I know a guy in Manhattan that can get. No, I'm good on that. I like the little rice candy that you used to get at the. You only used to get those at very specific types of Chinese food restaurants. The one that had the faded menu. Maybe not have a minor sitting on a chair behind the cash register, and you're just like, all right. Little old Seinfeld for you. $350 million, perhaps. Oh, I mean, yeah, exactly. Well, that's what come on, for him to do that. Although that'd be so funny. Putin gives him a check for $3.50. Hold the phone. I did not say I meant 350 million. God damn it. Wait, that's my favorite Chinese place. I can't say the name of the one that I go to, but yeah, we got one of those. I just got the biggest cravings for some they got really good cashew chicken. Their beef lo mein. Damn it. Oh, we did it. We did it, guys. We hit the pep talk segment where I start talking about food because I'm a little bit hungry. Alaska and Siberia is worth this. Tiny European country is worth more. I disagree with that. I mean, if you're talking about trying to build an economy based on GDP, but if you're talking mineral rights, no, you're even wrong about that with Siberia. There's a reason that the Siberian is it a peninsula? I don't know. Oh. I'll just say that there is a reason that Siberia is still not exactly like, it's not like Russia's just looking to get rid of it type of thing. I don't like Sam Rice. Uninhabitable and bad. It's not necessarily uninhabitable. What are you talking about? Siberia's actually got like really nice summer spots. Believe it or not. How big is Alaska compared to Ukraine? I don't know. You're asking some weird questions. Like, are you actually like trying to ask if this was a realistic thing where they could barter for Ukraine, like, and buy Ukraine and trade for it? Because here's the news flash on this one, dude. Russia doesn't fucking own Ukraine. So what's he gonna trade? Nothing? Oh yeah, you know what? That is Trump's art of the deal. You give me Ukraine, I'll give you Alaska, and Putin's just like, okay, done deal, shake. Okay, you know what? Give me here, put her there. Oh, you got big hands there, buddy. Wait a minute. So I paid $350 and I didn't even get Ukraine. Art of the deal. Russia's a broke ass country except nukes. There's still, I don't know, man. As far as I'm aware, there's still a global superpower that we need to somehow, some way be, like, I don't know, not afraid of, but aware of. I mean, dude, come on. The way that they fearmonger about that shit, I'm surprised that he doesn't do it more. And I think that it is because, like, realistically, like, if him and Putin were not friends, he would be doing that shit. But they friends, and there's something there. There's something up there. All right, let's see what else we got.
Joining us now, Punchbowl News co-founder and MSNBC political contributor Jake Sherman, managing editor of The Bulwark, and MSNBC contributor Sam Stein,
Punchbowl News,
and independent journalist Phil Bump, the man with all the numbers. Jake, I'm going to begin with you because I ended there with the separation of powers.
You, MSNBC, I know.
And the one thing that the founders foresaw is that if one of the branches...
I try to watch many sources here, but yes, Vermeer...
overshot their
MSDNC
authority. If they
give them views,
went too far, the other branches would come in and adjust.
They have 9 million subscribers and 18,000 people have already watched this. Trust me, I'm not really making a ding on this one. Plus, if you really do hate them that much, then think about this one. How you're here seeing this without doing Even though I don't condone that, and that's not the reason to watch this, Mr. Klein.
Leverage over the other powers. But in this case, the Republicans in Congress don't have any desire to check Donald Trump. Why is that?
Well,
Wait, is this channel IS satellite of Trump?
Goes back, Katie, to the first term, to be honest with you. It goes back all the way to the first term when Trump, established...
Okay, so be part of the problem surrounded by morons? What, hearing other people's takes on a certain situation of why Republicans are not checking Trump?
An iron grip on the House Republican Conference. And now, Katie, we've talked a lot about gerrymandering as the...
Yeah, dude, seriously. Pep is going to go from MSNBC to Daily Stormer. He's wild.
Republicans try
Daily Stormer
to redraw maps across the country. But everybody in the House Republican...
Careful, man. Just might have to go to Patriot Front to make a fucking point.
Conference, save 2, 3, 4 people, go home, and their
I wouldn't want to have that on. I don't want that smoke on my hard drive.
primary political hurdle is a primary challenge.
Pretender? Wait a minute. Vermeer, what are you talking about? How am I a pretender? What am I doing? What am I doing wrong here? By filling, a stream with a little bit of information from a mainstream media source, because I don't know, being ignorant of what the mainstream media is saying seems like a really good way of going about things.
Challenge. That's their biggest obstacle to getting reelected. So
played some D&D and now everything is fucked. Sorry, guys. Man, were you rolling nat ones all day?
In that case, you win very few brownie
I know how
points or
that goes.
political points for pushing back against a president that is widely popular with the Republican
Let's
base.
see.
It's as
I'm
simple
gonna
as
roll.
that. And I just had this conversation with a member of House Republican leadership not too long ago who took
Fuck you.
umbrage with the fact that we said if
It was under 10.
Republicans keep the House majority.
News from mainstream media. It is technically news. You do understand that, like, they have journalists who do this thing called reporting, and then multiple sources will report on what said journalists from, like, the AP, BBC, any of these sources. That's how this works. If you don't trust any reporting, then who the fuck are you trusting?
Trump will kind
Like,
of
what are you doing? Like, you do have to like, just because you can't differentiate and think objectively for yourself, and you need everything to be force fed to you, doesn't mean that everybody thinks like that.
have
And here you are calling everybody effing idiots, but no, dude, for real. Do you not understand what you just did there? Like, how you proved yourself to be kind of stupid because you're the one who's like, tell me what to think. Give me the media that I want to see. I don't want any alternative media. Go fuck yourself.
a welcome mat or a welcoming
Effing idiot is supporting mainstream news and the propaganda machine of imperialism.
Congress for the next.
Fucking brainless fool. I don't know. Are you really on the left? Because honestly, if you're a leftist, I'm gonna call you out as being exactly what you are. You are literally the toxic, like, problem of online leftism. You're not helping here. You're just sitting here ad hom attacking me for fucking watching, like, a mainstream source. And also, I do cover, like, Al Jazeera. I cover a lot of different sources here, man.
Next 4 years, or the next 2 years rather, and Republicans just don't see it that way. They say
Didn't you know watching MSNBC is how tanks are driven and how
they deal with their problems with Trump
That's how it works, huh? Oh, okay.
behind closed doors. I mean, I've seen no evidence of that at all. They are a complete arm of the White House. They don't take a step without talking to
You turn on the news and wham, polling gets
the White House or ever push back on anything he says. So, I don't know exactly how he got there, but that I think is a pretty good summation.
Yeah, and one of the other arguments that Andrew Sullivan makes is that part of the reason why Republicans aren't doing this and what has worked for Donald Trump is that the hate of the left is more powerful to them than their love of the Constitution. So Republicans had been, and the conservatives have been the protectors of the Constitution and federalism and the separation of powers and making sure that authority doesn't go unchecked. But because they have such a vitriolic disdain for the left right now, Sam.
You haven't offered an alternative news source who you would prefer to be getting this information from. So how are you helping in any way except for just being kind of a douche tool? Like, you're doing this, like, okay.
They're willing to just...
This is exactly why nothing will ever change.
Let all of that go and give Donald Trump whatever...
No one can think for themselves?
...he wants.
Yeah, I do think one of the primary motivations...
Yes. I am consuming this, so I have my talking points in order. So mainstream media is telling me what to do. Hold on, I must reprogram.
Right now, for Republicans and certainly for, conservatives in the...
I am at 30% reprogramming.
Media space and the political media space is trying to, what they would call, trigger liberals. I mean, a lot of what...
Trigger liberals. He said the trigger liberals.
They do from a policy perspective, a lot of what they do from a political perspective is meant to get a rise from their opponents. And so when you have that as kind of the axis around which everything revolves, then of course you're going to gravitate
all of the places you can get news. So you're telling me that if I was watching this on CNN or BBC, you'd be perfectly fine.
The best at doing that, which is Donald Trump.
Because you just said all the places you can get news.
I mean, and keep in mind, Donald Trump
is tired.
Politically pushing birtherism. He got a rise out of his opponents. And I think, look, obviously it's not the most sophisticated way to go about doing things. It's certainly not necessarily the most collaborative way to do things, but there is something savvy in this sense, which is that so much of what we do now is around attention.
All I know is that if this is literally like an example of like the extreme online leftist discourse, I kind of get it.
And generating,
it's just like, this is all right. This is insufferable.
Capitalizing on it. And if you can trigger outrage, if you can trigger controversy, if you can trigger a backlash, if you can trigger a fight, then you're going to dominate that type of economy. And so I look at things like, for instance, deciding that the National Guard should be dispatched to Washington, D.C.
Come on, bro. Don't you know that X and Truth Social are the only places that you can get your news nowadays? God.
As part of that, right? I mean, one of the reasons
Everyone has core values. If your values are so easily changed by the news, you never had core values. Yeah, no shit.
is that it's being done is not just because Trump
It's almost like Republicans are starting to figure that one out.
legitimately thinks there's a need to tamp down on crime in the capital city. It's because he knows that this is going to be, met with a reaction from the left that he can then capitalize on. And so this is part of what's uniting Republicans. It's part of why Trump has an iron grip on the Republicans. And I think it explains a lot of Trump's governance, too.
Yeah, that is interesting because when Democrats go after Donald Trump for using these authorities and saying that the crime stats that he's put out there are not accurate and crime is actually down in D.C., it enables Donald Trump to make the argument that Democrats don't care about crime. Sure. They don't want to fight crime. It's a hard battle to have when Donald Trump is setting the terms.
Yeah, I mean, this has sort of been the story of the past 10 years. The Democrats have found themselves, or any Trump opponent, not just Democrats, have found themselves on the defensive in trying to defend things that aren't terribly popular, right? That you have to defend institutions. You have to say, well, actually, the reality is more nuanced and more complicated than that. And no one likes to hear that,
They
right?
want to explain.
Yeah, exactly. They want to explain, right? And if you try and push back, the base of the Democratic Party also wants to have that approach. There's an element of it, I think, which is sort of hostile to the idea of getting in and getting into these sort of spats because they're often so detached from reality. I think fundamentally, when we talk about these emergencies that Donald Trump did, I think it was the package there was absolutely right in pointing out the extent to which Donald Trump simply doesn't care about the reality, right? And so we have these real numbers about what crime looks like in D.C. and about, for that matter, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, these various things where Donald Trump is saying, well, you can't trust the numbers, but you can trust the numbers. He just has done such a good job of convincing his base that they shouldn't trust the numbers, that is also what builds the loyalty.
But this is not coming from a position of strength for him. It's not him arguing that my policies are best and my ideas are best and they're going to win out the ballot box. It's him creating emergencies to declare authorities that he can't get from legislation.
Yeah, I think there's the D.C. thing in particular, I think, involves a lot of different conflicting emotions for him. But you're absolutely right that when we talk about him taking these sorts of steps, it's not him approaching this as I'm the popular president and people are going along with what I want. It is I want to do this thing my way. People don't want to do it that way. And so I'm going to take this step that is straining the executive authority.
I'm sorry, this is actually a really funny little graph. Brazil sanctions, International Criminal Court sanctions.
Jake, I know that Congress is on break right now, so it's not so easy to wrangle a consensus opinion from the Democrats. But have you heard anything from them that edges up to a consensus on how they plan on pushing back on this?
No, I haven't. And to be honest with you, I was talking to a Democrat yesterday who said it's a good political issue for Trump. I mean, especially on the crime in D.C. front. I mean, listen, we're an American city. Crime is bad in a bunch of American cities, including Washington. Now, does it necessitate pulling FBI agents out of the Washington field office to do, like, traffic stops? Probably.
What is your solution, Vermeer? You like to call people idiots and offer absolutely no solutions. You like to be very hypercritical, but you're not offering any solutions. You're not saying you should do this instead. You're being just a dick.
Not, right? I mean, does it require all of the things that he's done? No.
Oh, hey, guys. He totally pwned us. He's leaving. He's leaving. Oh, no.
But the Democrats that I've spoken to, I'm sure I'll get hate tweets and all this stuff about this. It's a complicated issue. It is for them. It's complicated to say that, in their view, to stand up and say, no, crime is not bad in this city, and you shouldn't.
Two-tone, no, he hasn't done anything just overtly bannable. I mean, if he keeps spamming, sure.
Deploy these
the trash is taking itself out.
Extra resources. Now, maybe, we're still a couple weeks away, Katie.
Which is always the nicest way that can be done. I got to be honest.
From them coming back, so maybe consensus will form. It will build. It will change. But
although in this case, it's like when your dog pukes and then it eats it.
Just saying, well, the stats are different, as you guys were just talking about, like Trump says, actually, no, crime is bad, even though crime is down in D.C. People his base trusts him and
Still waiting for that balanced, reputable news source.
not the numbers.
Well, why is it so hard, Sam, for Democrats
Ew.
to say, yeah, crime is bad, and we do want to fight it, and we
Sorry.
think there should be more police on the streets, or we think that we can get it done this way, but deploying the military on American streets.
No, the funniest part is he thought that he trolled. Like, if he thought that he trolled us, he just gave us a good conversation here. We're all engaging and having a good conversation based around this and making fun of this clown.
So
good job. Thank you for giving me a segment. Hope you really appreciate the fact that you did that. Let freedom ring. Hello.
Enforce
Welcome to the show, man. I don't think I've ever seen you on the show. I'm Pat. Nice to meet you.
laws against American citizens. That's un-American.
If you guys are enjoying the show, hit that like button. It really helps me out. And hit the subscribe button if you're not already subbed.
We don't do that in this country. Why
And follow over on Twitch. Appreciate
is
it.
it so hard for them to find a way to push back on it? Why do they have to get into the nuance of the numbers?
Well, first of all, I don't need any permission to hate tweet Jake, and just so Jake knows that. They're coming, buddy. Okay? Secondly, Katie, have you met a Democrat ever? Like, I mean, they live in this limbo where they have difficulty figuring out where to actually go position.
Why?
On these issues.
Because their corporate donors haven't told them where to pivot yet, because they don't even know where they're going to be or like what they need of them technically.
Well,
they know that they need them, but they also know like if they don't, like if they just kind of hodl right now, then they won't fuck anything up for them at least.
Do they listen too much to Twitter?
No, they listen too much to their corporate donors, you dumb fuck. Seriously. No, this is why people make fun of the corporate media, is because that question right there. Are you that either you really genuinely are that stupid, which I don't believe, or corporate media? I mean, I know. I made a critique about the corporate media here. If they had just waited.
No, well, maybe. I mean, don't we all? But this kind of has
Jake doesn't.
some. That's what he says.
Just Sam.
It has some echoes of the immigration debate, right? Where the party really just got spooked, frankly, about being badgered on immigration during the campaign, and quickly reverted to a place where they were acquiescent towards Trump on this.
Are you taking off already?
And I think
you're just like, and I'm gone.
Some lengthy history of Republicans using the issue of urban crime to their advantage. There's not faraway history of
okay, that is a funnier profile picture. I'll give you that much.
That happening. And so I think that the party is very cognizant of that. They don't want to be seen as tolerant of crime. They don't want to be seen as willing to accommodate crime. At the same time, you raise rightful points. This is an unprecedented action. Our U.S. Capitol is going to be taken over to a degree by the military and the National Guard. We're in unprecedented times. Getting that nuance right in the form of a political argument can be tricky. I know Democrats make it tricky, but I do think it's one that they probably do, from a moral and a political perspective, have to make. You can be fine with measures to reduce crime, especially in urban settings.
Could it be that the closest thing people have come to experiencing the truth there are perhaps those who have lived the most in harmony with nature?
You do.
Yes.
You have to properly note the context and the dangers that come with that in this setting.
Yeah, Sam Stein, watch out for Twitter.
But I mean, those people also tried to dance, or they also danced to try and make rain. Yes.
Jake.
And no indoor plumbing.
Sherman.
Always.
Thank you guys. Phil's
like, I love living off. I would love the whole living off the land and all that, but if you take away indoor plumbing, I'm out.
Don't go anywhere.
But that's not how rain works. I mean, have we proven that? God, have a little faith. Yes, that just came from me. Harmony with nature is rad. I'm not saying it isn't, but like those people weren't any closer to the truth than anyone who has ever lived. Well, I mean, what's truth? I mean, truth is literally just living the life that you see and like being the best that you can. Well, no, that's not even truth. What is truth? What is truth? What does mean? What does what? Does what mean? What does... Republican polls bombshell moving court seeking to jail Democrats. Roadblocks Wait, what?
The Roblox predator problem is crazy and getting worse, with new bans sparking backlash. The truth about the man who Trump just picked to collect data on jobs and inflation for the entire country is wild. And leaked documents just groups in general does to defend Schlepp. We also have Schlepp saying he does
Here, me and my team have gotten
in the game. Right, and according to Schlepp, the Faith podcast that you can watch or listen to right now. Ideally after today's show. I don't want you running away yet. It's a top link in the description. It's very interesting. I think you're going to love
story here because I'm like, what?
But that said, we have a lot to talk about right now, starting with this. The biggest gaming platform out there, Roblox, is protecting pedophiles. That is what you're seeing some saying after the platform banned the YouTuber Schlepp due to his Catch a Predator style content that he was running in the game. Right, and according to Schlepp, the company sent him a cease and desist a few days ago and claimed he had violated their terms and services for engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations.
I'm just picturing a dude from, oh my God, Chris Hansen just being like, hey, you took my shtick.
Sharing or soliciting personally identifiable information.
There's a whole ass list of truths. Those who are the physical laws of the universe, but no one cares outside a tiny circle of physicists and physics enjoyers shrug.
Directing users to move.
You mean intelligent people? Yes.
Conversations off platform. And around the same time, you had the
smarter ones than I.
Company releasing new terms of service that would ban vigilante groups from the platform and saying that those.
Wait, what? That's what they're focusing on? Oh my God.
Involved could have their accounts terminated. And
yeah, they're definitely okay. So. That is protecting the pedo.
Follow-up video you had Schlepp saying.
Within the last year, me and my team have gotten 6 predators arrested within the Roblox community. Almost all of them have admitted to doing this before to other Roblox users. Every account that I've owned on Roblox since I was 8 years old has been terminated.
Accounts fuck is with Roblox
that we were actively talking to predators on have now been banned off of Roblox.
I'll be completely real, and this might like piss off some people, but I always thought that game was just like, it looked like a shitty knockoff of the Lego game, so it was just like, oh.
Roblox could potentially stop some predators from facing real-life consequences.
He then goes on to say that he's also barred from accessing Roblox from now on, and you have Schlepp then also tearing into the bullet points in the cease and desist letter.
Roblox is claiming that I'm engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations. What? So one of the fundamental bases of predator catching is that you cannot talk sexually to predators. Predators are supposed to be the ones talking sexually to you. If you talk sexually to predators like straight off the get-go, that's entrapment. That is literally what entrapment is. We almost always play a naive kid who doesn't know anything about this stuff, so they teach us about this stuff. If you watch these videos, you know how
this game looks like ass.
Chats are going, and they're not.
It still looks like ass. Why do people play this game so much?
Even on Roblox. Most of the chat logs are on Discord.
You also have Schlepp saying he does recognize, yes, he does try to get people off of the Roblox platform to have the conversations on Discord, but you had him mocking the idea that it's worth a cease and desist letter. Right? And all of this is one big gripe he has is that Roblox claims that he should have reported these users directly to them, except their systems.
Because their kids and their parents think Roblox is safe.
For doing that, they seem to be pretty anemic and not clear. So much so that someone made credible threats to attack the Las Vegas Sphere. And
yeah, but I'm not even a parent, and I know like about like how Roblox has had this problem in it, like just. I don't know. Every time you hear Roblox, you pretty much assume where you're just like, oh, you mean that thing that has like a bunch of like creepy, like older dudes who have a bunch of kids watching their content, which again, sus as fuck.
And users had to go directly.
Genuinely am very suspect of anybody that's making gaming content geared towards kids. I understand that like monetarily, that's the easier money because like kids, they click on everything apparently. So that's where they like, they just crank out this like gaming slop, then it's just easy for them to get the ad rev, but
to the FBI. And then the real kicker for Schlepp is that the would-be attacker still hasn't been banned. So then
really?
With all of that, you have the
dude. What the hell is Roblox doing? Like, you would think that they wouldn't want this association with all like I don't know the fact. Like I was just saying, that's kind of how I associate this brand, and they double down.
Entire situation now just blowing up into a real PR nightmare.
I don't know if I was a parent, I would never let my kids play this shit. But okay.
For Roblox, people in the comments of Schlepp's video openly saying that Roblox is protecting predators, and you've had major figures in the space coming out to defend Schlepp, such as Creekcraft with his 13 million subscribers. Right, he made a video yesterday. covering the situation, which was also
holy shit,
kind of a big deal for him because he's partnered with Roblox and will likely get into some trouble for saying things. And notably in this video, he covers a number of things. He talks about how the move to ban,
like I said, apparently kids just click on fucking anything.
vigilante groups
13 million.
in general does make sense, as many of these to catch a predator type people do illegal things like literally beat.
Like it's fine making safe games for kids, but the moment you open it up for to the internet and a massive amount of people, it's just effed up. And because we never dealt with this, now we all have to suffer because sorry, Lori, I'm gonna call not BS, but dude, AOL chat rooms. This was a big deal. Like when AOL was just coming up, and they were just like, "Are the kids being exposed on AOL chat rooms?" News at 11.
Eat people to catch alleged predators. But then you had him going on to say,
PDFs is like half their player base. I mean, honestly, when I look at this guy immediately, I'm just like, wait, so your whole thing is Roblox. You got 13 million, and look at you.
The issue, however, is Schlep was not like that. Schlep was one of the only people I know to actually do it the correct way. Schlep was doing it the right way. He worked with law enforcement. He worked with news agencies. He worked with the proper channels to get these people arrested. He wasn't the type to go into Walmart, start punching people, beating people up, and then call the cops after. You know what I mean? I also know that he would regularly report people to the proper law enforcement, to the police. Like he actually did his due diligence.
and he would Creekcraft adding that he thinks Roblox did this solely because Schlep was the biggest name doing it, regardless of whether he was doing it the right way or not. With him then going on to say,
This guy is hurting Roblox's reputation. Why?
Yeah, and you're losing money, so I wonder why you would be defending this, dude. Like, dude, bad look.
Why is he hurting Roblox?
I mean, bad look, because also, try not to be too critical, but what the fuck?
His reputation because he's kind of shining a light on a really big issue in the Roblox space, and that
shots
bad actors.
Wow, I haven't seen it, dude. That just took me back for a second.
In the
I almost banned you because that's the way. Like anytime that would pop up, it would just be like bad.
Roblox space, and that makes Roblox look bad. And Roblox look.
Oh, I almost wish I had the AOL chat chime for that.
Looking bad hurts their public
IRL anime character. I get what he's trying to do. Trust me, as somebody who has done self portraits of himself.
Exception.
Yeah.
It hurts their stock. It hurts.
I get he's trying to go for the look, and he's like, again, but this, does he not have an eye? Like if he does, if he has like no eye there, that's the look, and yeah, that's cool. But if he's like covering his eye and he's constantly doing this, dude, he's going to have severe vision problems, especially if he plays games like that.
It hurts their bottom line. It hurts their financials. And so what?
Oh my God, his depth perception must suck.
They do. They get rid of them.
and that's also not where his criticism ended, because he also talked about Roblox having a plethora of games that are clearly inappropriate and nothing's done to take
Trump
them
eats
down. I mean, all of
popsicles
this
a long
is,
way.
he definitely wasn't alone. You had others coming to Schlepp's defense, or you had people like Gideon, for example, who makes videos.
This is
with
literally
Schlepp
one of my
saying,
protests.
The reason why they're doing this is because right now Roblox PR is at an all-time low, where pretty much people even think that the CEO is on the Epstein list, allegedly. And I mean, it's just absolutely disgusting what they're doing here. Instead of maybe opening a line up for Schlepp to, I don't know, report these guys easier and stuff, because I'll let you guys know this. Every time we get an arrest on the dude, he reports them right away, right? He reports them right away. Roblox doesn't do anything. Whenever the dudes bail out and stuff, he'll literally see them go back online doing whatever they.
God, does this guy really just have like an apartment studio? Like he literally has an apartment where he films his content.
They do playing games and stuff.
Man, this is the shit right here. Like you want to wonder why the fucking housing market is what it is. Like he couldn't do this from a fucking basement.
And he's already reported them.
Unless that is his living situation, which, good God, man.
And he'll tweet at them, yo, Roblox, I literally sent you guys the guy's arrest information, everything. You guys still haven't banned him. The only time they ban the person is whenever.
What is it about these guys who like play these games, like Asmongold and all these dudes? Like they're just so fucking messy.
The video drops. So we're doing it in the process that you guys want, reporting it.
You think that it would be worse for their reputations to have PDFs running amok on their platform? That's what I was saying.
But you guys,
like the fact that they're already associated with that You would think that they would run damage control for this.
Don't ban them until the video drops.
And then even outside
of the God,
dude. You had people like Asmund Golds and Moist Critical all pretty much saying the same thing. Schlepp was putting a spotlight on a very real problem in Roblox, and the company decided to just silence him. Now, for its part, the
Oh, I got that backwards. My bad. I thought he was advocating for
company
not
is trying
doing
to
that.
push back on some of the claims in its initial tweet that banned vigilante groups. It specifically outlined that it does work with law enforcement to try and protect players, and in the post they wrote, "We maintain direct communication channels with organizations such as the FBI and the National Center for Missing and..."
Just remember, any of the FBI agents that were on these cases are now walking the streets of fucking DC because, reasons.
Exploited children for immediate escalation of serious threats that we identify. And adding, we proactively report potentially
I am kidding about that. I understand how field offices work, by the way.
harmful content to NCMEC, which is the designated reporting entity for the public and electronic service providers
I think Matt Lex said a creator of Roblox is a libertarian, so PDF...
regarding instances of suspected child sexual exploitation. In 2024, we submitted 24,522.
What's the saying? Not all libertarians are PDF files, but if you're a PDF file, you're more than likely a libertarian.
Reports to NCMEC. However, since all the videos have come out bashing the company, it's been pretty silent about the situation until today when...
Or a hardcore Christian for...
It finally gave a statement even to PC Mag with a rep saying, "It's important to speak with the right sources to really understand how vigilante individuals and groups operate, e.g. violating policies around sharing personally identifiable information, engaging in sexual conversations, lying about their ages, etc., all while having a profit motive to evade detection instead of providing companies like ours with all the information to take the necessary action." And so they never really address the allegations, or they ignore reports, and if anything, they make it seem like Schlepp is engaging in activity to entrap
Yeah,
people.
like they're actually demonizing Schlepp, which is, again, what are you doing?
With all that, you had Schlepp responding, "We send you everything. We create..."
Yeah, like seriously, the fact that they came at you with receipts, this looks really bad.
Create you YouTube videos showcasing the chat logs. We send you the Google Drives we give to the cops. You never made a line with me, and in multiple instances, you only ban arrested predators after I release a massive video on it. And adding, the whole Roblox community sees how flawed this argument is. It's because everyone has seen anecdotally that reports very rarely work. If your stance on safety is really true, why are there bathroom shower games for children? And even PC Mag recognized that there were entire spaces within the game that were pretty open to engaging with minors. And also say what's very wild with this is that despite all of the backlash we've seen online and from the community, it doesn't seem that the market has reacted along with it. The stock hasn't been hit too hard. And over the past 5 days, it's actually up 2%, which granted it is a slower rate of growth in the company.
Yeah, that's how that should work.
They've seen all year, but it's still up. And even over the last day where this has really blown up, it's barely dented the stock price. And of course, as we've seen over the years when we cover stories like this,
okay, that should bother a lot of people.
That matters because one of the only things that actually affects companies is money. So while it remains to be seen what will actually happen here regarding Schlepp and the situation as a whole, while it seems like the writing...
I was thinking Roblox was Minecraft. Do you know how many times I've made that mistake?
...on the wall. Who knows?
And immediately my brain's just like, boomer.
In the meantime, I'd say I'd pass the question.
I'll just be real. I'd never got into Minecraft. I don't understand Minecraft. I am literally of the 90s where I'm like, why the fuck are we going back to a pixel, like, build your own game like Mario Paint? Like, just play Mario Paint.
Off to you. What are your thoughts here? What are your reactions? And where do you think it goes from here? And then I've got more news for you.
No, you don't, because let's see. Hold on. Let's see what he's got for us after his little ad break. And what's the story, Phil?
In the country within 1 hour to respond to protests. With reports. And then, next up in the news, the United States could soon have a National Guard unit ready to deploy anywhere in the...
To put down protests. Okay. Yeah, we're going to watch this one.
The country within 1 hour to respond to protests, with reports saying that the White House is reviewing a plan, and that, according to internal Pentagon documents that were reviewed by the Washington Post, which reportedly said that this so-called domestic civil disturbance quick reaction force could be sent to American cities facing protests in as little as an hour. And more specifically, the proposal calls for 600 troops to be stationed between military bases in Alabama and
I wonder how many Republicans are going to have a problem with that.
Arizona. Though those troops would not just come from those two states, but rather Army and Air Force National Guard units in over a dozen states. And according to the Pentagon's own projections, if this plan were adopted, it could end up costing hundreds of millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars to keep military aircraft and aircrews ready around the clock. They're reportedly transporting troops.
Yeah, but we are literally complaining about how much money we're wasting.
Via
Like,
commercial
what the fuck,
airlines
dude?
is being considered and would be far less expensive. Right, and then as far as the when, according to the documents, the 2027 fiscal year is the earliest this program could be created and funded through the Pentagon's traditional budgetary process. Though I say that as it's unclear whether it could get started sooner by way of some other funding source. But either way, to be clear, like what we're talking about is not normal, right? It's true that most National Guard commands have fast response teams to respond to emergencies, including civil unrest in their home states. And notably, the National Guard actually tested out a version of this plan in 2020 with them readying 600 troops in Arizona and Alabama in case of possible election-related political violence. Fears, it seemed, were warranted when Trump supporters attacked the Capitol on January 6th. But that said, on the other hand, there appears to be no clear reason for this. With, for example, an associate professor at the U.S. Naval War College claiming that it's really strange because essentially nothing is happening, and going on to say, crime is going down. We don't have major protests or civil disturbances. There is no significant resistance from states to federal immigration policy.
No, it's almost like they're anticipating the fact that this is going to happen because they know what they're doing is so egregious that it's going to warrant mass protests.
There's very,
like, honestly, they're expecting this from people that would never want, like, never protest. Like, they are preparing for your average American, your average Joe, to come out and just be like, what the fuck is happening?
Little evidence, anything big.
Because remember, despite what your political affiliation is, the people who are not paying attention to politics, they do blame the president for the price of goods. So right now, he's the president. Right now, price of goods still up. That means they're blaming him. That means anything that he does that's going to catch their fucking radar, because again, they don't watch news. They don't watch any news at all. Trust me.
Big is likely to happen.
It's like they're fucking allergic to it. I have talked to these people where they're like, I ignore the news and my life is so much happier. It's just like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Because what's going to end up happening is it's going to cascade on you. Like, and then you're going to just do shocked Pikachu face of, where did this come from? I never saw this coming.
And on top of that, you have her saying that the proposal...
Yes, there is like something to like worrying too much, but I don't know. Not being completely uninformed is not the way.
Diverting National Guard resources that may be needed to respond to natural disasters or other emergencies. And with all that said, again, right now, this is just a plan that is being considered. And in fact, it's not even clear yet whether the proposal's been shared yet with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. But it's also pretty clear that this is exactly the type of plan that Hegseth and Trump might be interested in. Right? I mean, they literally just authorized the deployment of 800 National Guard troops to D.C., and they also sent in hundreds of federal agents, and they took control of the police department. And all of that based off of, at the very best, cherry-picked, and at the very worst, wrong, incorrect data. And actually, connected to that, you have people like one former professor in the U.S. Army War College telling the Wall Street Journal the most benign interpretation is that this is an attempt to gain a public relations victory by claiming credit for the already historically low crime rates in D.C. But then adding the worst-case interpretation is that it is a test run for more legally dubious uses of military...
You take news in moderation. Yeah, I understand that. And like, that's where I've been told that people appreciate my show because it is a way of getting their information in moderation.
Forces in other American cities. Although there you could...
I'll admit, I've had a few people come out and say like, yeah, I watch your show and that's about it. I'm like, ooh.
Ask, when does it stop being...
Like, I appreciate that, but that's almost putting some undue pressure on me.
Test run and start being the real thing. I mean, Trump, he already dispatched thousands of troops to the southern border,
that picture of him shouting from the fucking rooftop.
The military's role there late last month. And then, of course, he sent thousands of National Guard as well as active duty Marines to LA back in June in response to protests. And that was despite the objections of California Governor Gavin Newsom, which actually led to Newsom suing the Trump administration. And coincidentally, that trial, it's happening now. It kicked off yesterday with the judge there saying the factual question which the court must address is whether the military was used to enforce domestic law. And if so, whether there continues to be a threat that will be done again. With some of the most notable testimony so far coming from Major General Scott Sherman, who commanded Guard troops in LA. Very notably, he said he never heard the term rebellion used to describe the situation there, even though Trump's executive order calling the Guard argued that the protests
a rebellion against the authority of the government.
A form of rebellion. He also said that a DHS official questioned...
Ain't that a bitch that he puts it in writing? Dude, I love the fact that Trump shoots himself in the dick legally so often.
His loyalty to his...
Just because he can't shut the fuck up.
...country for objecting to the request for military assistance with an immigration enforcement operation at MacArthur Park. Right, and that was the operation involving horse-mounted officers, military...
Yeah, the one where that one guy got beat severely.
...vehicles and even a helicopter.
Who's also, like, suing the shit out of the police department.
And what
the city of LA, the federal government, like, dude, there's so many people. Do you understand how packed the courts are going to be just with lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit?
was seen as more of a show of force and a real immigration enforcement effort. But then also with that, you had lawyers for California focusing on operations in which National Guard troops joined federal agents to raid marijuana farms more than 100 miles away. And so, we're going to have to see how that trial goes, especially because a ruling against Trump there, it could reinforce the limits on his ability.
That's why they allowed homeless people, particularly drug addicts, to run rabid on the street so they can exercise emergency powers. That actually makes sense because one of my buddies who is by no means a Republican, like he's very your shit lib is what I'll call him, and I don't mean that, he's a nice guy, but he's a boomer lib. He was even saying that though, where he was like, I was just in DC and there was a lot of homeless people, and it was kind of dirty.
The military in the country. But for now, as we wait to see how that plays out, I got to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts and reactions to what we're seeing here? But then next up in the news,
it's almost like you could solve this problem by housing them. Weird.
I want you to meet them.
Did you know that there's only 800 people? This is about 800 people. Like, there are 800 registered homeless people.
Man who Donald Trump just picked,
counted in whatever weird census they do.
Collect data on jobs and inflation for the entire country.
So inflation has slowed dramatically. In fact, what's really amazing is the rate of price increases that we're seeing in Trump's second term is actually...
This is the guy who's in charge, by the way, now. This is... Yeah.
Lower than the long-run average that we saw from 2009 through 2020.
This is the bullshit that we're getting. We're getting drunk Larry Kudlow going, yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad that inflation is coming down.
Let alone the rates that we saw under Biden.
His name is E.J. Antony, and he is a very big fan of Donald Trump. He was an author on Project 2025. Now he's the chief economist at the right-wing Heritage Foundation, and as of yesterday evening, he's the next nominee to head the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Oh, he's the nominee. Okay. Well, I hope that Congress can at least have the balls to be like, yeah, maybe this isn't a good idea, but I don't have much faith.
It should be an odd role for someone like him because BLS commissioners are usually nonpartisan technocrats, and he is a fierce ideologue. But of course,
doubt it. Yeah.
Just under 2 weeks ago, Trump fired the previous commissioner, Erica McInturfer, after she released job data that he really didn't like. Because every month, the BLS announces how many jobs were created or lost the previous month, and as later arriving, more accurate data comes in, it also revises past estimates. And so this time, McInturfer revised the May and June numbers down by 258,000 jobs, meaning that in reality, May only added 19,000 jobs, June added just 14,000.
Is he going to mention that this has been happening since Obama?
And in July, added 73,000 according to the month's initial estimate. So that last number could technically change, but
when they come for the FDIC, it's actually over. No, you know what's fucked up? How many people are just gonna not care about that?
All of which was just,
honestly, that's your uninformed America right there. That's what you get for burying your fucking head in the sand all the fucking time.
Is horrendous. It was way worse.
God, I have an anecdote about this where I've told this one where I had somebody in my life, all she cares about is fucking IFE. That's all she cares about because, she got to have her kids. But, once Trump was kind of attacking it, then she got really, involved. And then he said he was going to make it free. Guess who got uninvolved in politics after that?
Worse than what was expected. And so you had Trump calling...
Makes me wonder who she actually voted for.
Rigged, firing her, and eventually settling on
If she voted at all, because she's literally one of these people that has gone out of her way to tell me that it's like, you know what? You focus on the news too much. It's just like, while you might be right, you're using that as your excuse for why you don't follow the news, but you have children. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
So it may or may not have something to do with...
It's people like that really make me go, like, why should I have to pay for your shitty kids? Like, for real.
Steve Bannon singing his praises for the past week.
My single issue. Yeah, exactly.
Antony, he's an obvious pick for Trump because not only is he a big critic of the BLS, he has also harshly criticized the economy under...
Just wait. Because the other part about that is so they work within the university sector. So I'll say this much. If with the universities getting hit by Trump, if they lose their jobs, I have a feeling that they might be a little more vocal.
Biden and championed it under Trump. Them ironically pointing to downward job data revisions under Biden.
Yes, he did. And yes, not as soon as he said it, but it became a major story just like a month ago. And now all of a sudden, guess who's back?
Is evidence that the economy was a house of cards back then.
I'll be honest. It's some of the most insufferable shit that I've seen in my life where I'm just like, it's literally putting a face on some of the most insufferable people.
It's making us question
Is the economy even really expanding at this point? Are we in a recession? Are we near it?
What is with all these motherfuckers looking like the biggest dorks on earth? Like, dude, Screech made this guy look good. Like, Screech was a dreamboat in comparison to this guy.
Entering a
Wow,
recession.
couldn't get that
There's
out.
only one time when we had.
Well, I do appreciate the chain, though. I like that he's trying to bring that back, because I do actually appreciate that, but
a revision that was this big, and it was in the global financial crisis.
Recently,
why do these guys always talk like they've been punched in the face and had their jaws wired shut?
you have him spinning the poor job growth under Trump as a sign that employment is shifting away from the unproductive public sector to the productive private sector, saying that, quote, many so-called blockbuster jobs reports under Biden were just government hiring sprees at taxpayer expense, of course. With him adding that the jobs that are being created now are going to native-born Americans, unlike under Biden. With him then dismissing what he called the so-called experts, and even claiming last month before the most recent revision that the
Don't trust the experts, just trust this guy. Remember, just trust this one dude and Trump. Oh, fuck. Dude, watching our country get cooked in the dumbest way possible is kind of, I don't know. At least I get to laugh all the way to, the fiery depths of wherever the fuck I'm going to
May
end
and
up.
April jobs numbers were revised upward, with him concluding that's in stark contrast to what happened under the Biden administration when jobs numbers were routinely revised down after overly optimistic estimates. With that, echoing some of the more conspiratorial claims made by Trump and others that the revisions are evidence that Democrats manipulated the data.
Election day, look what happened 2 or 3 days before with massive, wonderful job numbers trying to get him elected or her elected, trying to get whoever the hell was running.
And so in his announcement of the nomination yesterday, you had Trump saying, our economy is booming and EJ will ensure that the numbers released are honest and accurate. But many have interpreted that to mean that Antony, unlike the imaginary Democrat conspiracy, will actually manipulate the data to make Trump look good. And if that happens, it won't just be a political problem, it will affect the economy as well. Because the BLS's monthly reports are relied upon by economists, investors, business leaders, policymakers, and perhaps most importantly, the Federal Reserve to make decisions. Which on that note, Antony hates Jerome Powell, the Fed chair. He's accused him of breaking the law, driving up inflation, creating a stock market bubble, and crushing businesses by keeping interest rates what he called artificially low for too long and then raising them sharply. All of which is why Antony said Trump would be justified in firing Powell. Anyway, you can see the real-time impact of these reports on stock, bond, and currency markets around the globe. And if people lose trust in them, that would create even more economic uncertainty, as if the tariffs haven't—
It's almost like they're trying to cause a fucking depression.
Already done that enough. Speaking of which, we just got July's inflation data from the Consumer Price Index.
And hide it. Like, you realize how bad this is going to be? At least, they didn't have to play this game. Like, they didn't have a fucking... I mean, trust me, Coolidge was a real dumbass, but this is a different story, man. Like,
index today, and it's not pretty. The
shit.
prices rose 2.7% over the prior year and 0.2% over the prior month. But also another metric known as the core CPI, which excludes more volatile.
He hasn't decriminalized it yet. He's not going to decriminalize it. And honestly, he's talking about doing the same exact thing, rescheduling it, and it's not going to be decriminalized under that new schedule, by the way.
Markets like food and energy, it rose even quicker. They're growing over 3.1% over the prior year and
But nice of you to get your little headline news.
3% over the prior month, which is actually the fastest annual increase in 5 months and one of the biggest monthly jumps this year. So
glad I can be the streamer and actually read the damn thing and, report back to you.
Unlike...
Look at me, I did my job.
Antony, who's predicted inflation will come down this year, many experts are interpreting this data as a sign that Trump's tariffs are being felt. And with that, they're guessing that businesses are beginning to run out of the materials that they stockpiled earlier in the year, so they'll really start...
It's almost like they're actually, it's almost like, yeah, he was staving off all this shit, which makes you wonder, why even do that?
Passing off the cost to their consumers and the...
Oh, wait, that's right, because he needed at least the first year here to really fuck us, to get the wheels in motion to dude, you do understand, again, with the first story that we reported on, the fact that they're toying with the idea of making essentially protests illegal, because if they have quick dispersion during protests, do you think they're just going to allow those protests to happen? I don't fucking think so. Do you think that this motherfucker's going to try and declare martial law? Dude, we are in peacetime, we have record crime lows, and this dude is talking about putting us into a martial law state. Yeah, Yeah, we were all being so hyperbolic with our language about and just being alarmist with everything that Trump's doing. You wacky leftists, you just hate Trump and everything that he does because you don't love America.
Months, which appears to be why even some fellow conservatives are speaking out against Antony's nomination.
Honestly, I feel sorry for anybody that paid for anybody who went into significant debt for a college degree right now. I actually feel really sorry for you.
For example,
we're all going to be out, unemployed. We're all going to be in the same boat.
A senior fellow with a conservative America.
At some point, you're going to be working for ICE because they're going to need some more ICE agents. It's the only fucking job you can get.
Enterprise Institute telling the Washington Post he's utterly unqualified and as partisan as it gets. Right, and that is you had an expert for the right-leaning tax foundation as well as the AEI adding, there are a lot of competent conservative economists that could do this job. EJ is not one of them. And finally, you had a top economist in the Obama administration joining the pile-on, saying, I don't think I have ever publicly criticized any presidential nominee before, but EJ Antony is completely unqualified to be BLS commissioner. He is an extreme partisan and does not have any relevant expertise. Now, as for Antony himself, he said last week after the previous commissioner was fired, there are better ways to collect, process, and disseminate data. That is the task for the next BLS commissioner, and only consistent delivery of accurate data in a timely manner will rebuild.
This pencil-headed fucking dickhead is going to literally send us into a Great Depression. Memorize his face, folks.
The trust it is.
Just remember, these are the guys that go down in the history books for causing the fucking decline of America, like the true decline of America.
Been lost over the last several years.
Oh, I better be careful. Because I don't want to get censored for saying something like that.
You know, whether he's sincere or sycophantic, we'll see. And in the meantime, if he is confirmed, economists will be scrutinizing BLS data even more for any hints of political.
Yes, and you understand what that means, because all economists recognize that this guy is a dipshit. So those guys will not believe any of the numbers. So they will start going off the numbers of China and other stable markets, thus throwing us to the side even more. You want to talk about making America great again? How is this making America great and the number one superpower when it's going to make, it's going to isolate us completely in the economy, and it's going to make us go greater towards a fucking Great Depression. But sure, MAGA.
Political interference. Whether that's certain numbers no longer getting released.
Fucking Christ. In the breadlines, do you think they'll still have their fucking red hats on?
Methodological changes or anything else. And then I've got more news for you.
Do ya? I'm glad you recorded this all in the same shirt, because that made it easy on me. Trump considers loosening laws on weed.
Restrictions on marijuana. Maybe. Because last week, the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump was deciding whether to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug after pot companies have poured millions of dollars into Trump's political groups. And you had the Journal reporting that earlier this month, Trump expressed his openness to the idea during a $1 million plate fundraiser at his New Jersey golf club.
Capitalism ruining the one good thing we have.
Featuring industry leaders who encouraged Trump to make the change. And reportedly, that conversation was part of a broader campaign by cannabis companies to push Trump to continue efforts launched but ultimately not enacted by the Biden administration to reclassify marijuana as a Schedule III drug. A move that would ease restrictions as well as allow for the expansion of medical research and tax breaks for some cannabis companies. Or with the Journal also reporting that marijuana companies and leaders have, quote,
it's not going to happen.
Contributed millions.
Remember, the CDC also has to sign off on this bullshit.
To the president's political groups and hired some of Washington's top lobbyists and advisors to Trump. And then during a press conference yesterday, Trump was asked about the report.
There's reporting that the administration is going to reclassify marijuana. Would that send mixed messages that if marijuana is okay, some drugs are okay, but we're trying to clean up crime? How do they go hand in hand?
We're only looking at that. That's early, but somebody reported it, which is.
Are we just going to skate over the 1 million per plate fundraiser? Yep.
It's fine. We're looking.
Are we also just going to skate over this? This isn't weird. It's not weird that he just he brings his entire cast of characters up, and takes a little Broadway bow.
Looking at it, some people,
on a daily basis.
People like it. Some people hate it. Some people hate the whole concept of marijuana because if it does bad for the children, it does bad for people that are older than children.
See? Don't ever try to make me believe that he's going to do something that's fucking actually based. It's the same with the Gaza thing. You guys can sit there and be like, what if he does it? What if he does it? And then even he's like, yeah, what if I do it? Maybe.
But we're looking at reclassification, and we'll make a determination over the next.
And even a reclassification, like I said, does not guarantee that it's going to change a lot.
In the next few weeks. And that determination hopefully will be the right one. It's a very complicated subject.
They're not going to do it.
The subject.
I mean, okay.
Of marijuana. I've heard great things having to do with medical, and I've had bad things having to do with just about everything else.
It's a quick thing. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the line, quote, "It does bad for the children. It does bad for the people that are older than children." Now, that said, of course, Trump is correct that some people oppose marijuana reforms, but the way that he's shaping the narrative here is a bit misleading. Polling has consistently shown that Americans actually overwhelmingly support easing legal restrictions on pot at the federal level, including
Yes, but he's talking about Republicans, so good luck.
a majority of Republicans. In fact, a recent Pew survey found that just
But Joe Rogan's gonna go on his podcast, bro, did you know that like the Republicans are going to the left of the left on this? Like they're talking about legalizing weed, bro.
12% of Americans think it should be prohibited across the board. So clearly, it's only a small minority of people who actually oppose relaxing restrictions. But among that minority is a key demographic, Trump supporters. Right? And understand, when you look online, it's clear that there are some major divisions among the MAGA base here. And one
People want legal weed, but they don't want to pay taxes on it. That's the whole point of legalizing
society
it.
of a lot of Trump supporters embracing the move, including prominent voices like former Representative Matt Gaetz, who applauded the possible scheduling change.
And if President Trump does this, the game is over for Democrats at the ballot box. We could be the party that allows people to safely use marijuana without pretending it's for your glaucoma-ridden cat. It's populism meets practicality. Suddenly, MAGA hats in line at the dispensary, patriots buying pre-rolls called 1776 Freedom Kush.
You ain't taking this from us, fucker.
Beautiful.
But then on the other hand, you also had other big name conservatives voicing opposition to the move, like Charlie Kirk, for example, who wrote on X, "I hope this doesn't happen. We need to protect public spaces for
There we go.
kids. Everything
You can always count on the dweeby dipshits to come out of the woodwork.
already smells like weed, which is
I mean, we know why Matt Gaetz is okay with it.
ridiculous. Let's make it
'Cause
harder
that's probably one of the lighter drugs that my man's fucking been on.
to ruin public spaces, not easier. And so, you know, while Trump might be
I don't even gotta say allegedly about that one.
trying to paint this as a broadly divisive topic, you have some saying it appears that he's waffling because of the divisions in his MAGA bubble, or with many noting that he has previously expressed support for easing marijuana restrictions, including as recently as this past September
Wow,
when
that picture of Charlie is unfortunate. I'm glad that he picked that one.
he said on Truth Social that he was voting in favor of a Florida ballot measure to legalize weed. Writing, as I have previously stated, I believe it is time to end needless arrests and incarcerations of adults for small amounts of marijuana for personal
Except here's the thing. All right, who has more money, the prison industrial complex or the weed industry?
We must also implement smart regulations while providing access for adults to safe, tested products. And he even explicitly added that if elected, he would continue to focus on research to unlock the medical uses of marijuana to a Schedule III drug, among other reforms. And so for now, we'll have to see what he does. But I will say, as far as my opinion, I hope he makes a change. I think the reclassification is a smart move. It's a common sense move. And I say that as someone...
You mean the one, again, that, are you going to report on the fact that Biden was looking at doing this and he just aged out of it?
That doesn't smoke anymore. The current classification has been and is fucking stupid. But hey, whether you agree with me or you disagree with me, let me know your thoughts here. And then, next up in the news, if being stalked wasn't already bad enough, a new study has found...
No, you're telling me that people who are under constant stress are... Dude, in other news, water's wet. Or is it? The fuck, Phil? I like how this is how he finishes it. No, he forgot about it. Oh. Rather public spaces smell like pot than smell like Charlie Kirk. Ooh. He looks like the type that wears, what's that really bad? It's not Old Spice. Old Spice actually isn't bad. I hate to say. Maybe it's the older I'm getting. But, Philly D bringing in the facts. Philly D is all right, but again, I don't like the way that sometimes he has the problem that I was saying about CNN, where he's reporting on the end of the world with a smile on his face and a fucking QR code to his store. So I don't know. It's off-putting. Do you think the prison industry would be willing to give up weed smokers if Trump promises him more immigrant and homeless detention, because that feels like something that would happen? Nah, because again, it's easier to lock up people for, because think about this. They could also, theoretically, they're already doing that, if you know what I'm saying. They're already racially profiling. Come on. They say, yeah, sure, it's not happening. Yeah, that's why they go after mostly, Latino and black communities when it comes to drug arrests. Come on. I'm not fucking stupid. Oh, what are you talking about? They always go after, like, you know, the white dudes. I'm not trying to blow smoke in your face, kids, at the or in your kid's face at the park, but there's nowhere to go. Give me a little. Well, like, so we have designated spots in Chicago now because they started realizing that was a big thing. Old smoking areas are now becoming more tolerant of going out and, you know, lighting up. The big one that I don't like is the fact that if you go to your car, they could theoretically get you for a Dewey. I think that's rough. That's a real rough one. I agree with you. It just felt like a dumb thing he would try and negotiate. No, I appreciate that, Pinkermill. They get rid of weed smokers because they're getting replaced by everyone else that isn't white. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick, but if you force me, I will be a dick. Yeah. When I was a kid, there were ashtrays and smoking areas everywhere. As less and less people smoke, those vanish. Just bring them back for weed. Outside. Bars for sure. It's the Dewey it's the Dewey de-smell system. Yeah, it's called Ozium. Dude, I swear by that shit. Yeah, Ozium anti-smell. Or I think it's, trust me, it works. You love I hate cigars. I like the smell of a cigar unsmoked, but the second that you light that thing up, I hate it. I'll go there, don't mind. I smoke outside of bars in Boston, Cambridge all the time. Cops have never cared. Yeah, dude, that's kind of my thing. I can say that, like, yeah, we got laws here in Chicago, but I have walked past a cop just, you know, ripping a J, didn't say shit. So I did it as a test too, because I was gonna play ignorant and just be like, "Oh, I just came from the dispensary, my bad, bro." But yeah, he didn't even look at me. Most of our smoke shops around here have green rooms. Yeah, we're starting to get those. Especially, like, in the more popular dispo areas. Yeah, we're getting those. It's nice. Very first picture of me ever taken with my mom in the hospital. There's an ashtray inches from my head in the hospital in the 80s. Yeah, the 80s were wild. It really was. I remember one of my first airplane rides, there was smoking. There was a smoking section in the back of the plane. Now, I'm not sure if this was a special airline or what the hell was going on, but they had the ashtrays, and there were people ripping butts back there. Because I'm pretty sure that, like, it did, like, they made it federally illegal, like, before I was born, but I don't know. Unless I am having, like, the weird memory thing. Because no, I definitely remember the ashtrays, because, dude, you'd open that thing up and just to see, like, if there were gum wrappers or something. Smoking on a plane. We used to be real country. Yeah, the ashtrays built into the McDonald's tables. Yeah. Where I live, smoking indoors ended in 2001 unless they're more than 50% of your sales were liquor. Oh, wow, really? No, it was just the 80s. Okay. I don't know. See, now that's where I would, as a non-smoker, I'd be all right with them in bars. Because, like, I don't know, that it adds to the atmosphere. Bars already smell like shit. You know, peanut shells and despair. I'm fine with, like, no smoking in a restaurant or a movie theater, etc. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, no restaurant. No, the restaurant one always bothered me. Because, again, after, like, I quit smoking and there was still that little bit of time before they actually, like, really phased it out. God, I think the last place I went that had smoking inside was a Steak and Shake. And I was just like, ugh. That's why everything it was brown in the 80s hide the nicotine. Oh, that's right. No, you are dead serious. You're right about that. Yeah. Man, the wood panel walls. It's funny, dude. Somebody in my life just bought an old ass house that had a basement with wood panel walls. I was just like, get the fuck out of here, man. Oh, this is wild. I got like a wild nostalgia trip because my one of my best friends growing up, he had the fake wood paneling walls. Like when I see Stranger Things, it reminds me of my best friend's house. It's crazy how much it looks like my best friend's house. Oh, yeah. And then the Ninja Turtle sheets and the... we all had the Ninja Turtle sheets. The Barney sheets. I had those too. I never understood the fake wood station. The Woodies. Actually, those look cool now. And, like, I don't know, if I could find, like, an old station wagon style Jeep Grand Cherokee, good condition, low miles, fair price, I would totally go for it. As long as it's not white. I didn't like that. I could get like a red one. Nah. I'd probably go because I actually had a black Jeep Grand Cherokee. Jeep Cherokee, good condition. Shut up. Enjoy that radiator. Oh yeah. Where they put the for some reason, Jeep Cherokees from like the 90s through the 2000s, they had the dumbest placement for your oil filter where you had to like reach around your radiator and like you would always burn yourself. Yeah, that shit hurt. I remember I did that like 2 or 3 times and finally I was just like, I'm gonna pay to just have my oil changed. I'm like, fuck this, it's not worth it anymore. Just because it's like, I was so stubborn because I'm like, I know how to do this. But ow. Pretty sure you had Star Wars sheets. My wife has if you had the Star Wars sheets, were they the Empire sheets? Because if they were the Empire Strikes Back bed sheets, I'm 90% sure that my wife has a flannel that she bought from a Comic-Con that has a cutout of that sheet. Just like she has a really cool one from Cowboy Bebop too. I had the New Hope ones. So like where it's Luke like in his signature pose and Leia's doing her naughty by his leg, which again, ew. Oven glove oil change. It didn't matter. No, because like the way that you had to reach around, it would always burn here. I still have like a little mark there. But yeah, no, that shit hurt. Actually, the worst one I got. I'm not sure if you can see it anymore, but yeah, right here. Like I was reaching and like when I did the twist, this part of my wrist dude, it hurts so bad. Gotta love those. Plus T8s and how's it going, man? Welcome. Hope you are enjoying the show. If you are, hit that follow button. Appreciate it. If you guys are also enjoying the show over on YouTube and you have not already subscribed to the channel, please do. Really helps me out. You guys can also help the channel out by getting yourself a membership. I happen to be one of the cheaper YouTube memberships. I also need to apologize. I was going to release some members-only content this last weekend, but quick update actually before I do that, because my dog, my yellow lab, she's had some good days. Like she gave me another really good week here, but today she kind of exhibited some bad juju. God damn it, what's the word I'm looking for? Man, these brain farts. She's kind of starting to fall apart again, so unfortunately, 16 years old, yellow lab. Again, it's a miracle that she's even like still kicking, but she is. I missed what part where you said what car it was on. It was a 1998 Jeep Grand Cherokee Box Edition. I have a 2005 Ford Taurus. You get under the oil filter from Or you can get to the oil filter from under the hood. Never known a car like that. Yeah, that's weird. Really? Huh. Sorry, but thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it sucks, man. Like, it sucks. Like, I'm enjoying every like day that I get with her, but man, she looks like she's about done. So, unfortunately, it's looking like this weekend I am going to have a really bad day. So, but until then, I'm going to love her to death. Man, it's a bad choice of words. But I will love her and cuddle her and give her all the treats and food. And that's kind of my big barometer here is if she stops eating, that's it. That's it. But right now, she's eating everything she can. So thank you. I appreciate it, guys. It's heartbreaking. It really is. It sucks. She's my best friend. She's been my best friend for a long time. Long time. But she's, again, 16 years old, man. The rest of her litter mates, the second oldest of her litter, because against my wishes, my dad went and got a pure breed. And this is when I didn't live at home, by the way, guys. So like, so technically, I inherited my family's dog. But no, they moved out of state and just we all determined that it's like, no, she's a Chicago dog. Funny enough, like she's so used to it that it would be really bad for her to like move her out of state. And I think that decision is why she's lived so long, to be completely honest, man. But yeah, she's very well loved. Her brother is not doing too hot. Here's Mr. There he is. Well, part of him. There you go. He's got his nose on the cold floor right now. But yeah, unfortunately, he's not doing too well. He's been kind of. I think he knows. I think he knows because he's. Yeah, it's sad. All right. Sorry, guys. Not trying to bring the show down. I'm gonna take this. Shit, Pun Pa, what up, dude? Been a minute. How are you? Ep Stalks. You be stalking me, or who the hell I be stalking? Time to smoke 420. I might join you in that. Just give me a minute. I got to find. Oh, here it is.
Almost called Corin Trump. What the?
All right, so we got.
Almost called Corin Trump. I'm not sure I've seen a single thing. Dr. Phil on to me.
Okay, so hold on. Just making sure this is the video that I wanted to watch. Pep stocks.
Welcome to the show, y'all. Welcome to the show. I regret to inform you, we are still in hell. We're in hell.
Thanks, Kyle. I appreciate that. You're not following Trump? Oh, well, good. Good for you. It is sad to see. I mean, the whole Putin thing. Oh, guys, I posted something in horticulture, by the way. I'm very proud of this. I'm actually, like, stupidly proud of this. I successfully grew my first hot pepper plant, and it's the one that grows the Chicago hot peppers. So I'm growing my own Chicago hot peppers. I'm so fucking excited about this. Cannot wait to eat those bitches on a hot dog. Sorry. That was real joy right there. I hope you guys can. What kind do I got? I forgot what I got. I think that it's called Gelinade. I remember now. Aha, Gelinade. Time to make pizza, handmade. Or are you just like throwing a pizza in the oven? Did I just get needlessly excited about something, or I was just like, ooh, oh. Although, if we're going to go oven pizza, what's your go-to? What's the go-to oven pizza for you guys? All right, let's see. Between Jackson Red Baron Ooh. I think I'd go. I think I said Red Baron the other day, but I might have gotten that mixed up. Might have to go Jack's. Although Gino's now actually has like a thin crust, cheaper pizza. I would just go with that. I mean, are you going to make pizza with that pepper you are growing? I could. I mean, they're hot peppers, so I do have like other peppers that I will put on pizza because yes, I do put. I'm a little on brand with that. Love me some bell peppers. I hate the fact that, you know, my name is Pepper. And I love me some peppers. It's always been a thing. Chili and honey. Ooh. I just had some really nice like honey, or I had some chilies and then I put some hot honey on the it was oh my god, what the hell is it called? It was like chili chicken. Hot chili chicken. Jesus. Show a picture of your pepper plant. Here. Let's see. I can do that. That one I can do. I just realized that. It's the other ones I can't. There we go. There we go. Here's my pepper plant. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, I'm so excited. Look at how many. Look at how many buds it's got. Look at how many buds. Oh, I'm so excited. It's pretty too. This is the first year that I've successfully grown a hot pepper plant. Every year, for some reason, it's the first one to die. It just doesn't produce anything. I hate it. So, I don't know what's going on. Well, maybe it's the weird weather we're having, but I see it's perfect, your creation. Oh, I'm so excited. I hope you guys understand. Like, they're going to be so good. Put some extra fertilizer on there yesterday. I'm just like, come on, grow. Let's go. Let's go. I also made sure not too much fertilizer because, yes, you can shock a plant by doing that. You don't want to do that. Root shock is a real thing. Be careful with that. Alrighty. Let's watch this Kyle Kulinski clip. Oh, excuse me. I never got my cup of coffee. It's too late now. Uh-oh. I want a balcony to grow food. My apartment is weird and gets no sun. Oh, that sucks. I was growing a small chili plant years back and it got a disease and died. Yeah, that's what happened. I actually just... My basil plant that was doing really, really well. I looked the other day. It got the black stem. Yeah, something happened. It got really, really sick. Which sucks. Because, like... Man, I put some work into that basil plant. My tomato plants are also doing pretty well, but I found this morning that there was something munching on one of my frickin' tomatoes that's almost ripe. Pissed about that. Got a little fucking Peter Cottontail out here. Wait. Peter Cotton... Or was it... No, it was Peter Rabbit.
And I'm going to walk you through what it's like being in hell. So, in just a second, we're going to talk about a massive MAGA bot farm, which is controlling political narratives in the U.S.
All right. This is a really important story, actually.
And the world over. And inauthentic election rigging type behavior. We'll talk a little bit about that.
Hey, this is before he spilled whatever he spilled.
It's absolutely insane.
Oh, you think he dropped his gum? Like his gum fell off and just like because that did look like about the size of a gum.
To me, just how much the dead.
Your channel is really cool. You interact a lot with your audience. Thank you.
Internet.
Oh, hey man, I appreciate that. And thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that.
Theory is kind of real now, where
I actually did make a point where because you guys are all like within, I would call you my top 100 chatters. Whatever happens with this channel, I'm always going to prioritize the people that were here for the channel as I grew.
Bot farms are controlling public discourse to an
Just know that I really do appreciate it, guys.
insane extent. So we'll talk about that. We'll also
Okay, I don't know what he did differently in this one, but I like the lighting in his room for this video a little bit better.
So I got to show you this this AI generated video about Trump's MAGA ballroom. This is quite a video, and it's gone mega viral. So 2.9 million. Then we'll get to in real time. We have Bill Maher versus Dr. Phil. $2 a month goes a long way. $5 a month goes a long
that's
way.
where.
Remember,
Okay, I was wondering why I had my bookmark there. That was why.
so this is real independent media.
Go follow at least Kyle and Corin because at Corin's World, because Corin's World is that's one of the better shows that him and Kyle.
I've never talked to an advertiser,
or
never
Kyle
talked
does,
to
I
a
should say.
corporation,
Kyle looks like he has a lot of fun with
never
Corin.
done any ad reads or anything like that, never talked to a billionaire or a government.
I'm so glad he ditched the green. Yeah, the green lighting design. Green light go brr.
You guys fund the show from the ground up, and we have the default ads on YouTube. Very proud of what we
It looked bad.
built here. You know, we're one of very few outlets that funds the show like that to try to make it as pure as possible. And sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack as well, and go subscribe to the Corin's World YouTube channel because you don't want to see the live Kyle and Corins we do. We usually do a Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're off this week because Trump, because almost called Corin Trump. What the fuck? Because Corin is on vacation. Jesus. But we'll be back next week. All right, so let's go ahead and dive into it, y'all. So, got a massive report from Bloomberg that I needed to share with you. A 24-year-old from Ottawa, Sayajpreet Singh, has developed a network of bots, including Doge AI, to influence U.S. elections to support Trump and the Republican Party. He says he has received interest from political campaigns regarding his bots. The bots post thousands of times per day and have been boosted by Trump, Elon Musk, and other members of the Republican Party. So, I actually think it was the Ottawa Citizen that reported on this, not Bloomberg. And this is the guy right here, right? This is the guy right here. This is just one of his accounts. Doge AI. I'm sure you guys have seen this account floating around. I certainly have. And like they say, I absolutely have seen.
God. I mean, his face gets more punchable the more I look. Like, the more I think about what this asshole is doing, it's just like, oh my God.
Republican politicians boost not just this, but other accounts that it's not really that hard to determine which accounts are bots, right? Like, I'm sure some of them are good enough where, you know, it might escape you. But there's a lot of accounts where you look at it and you're like, I'm pretty sure that shit is a bot.
Yeah.
Like,
how many times have I done that?
It's not a real person who's running it. It's some automated AI bullshit with a specific agenda.
Pistol City Mo. Mouse. I like watching Kyle more than most others. Person reading you the news type of channels, but I've started to notice that he's not particularly informed on political theory. He gets a lot of confused about leftism and seems to think that he's more left than he is. He's just a sockdem, I mean, you could say the same thing about me. I mean, you could literally say, what you just said about me what you just said about him could actually apply to me.
And
like, I'm not all, you know, theoried up. I know a little bit about it. I'm open to learning more about it, but I also dude, I have very little patience for academia. For me, like, for other people it's fine, but I'm not a school guy. Like, I hate class. I hate, like, I don't know, man. Like,
now they're apparently all.
If I get bored with something that I read, then I don't like doing the thing where I'm trying to force myself to do it just because I'm like, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. It's like, you're not enjoying this. Fuck this. Why wait? Life is too short to do things you don't enjoy.
All over the political world, at least on the.
And the thing about him being more left than he is, no, not really. He identifies more with like the true left wing causes.
Right.
He just has this thing where I have a similar thing where I'm just like, I would love to see communism at any point, but I'm just saying that I don't think that's going to happen. I think that we need to sell socialism first, and then we can move on from there. And it's one of those things where you can sell socialism through also just like, you know, enhanced programs, blah, 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 blah.
And this is how they help spread the narrative. This is how they help
Sorry, Peter.
Control the dialogue. So they say,
I really have I need to get better about this because like I go over this a lot, but maybe I should just write out my platform and just be like, boom, there it is.
Hey, Midas Touch ads here. The Doge AI account is one of many created by Singh's company.
You could definitely learn politics without being schooled on it. Oh yeah, and that's kind of what happens here.
Which describes itself as...
A lot of streamers have the same amount of people, hundreds of thousands of viewers every day. That's impossible and means that they are using view bots.
Quote, A real-time narrative control powered by AI. That is chilling, y'all.
We learn better when having fun.
Real-time narrative control. It promises to deliver autonomous, evidence-based messaging that builds credibility, educates, and drives engagement at scale. So they are bragging, this is what we do. We control the narrative. We can set the conversation.
Well, hold on. Don't get involved. That's not necessarily true. It depends on how big the streamer is.
However you
like Hassan, yeah, he's going to have that.
want it to be set. We can make
it will vary. Like, if he's consistently getting the same amount of thousands, yeah, that's a little sus.
it look like there's an authentic backlash to something or authentic support for something, even if that's not the case. The platform brags about its ability to influence elected officials, candidates, and the national media, highlighting engagement from Elon Musk, Donald Trump, sitting members of Congress, and national media. So as you can see here, this is a screenshot.
We got 20 minutes. I'm going to go to the
from their
bathroom real
website.
quick.
Proven infrastructure, real-world traction. Built on the proven technology behind Doge AI, Retor delivers measurable impact. It drives millions of impressions, consistent follower growth, and engagement from Elon Musk, Donald Trump, sitting members of Congress, and national media. Actively deployed at scale, it proves every day what real visibility and influence looks like. And so you have 210 million impressions, 210 million, 118,000 followers, 6 million likes. And again, they're bragging about their ability to set narratives, change the dialogue, shift it however they want to shift it. So Patriot Takes also says here, guessing these are monetized accounts interfering in U.S. politics. So that's my question for you guys, right? Is like, how is this not illegal? Inauthentic, fraudulent activity online. Like, look, there was one report that said up to 70% of Twitter are just bots now. There was a mass exodus when Elon took over and started making horrible decisions with how to run the company. People were pissed off. They were like, I'm done here. I'm out this bitch. Some people went to Threads. Some people went to Blue Sky. By the way, I'm on Blue Sky. Check me out on Blue Sky because eventually I'm sure this Twitter thing is going to fucking sink like nobody's business. This shit is on the way down already like the Titanic. But how is this illegal? I mean, how is this legal? How is this allowed? I don't understand. If you were to purge the internet of all of the bots, and look, it's one thing if it's a bot account, but there's nothing, hinging on it. If it's a bot account that, shows pretty flowers from around the world, I'm not that mad at that. I don't like that there's bot accounts, but at the same time, I can live with that. What I can't live with is in the political sphere in particular, right? Or in the business world in particular. You can change conversations and dominate a narrative and shift the dialogue and basically try to make it seem like, make reality something that is not reality. You can do that, and that can change the course of a nation and change the course of history and change people's perception of who's up in an election. And it just strikes me as something that should obviously be illegal. Now, on this front, I know Elon's not going to do Dickie McGee's acts because this guy runs a Doge AI account.
Well said, Pinkerbell. Class consciousness, Dusty Egghead text from 100 plus years ago. Don't get me wrong. I love Dusty Egghead texts, but it's not necessary to understand class struggle.
And of course, the Doge AI account, they suck off Trump and Elon 24/7, right? Probably Elon specifically now. But, look, to be fair, I honestly don't think you see this mirrored on the Democratic side. And look, I'll say this. If they don't do what they're supposed to do, which is ban all this inauthentic, fraudulent behavior that shifts narratives politically, then I do think Democrats should have their own bots. Because what you're doing...
This keeps... I don't like this! We need to gerrymander first. We need to upend the system so, we have full control of the country forever and ever and ever and ever. Dude, this is so dangerous, man. Dude, we're so cooked. The American experiment's pretty much over.
Again, it's the whole thing about Republicans.
Maybe we can pick up the pieces after this and have an FDR revolution, but we'll see.
They change the rules, they cheat, and then they insist you play by the original rules.
Ooh.
Well, you can't do that because then they're always going to win. The game is rigged up front.
I try not to crack my neck, but that felt really good.
And so if you're going to have these fucking bot farms and these networks that do this shit, inauthentic, fraudulent behavior to change political dialogues, well, then the Democrats need their own shit if they don't clean this up. But first and foremost, I really think they should clean this up so we don't have to get to that point. But I have no faith that they're actually going to fucking do that. Right? I have no faith.
No.
And this is just...
No, the fact that Gavin Newsom is the one, did you guys see his tweet?
Example number 7,412 about how far behind the Democrats are in the modern system, right? It took the Democrats until this year to realize, oh shit, podcasts, they're a thing. They could actually gain votes. They could actually, help us out if we utilize them. It took them until this year to realize that. How long is it going to take?
Yeah, but here's where I'm worried. This is the shit that they're trying to people like the Libby libs are loving this. They're loving this. Because they're just like, look, he's doing the Trump thing. He's trumping Trump. Donald Taco Trump, as many call him, missed the deadline. California will now draw new, more beautiful maps. I mean, I get what he's doing here, and I appreciate the troll, but, like, the broader implication here is now they're saying, like, oh, look, Gavin Newsom's actually trumping Trump here. He might be the strong Democratic leader we need for the next wave here.
Take them,
like, oh, God.
To figure out that, like, a lot of the pro-Trump shit online is totally fake. By the way, stop and think about it. Trump was bragging about we're gonna take Greenland, we're gonna steal Gaza, we're gonna do war with Mexico, saying all these crazy things. Then you'd go online and see a whole bunch of Twitter accounts going, hell yeah, I'm with that. That's awesome. We love this. And I'm going, even for MAGA, who the fuck? Even if you're a MAGA supporter and you'll never abandon Trump, if Trump says some crazy shit, that doesn't mean you have to cheerlead the craziest shit he says, right? And so this is a good example of they're definitely inauthentic behavior moments where you got these bot farms going in on one of the craziest things Trump's ever said or done, and they act like it's fucking brilliant. And that is such a mind fuck, because then you make people think, what, everybody in the country is pro stealing Greenland? Everybody in the country is in favor of sending innocent people to a gulag concentration camp in El Salvador? I mean, there was support for the most depraved, disgusting things you can imagine. But again, it wasn't real. It's not real. And so this is a huge deal, bro, because this really...
We don't need blue Trump. Give me a
break. Say the internet is not real life. Well, now that's changed. The internet is at least half real life.
I don't know. I kind of think there's merit to possibly do it, like playing the game, but don't do, like, you don't have to literally do the Trump shit. Like that, if he continues that, then yeah, that's a problem. But as I said, I understand what he's doing here. It's more so the response to it that's bothering me, where like the shit libs are just like, whoa, look, our messiah's here, the corporate left messiah, the one that we don't have to like do the thing with the socialism and all that. Oh, here, let me fix this.
Right? I grant you that there's...
You need to play the game until there's a new game. That isn't so stupid.
It's not everything, but it's
shit,
at least half of it, right? And so now they could just control...
Who's the leader of the Democratic Party right now?
Shit.
No, that's, fair. No, that's fair. Nobody is the leader of the Democratic Party, and unfortunately, as much as I want to say AOC has, the popularity, unfortunately, she's only more popular than the least popular Democrats.
And we all got to sit back and take it, and we all got to watch the narrative get fucked in real time. No, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
Yeah, we don't need a Democrat that thinks it's okay for his kid to listen to Charlie Kirk.
It's got to change. And
yeah, no, it's just another corporatist.
Lord knows, the actual number of bot farms that are just destroying everything about social media. And you guys have seen the stuff from Facebook these days.
Well, I thought that Elon was going to destroy the bots. I thought that was the whole reason that he wanted to buy the platform.
It's unrecognizable.
He did say that.
It is total AI slop. It's been like that for at least 5 years. Where the fakest picture, the fakest video...
Well, that's Facebook. And it hasn't been 5 years. Come on, Kyle.
You've ever seen in your...
No, I've only noticed that the AI slop shit from Facebook, like, that started really becoming, like, more prevalent within the last, 2 years.
Grandma's covering it, looking at it and sharing it like it's real. This is mind-fucking the entire country.
That it is, though.
And steering us right into a ditch. And it's only going to get worse. Hey, y'all.
I do like the fact that his bumper... It's so weird to see him with brown hair now. He looks like a little kid. He actually looks like a little kid with the brown hair now. Isn't that funny how he did that for a Halloween costume and it just stuck? Like, I love the fact that he was Zach from Saved by the Bell. And, yeah, he just kept the haircut. Yeah, let's get some music here while we do a transition to the next subject. And also, we're going to be going to the 420 Fun Half. And when we do that, we will be watching the Piers Morgan debate that I have lined up here. Yeah, if you guys want to see a pretty good Rachel Maddow, again, I know corporate media, but yeah, there's a pretty good Rachel Maddow piece today. Quitting the GOP, I don't think so. Oh, here we go.
Texas State House Democrats once again stayed out of their own states today, delaying the
going into,
unusual mid-decade Republican
420
redistricting effort in that state. We're now in week 2 of this standoff over the new congressional.
I need to stop calling it the 420 fun half because that implies that I'm going to be doing 4 more hours every time. Which somebody brought up, they're just like, wait, this isn't a full fun half.
Additional seats in next year's midterm elections, thus staving off any potential midterm losses for Trump and the GOP. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott today said that law enforcement officers are scouring the state of Texas to try and arrest.
Anybody ever see the Kids Club from Burger King? I think that Wheels, like, he grew up to just be a reprehensible human being.
Any state house Democrats who are avoiding their business.
Also went gray very early.
In Austin. But today, the leader of the State House Democratic Caucus said his party will keep denying a quorum to be called unless Governor Abbott prioritizes flood relief legislation over redistricting.
Deep cut coming in with the BK Kids Club.
Governor Abbott says we will take care of the people of the state of Texas first.
What other stream
if
is
he
going
makes
to
a
give you
commitment
that,
today, we'll be back.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott joins us now. So, Governor, 4 items related.
Oh my God, he's got such a. You're smart.
To flood relief are on the agenda. When you call the next special session, would you consider removing redistricting from the agenda in order to pass this very, very starkly needed relief for Texans?
So a couple of things. One is the first 4 items on the agenda right now deal with flood relief. Second is during the regular session, there are about 200 pieces of legislation that get passed every single month. I'm asking for only 18 items to be passed during this 30-day special session. They know full well that they have every capability of addressing all these pieces of legislation. And what these Democrats have done, they have turned their back on the people of the state of Texas. For one, it is gutless for Democrats to cut and run. That's anti-Texan. Ever since the time of the Alamo, Texans have stood and fought their ground. Here, Democrats are fleeing like a bunch of chickens. Second, they can...
This guy's acting like the Alamo wasn't him taking land from Mexico and then they're kicking Mexicans out. I don't know, nothing ironic about that.
Address both the redistricting map as well as all these other issues that are so important to
Kid Video, Boomer, Wheels.
To their fellow Texans. Know this, and that is average Texans who are watching this show, they have to show up to work. If they don't show up to work,
he's grinning because he knows he's full of shit.
These Democrats think they are above that. These Democrats think, well, they can take the day off, they can take the month off, they can jet set across the country, ignoring their duty. By the Constitution, they are required.
Snappy. It was Snappy. She had the camera.
To meet and consider.
Yeah, Boomer and Snappy were the 2 girls, and then you had IQ and Jaws.
And act on every bill that becomes before them. They're failing to fulfill their constitutional duty.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
Lingo. We forgot about Lingo.
Just to explain for our viewers who are not Texans, as the minority
and of course,
party,
JD the dog.
With a very small minority, they argue that their only way to stop this redistricting effort is to deny Republicans in the State House a quorum. So that's why they're doing what they're doing, just to provide their explanation. The Texas Tribune reports that in June, you told Texas Republican delegation in Congress that you were reluctant to add redistricting.
It's almost like he knew what was going on there and just was like, yeah, you know what, that would definitely cause some problems because that, yeah, maybe we don't want to do that. But
to the legislative agenda in Austin. The Tribune says that President Trump then called
Texas gets the Republican majority
to discuss redistricting.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're trying to do.
And you agreed to put it on the special session agenda. would you have gone forward with
or VizKid? Yeah, no, that's what it was.
if President
VizKid.
Trump
Yeah,
had
not VidKid.
personally
VizKid.
gotten involved and asked you to do this?
To be clear, Jake, this is something that I've been interested in for a long time. First of all, I've been involved in redistricting litigation for more than 20 years now. Second, one thing that spurred all of this is a federal court decision that came out last year.
This is unfortunately a true thing, but here's the thing. Notice that he didn't do this like before. He didn't say any of this before when they were just making this a story. So like he just caught up to this one where he's like, oh, yeah, wait a minute. You know what? There was a court case. Duh. Yeah, we want to go and rewrite these districts because they kind of gave us the okay to do it.
By the way, a case that was filed by Democrats, the federal court decision that came out last year said that Texas is no longer required to have coalition districts. And as
that's insanity,
a result,
by the way. Coalition districts, like we covered this when we watched the gerrymandering video, because the way that they do it is like most groups tend to congregate with their groups. Notice how you'll have little Polish villages, or you know how every big city has a Chinatown. Like that doesn't just happen in a vacuum. So like for him to say this shit and like try to be so ignorant about it, where he's just like, oh, these special districts, we don't need them. You know, we found through the census that technically, you know, they're mixed districts.
Had drawn
bullshit, dude.
Maps with coalition districts in it. Now we wanted to remove those coalition districts and draw them in ways that...
The one thing that is also not being talked about here is even if they do still have to like get the voters to vote for their candidate. Yes, they could theoretically pick up the fucking district, but here's the thing. Those voters would need to turn out in the numbers greater than the other fucking candidate. So I don't know, maybe, just maybe, the Democrats can do something that they don't really do very well. Run on a fucking aggressive platform of populism with these fucking people to get them to understand just what this dumb fuck did. But no, that'd be exposing the game. You can't do that because then you won't have lobbyists. Trust me, I see how this works.
In fact, turned out to provide more seats for Hispanics.
Meanwhile, I'm a stupid stoner on the internet.
For example, for the districts,
what the fuck is happening here?
Districts are predominantly Hispanic. Ugh. It just coincides it's going to be Hispanic Republicans elected to those seats.
Yeah, bang it hard, douchebag.
One thing that's happened in the state of Texas is the Hispanic community, a lot of it, have decided...
I want to bang a gavel. I don't think I've ever really... I've done like... I had a gimmick gavel when we had the mock Salem trial when I was in like I was like in middle school when we did that, but
they're no longer.
Yeah, I didn't get to use a real gavel. I want to use a real one.
With the Democrats who believe in open border.
National Party doesn't give a fuck about
policies,
Texas.
Who believe in going against our law enforcement, who believe that men should play in women's sports, and they instead.
Really? Notice how like he could barely get that one out because it's like, oh yeah, you guys kind of forgot that one, like, that's not a thing anymore, bro.
With the Republicans, what we want to do is...
Yeah, that's what they're really focused on, man. That's their number one agenda, making sure that those dudes can play in your women's sports, bro. Like, that's exactly it. Go fuck off.
To draw districts that give those Hispanics and African Americans in the state of Texas the ability to elect their candidate of choice.
Well, that's not really, I mean...
That's not how this is working, though. You're picking your voters.
You're doing this to give Trump and Republicans in the House of Representatives 5 additional seats, right?
Yeah, you're literally picking your voters. That's how this is working. You're trying to be like, oh, we're going to lose these districts otherwise. That's why we need to redraw them so we can include a bunch of these rich fucks that will outnumber these assholes.
Right, I mean, that's the motivation, is to stave off any midterm election losses.
Again, to be clear, Jake, the reason why we're doing this is because of that court decision.
He's good at the politician spin.
Texas is now authorized under law that changed that was different.
But I don't like how Jake Tapper's just playing the game. Like, dude, like, at what point are you just going to start shouting at the fucker for upending the idea of American democracy and decorum?
Then in 2021, when we last did redistricting, under new law as well as new facts that
they want to draw Crockett out of her seat specifically.
Surface in the aftermath of the Trump election, showing that many regions of the state that historically had voted Democrat that were highly Hispanic now chose to vote Republican and vote for Trump, as well as
That's not how district. If that were the case, then you would have won those districts. You are just lying. You're lying about this. This is a blatant fucking lie.
Other Republican candidates.
Like, no, that's not how voting works en masse, dude. If you truly have what you're saying here and you had a bunch of Mexicans that all of a sudden went, we want to vote for... Oh, sorry. I shouldn't say it. Jesus Christ, I almost did it.
The electorate...
They want to vote for Trump.
Voted heavily for Trump. They were trapped in a Democrat congressional district.
My God.
They have every right to vote for a member of Congress who's a Republican. We will give them that ability.
The law is pretty clear that state legislators in Texas denying.
Also, can we just, I don't know. I feel like this is just a lie, like just a blatant lie. Because again, even if there were Latinos that turned out for Trump, I don't think they're turning out for Trump again. And that's why you're worried.
The majority party.
By the way, we have 1 minute until smoke time.
Quorum can be fined and can even be arrested.
Yeah, Jake would never.
Now, you and your administration are taking the unusual step of asking for Democratic leader Gene Wu, who we played a clip from a little while ago, to be actually removed
Well, at least a tour of the State House got to watch this action.
From office. What gives you the right to override the will of his voters who elected him?
So I think the will of the people who elected him are not being met right now. The people who elected him, as well as the other Democrats who've run from their duty, they didn't elect them to run off to Illinois. They elected them to go to Austin, Texas, and cast votes as required by the Constitution.
No, not with redistricting, though. No, that would literally be having them now you're saying that, oh, yeah, they casted votes to make sure that they never got to vote again for the candidate that they wanted. Dude.
Constitution. What I have the authority to do as governor is to require these members of the legislature to follow the Constitution, which is very clear on its face, where it says that these legislators must act on bills before them. They're refusing to perform their constitutional duty, and that's exactly why I filed that lawsuit in the Texas Supreme Court, and the Texas Supreme Court has required Gene Wu to respond to that. And the Texas Supreme Court is considering that right now. And what I'm seeking to do in that case is to have Gene Wu removed from office for failing to perform his constitutional requirement.
So your state had a Congresswoman, Kay Granger, who tragically developed dementia. And then in the middle of her, I guess, second year in office.
Is this your guy?
In her final.
Yeah, I got Pritzker. I actually kind of like my guy as far as the fact that he's doing something against all this bullshit.
Term, she and her family just checked her into a dementia.
He also gave us that, what I was just able to do right now. So,
Center in Texas. And nobody represented that congressional district for like 6 to 8 months or something. And I don't recall you saying anything then.
Well, I have the authority to apply the Texas Constitution to these members of the Texas House of Representatives. With regard to members of Congress, that's going to be up to the congressional delegation and to the federal laws of which the state would have no control over. What I do have control over, Jake, is what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
And that is, I called a special session, I put items on the agenda, and by Texas law, those runaway Democrats are required to act on that agenda. They're failing to do their duty, so there's a violation of state law that allows me to seek the removal of those who've abdicated their responsibility. Let's play this out. If they do not get removed by this court, this process is going to continue. I'm going to call special session after special session after special session. They could remain in hiding for literally years, tying the hands of the state of Texas from performing essential government needs.
Shut up.
That cannot be allowed, and that's exactly why I should prevail in my lawsuit to have this Democrat removed from office.
The fact that you're trying to my way or the highway this bullshit kind of shows why these checks and balances were put into place to make sure that what you're trying to pull right now could not be done. You do realize that this is anti-American, what he's trying to do, right? Like the fact that he's just so blatantly trying to go against the fucking laws and like the, decorum that we've set up in our fucking system.
Because they are denying Texas the ability to conduct business.
I mean, not entirely,
backing
though, right?
into the hedge like Homer Simpson.
Filing deadlines for candidates in September and November, and then in March, of course, would be the primaries in Texas. So they really, I mean, I'm not advocating this, but they really only need to wait you out until the fall.
Yeah. Sorry, Jake, that's not the case. Because I can call a special session at any time to have these districts redrawn.
That's not how it works, though, because even if they were redrawn, it's not like an instant thing like that, you douche.
And even if we get to and beyond the filing deadline, we are still going to redraw these maps.
Nah, see right there, he gave the game away where he's just like, no, we're gonna do this regardless. Like, we're gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat. Like, he's trying to plant the seeds so, like, his his constituencies, or the people of Texas don't question this too far, and he just can go, well, they weren't here.
Before we've done this, what we can do again, and that is have two different elections. One for all the other candidates on the ballot, one for members of Congress.
That's not how that works. That's literally not how that works. You can't just upend federal elections like that.
And that's exactly what
and like call special elections every time that you want to get rid. Like, seriously, dude, what's the point of continuing this system if you're going to just play that game where it's just like, oh, so we can just pick and choose who not only our candidates are, right, or like the candidates that you need to represent us. So we can't do that. We can't we don't get any more representation. Like, so we're not going to pay our taxes, right? Because I'm 99% sure that the whole taxation without representation does apply to this.
We'll do.
There should be a mass tax revolt in fucking Texas right now.
This time. If they think all they have to do is wait it out until November, December.
But the IRS doesn't have a head right now.
They're wrong. I'm going to do this for the next 2 years. And they're going to have to basically take up residency in Illinois. They might as well start voting in Illinois.
Well, let me ask you just this final question.
Wait.
Sir, as a bigger picture item, which is what's unusual about this is that you're attempting to do it in 2025 as opposed to waiting till the end of the decade is normally.
Yeah, the election scheme will get laughed out of court.
When the redistricting takes place. You've explained.
That's why he's so worried, and he wants them to come back before they go to court because he knows that he's gonna be told to go pound sand because some of these judges, even if they're Republicans, are looking at this and they're just like, well, we're not politicians and we live in this country with these people and we are actually like sworn to uphold this system, even though you fuckers are also as well, but we know how that goes.
Supreme Court decision that led you to do this. But what's going on, obviously, is not happening in Texas, is not happening in a vacuum. We have Democrats in California and New York and other states saying, well, if Governor Abbott does this, in Texas.
So did Texas just say that we could have theirs too? Mine now, no takes.
We're going to add 5 Democratic seats. Are you not worried at all about a redistricting, gerrymandering arms race going on? And theoretically, is it not just better for voters to be picking their politicians instead of politicians to be picking their voters through
boom
gerrymandering?
Boom. What the fuck? Yeah, because, again, the American system was really written like that. Again, the gerrymander. Well, do we need to rewatch that video again? I mean, I didn't watch it on stream here. I watched it on this space, so maybe we could.
To be clear, listen.
It is really a good video.
And all those big blue states, they've already gerrymandered. Look at the map of Illinois. Look at the map of...
Yeah, and look at the map of Illinois. Yes, look at the map of Illinois. So here's the thing. I'm not sure if you know this, Mr. Abbott, but land can't vote. So we have these things called little pockets, right, of population density called a city. And in these pockets, they tend to lean blue. And even in Illinois, it's actually it's the antithesis of what you're saying, because in Illinois, we made sure to expand our districts, not around and like do like these little horseshoe districts. Like we have one horseshoe district and it's mostly Latino, and that's the reason that we did it. We did this thing where we stretched it like all the way out from the lake all the way out to the plains, because in the plains, you know, who tends to kind of go towards the rural areas? Well, we did that to make sure that they had representation, that they were that they had like literal equal representation. We have about the same amount of people in these districts. And we also have some red districts. But you know what the difference is there? Those red districts, you know, here's the secret. There used to be this guy, Mike Madigan, right? That every Republican hated and pretty much any sensible person hated. That's one of those districts that he's talking about.
California, New York, and Massachusetts, and so many other blue states, they gerrymandered a long time ago. They got nothing left with regard to what they can do. And know this, if California tries to gerrymander 5 more districts, listen, Texas has the ability to
Decatur, eh? Are you in college?
eliminate 10
Because, like, there ain't much in Decatur.
Democrats in our state.
I mean, do you go to Milliken?
We can play that game more than they can because they have fewer Republican districts in their states.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott, don't be a stranger. Thanks for popping by. Really appreciate it.
I'm sure you do, Jake. I'm sure you do. Look at Dan Cronshaw's district and say that with a straight face. Decatur, Texas? No, I think he's talking Decatur, Illinois. It's south. It's like by Peoria. Let's bring up the fun stuff. Where's the fun stuff? Here's the
You are losing, guy.
fun stuff. We're gonna watch something fun. Not as fun as you guys think. It's still gonna be a little political. I know. One of these days, I'll start playing the comedy again at the back end of the show. Also, you know what? There is this Stavros. Stavi was just on a podcast that I wanted to watch. I'm gonna see if I can do that though. Although this one I actually might be able to get permission for, so we'll see. Let's boogie on down. And what? Is he having a car debate? Wait a minute. He's in his car? Oh, this will be good. All right. Automatically, this just got a little bit more entertaining because he's in his car and he's going to have a horrible connection and horrible audio. So we'll see how this one goes.
You are losing, guys. That's why you discuss it. It's a war for survival. It's the defensive war for us.
Oh boy, we got
That's
6
the
on this panel.
Kafkaesque,
Uh-oh.
black is white, up is down thing I've ever heard. He called it a war. You go to jail in Russia for calling it a war.
Forget about Ukraine for a second. It will 100% continue to Taiwan, the Philippines, the Baltics.
Who the hell would want to take over Russia? Russia doesn't have enough oil for us to be interested in. It's a country that's going into the trash can.
I gotta say, Pierce, I mean, it's like, I'm just kind of disgusted by the tone. I got a general and a professional here who are, what are we doing?
Dude, if I end up on a panel with him at any point, it's going to be fucking surreal.
You're just trying to insult
It will be one of those moments where it's just like, why are we here, Dave?
Vladimir Putin. I mean, it's like as if we're debating.
It's like, Dave, we know politics, but we make the yucks. What the fuck are we doing?
Sydney Sweeney or something like that. Oh, shut up. Just the dumbest, like, what are you, an 80 IQ?
President Trump will meet President Putin at an historic summit in Alaska on Friday.
I don't know why. When people attack each other's
It's the first
IQ.
meeting between the U.S. president and Putin since Russia invaded Ukraine, and it may represent the
All right, I
biggest
gotta go
chance
with my
yet of ending 3.5 years of war. Ukrainian President Zelensky is fearful that Trump's deal-making desires will result in a sellout with territory handed illegally to Russia.
Any decision that is against us, any decision that is without Ukraine, they are at the same time a decision against peace. They will not give anything. These are dead decisions. They will never work, and we all need real living peace, peace that people will respect.
Well, for his part, Trump says it's not his place to make a deal on Ukraine's behalf, but he does intend to tell Putin that he's got to end the war. The main aim, he says, is to feel out what happens next.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made. How will you know that? Because that's what I do. I make deals.
It may stick in the craw to see Putin a wanted international war criminal given the red carpet treatment on U.S. soil. It may stick in the craw to imagine 20% of Ukraine being handed to Russia in exchange for ending a war it began. But is there any alternative besides more weapons, more deaths, more sanctions, and more suffering? Will the Ukrainian people, and for that matter the American people, accept a deal if it comes with a guarantee of US security? And can Putin be trusted to stick with a ceasefire in a war he is prepared to fight for the rest of his life? We have an expert panel to discuss all this. Joining me now is Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, the former U.S. Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs.
He gets new headphones at one point.
Bill Browder, head of the Global Magnitsky Justice Campaign, and the YouTuber and commentator Anna from Ukraine.
Oh, no shit.
Well, welcome.
I'm not used to seeing her with out-colored hair. All right, cool.
To all of you. Bill, from a purely military perspective,
God, I remember when she was on Vosh.
Is there any alternative now to ending this war that does not involve Russia keeping most or not all of the territory that it has taken?
Well, I think that the most important issue is whether any of these parties want to stop fighting. And the Ukrainians, of course, want a ceasefire, but Vladimir Putin absolutely doesn't want a ceasefire. He wants to
vote yes on whatever the fuck makes me more money,
continue
please.
this war. He has...
Well, theoretically, doesn't global warming make you more...
every intention...
Hold on, Kirk.
...of continuing this war. He has no intention of compromising. And this whole idea of having a summit is just a way to get Trump off his back so that all of a sudden Zelensky becomes the guy who's supposedly getting in the way of peace. He wants to meet with Trump. He wants to say, we're going to do some type of deal that will be totally unacceptable to the Ukrainians. And then all of a sudden, Trump is going to say to Zelensky, well, you're the guy who doesn't want peace. You're the one causing all this trouble. Putin gets everything he has set out to.
Good news. She's actually looking a little bit better after her nap.
To get, which is carrying on with the war, but he no longer has Trump on his back, which is what he's had for the last 6 months.
Oh my God, good point. Everyone leave your cars running overnight. I have an electric car, douche. I don't.
Let me bring in Dave Smith here. Dave, again, I've got a lot of military in my family, and they have said to me pretty consistently for a long period of this war that there's no way that Ukraine can actually win. That it may want to win and has shown extraordinary courage in fighting for much longer than many people thought it would be able to, but that actually it cannot actually defeat Russia. And therefore what you're talking about is just a question of how much territory they'll end up losing and how many people on both sides are going to end up dying. And the numbers are horrific, obviously, in terms of the death count now, over 1 million on the Russian side, hundreds of thousands on the Ukrainian side. You know, again, there's two things to look at here. One is the politics and one is the military. From a military perspective, it just seems to me that Ukraine is in a very difficult position.
Yeah, I mean, part of this, I think, comes down to how exactly you define winning or losing. I mean, I think if we're all being fair, the truth is that Ukraine put up a much better fight than many of us imagined they would have, and I'll say myself included in that. I think it was back in 2014 where Vladimir Putin said, I don't remember if he said 1 week or 2 weeks, but he said, I could be in Kiev in a week or 2 weeks. And that certainly wasn't the case. You know, Ukraine put up a very good fight and they've protected Kiev. And there's a part.
Kiev. It's not that bad. It's not that fucking hard. And honestly, it's not one of the ones that makes it sound douchey for doing like the pronunciation.
Part of that, at least, is that the Ukrainians were much more formidable than most of us thought they were. And part of that is also that
Anna's just like, okay.
That they had a kind of blank check from the Biden administration in the Western world. Part of that is that since 2014, NATO has been doing joint military training exercises with the Ukrainian military. But
take that 0 out.
I think to your point, Pierce,
swap the 50 and the 5 and the 3, and then we got a deal.
When it comes down to the stuff that like Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi, when she was Speaker of the House, was on record saying they were going to take back Crimea and that no territory would be lost. Of course, we were told that sanctions alone would win this war, if you remember in the very beginning, Pierce. And the fact is that all of that has turned out to be wrong, and that even though this has taken longer than probably Vladimir Putin would have liked, or at least was claiming it would, that, yes, Ukraine is not taking back all of this territory. And now the best that we could hope for is that some type of deal is reached here where the
Oh, wait, no. I kept the decimal point. Oh, you idiot.
killing stops, as Trump said in
No, move the decimal. Move the
his
decimal.
greatest comment ever about the situation. And so I think we should all
I make the best deals.
At least take it as a positive sign that Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump are talking. I think it is absolute madness that for the last 3 years.
You see what I did there? I made the best deal ever. 0.53%.
Two countries that have the biggest stockpile of nuclear weapons in the history of the world have not had their heads of state talking. I mean, this is just craziness. At the very least, lines of communication should be open.
Her chair makes her look like a Final Fantasy villain that has like a one of those like winged capes on,
which they were not at all under the Biden administration. So I'm happy that this thing has pivoted. I don't know if it's true that Vladimir Putin has no interest in ending this. I've seen it reported that he's at least been signaling that he would be willing to settle for the Donbass region and like transportation to Crimea in the south there, but give back some of that territory. Let's all hope that that's true, because the truth is, Piers, as Scott Horton has told you, as your brother-in-law has told you, the only option here is to send in the 82nd Airborne, and the people of America simply are not willing to do that. We're not willing to actually go to direct war with Russia over whether Luhansk is controlled by Moscow or Kiev.
Anna from Ukraine, welcome to Uncensored. What is the view in Ukraine about this? Like I said, I went to Kyiv 4 months after the war began. I interviewed the president and the first lady, and was incredibly impressed by Zelensky, I have to say, and his resolve and resilience. And I continue to be very impressed by his resolve and resilience and that of the Ukrainian people. But there comes a point in every war when reality has to prevail. Do Ukrainian people believe that this war can end without ceding the territory that Russia has taken?
Thank you so much for having me, Piers, and for inviting other Ukrainians to actually speak about the realities on the ground directly from Ukraine. And to tell you the truth, it would be much easier to end this war if it was a conflict for the territories or resources, as many keep describing. We all know that Russia is the largest country in the world. Trust me, it has enough territories, and actually a lot of these territories demand attention and money from the Kremlin. But instead, they choose to invest in war. And at this moment of time, they have approximately 1 million active soldiers. They've lost a lot, but they also have an active army. They have a fully operating military machine. All of their industry is centered around the production of weapons.
He loves to hear himself talk.
They are also making great progress in drone warfare, in the war of the 21st century. They have trustworthy allies like China, unfortunately North Korea, and Iran. And for me, it's pretty obvious that, once again, unfortunately, this war is not about...
I forgot the other guy was there.
Ukraine is not about Donetsk or Luhansk. It's the way to...
Dude, they turned him into the fucking sidekick from Lando Calrissian in Cloud City.
Demonstrate the weakness of the West, which Russian propaganda speaks constantly about. I personally feel very sorry that all of the experts who speak about Russia-Ukraine war very rarely watch Russia state TV, where they openly speak about the need to extend further, and they mention a lot of countries, and they actually speak about Berlin that was half Soviet not that long ago. So unfortunately, if Putin gets a prize, more Ukrainian
Guy on the end, how did it feel to see Liam Neeson take a role from The Naked Gun?
territories and he's back on the international arena, it will be taken not just as a green light, but as an invitation to continue. And the army of soldiers that he has, it's very obvious he does not want them back in Russia, because this will create a lot of problems inside Russia. For Putin, the continuation of this war means the continuation of his regime. And this is exactly what other authoritarian regimes also expect. So I may say a very surprising phrase, but forget, as for Ukrainian, forget about Ukraine for a second. Think about the destroyed international world order, the violated rules. If we start rewriting the borders of Ukraine, it will 100% continue to Taiwan, the Philippines, the Baltics, and 20, 30 years may have very bad consequences even for those lucky countries that are across the ocean from Russia.
Well, thank you very much for that. There's a lot going on with the global economy. It's entirely reasonable to wonder what the effect will be on your savings and investments. Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Active.
How in the fuck is Midas Touch not hawking gold? What is happening there?
Is there any way to resolve this now without Russia keeping most, if not all, of the territory it's taken?
Missed opportunity.
Well, certainly there is, but I think it would come at a cost and a price that is unacceptable to anyone in the West, whether it's the European countries or it's the United States. More than likely, if we continue this drip, drip, drip of equipment,
drip, drip, drip,
resupply.
Can we need an isolation on that drip, drip, drip.
And ammunition resupply. This war could continue for years. In a little bit of self-promotion, I wrote about this in the Wall Street Journal 4 months after the war started, that this was going to turn into a long, ugly slog. Could it end quickly with Russia losing? Yes, but one can only imagine the types of weapons, the quantity of weapons, and the quantity of soldiers that the West would have to put into Ukraine to accomplish that mission. And that's a price that I don't think any country in either Europe or the United States is willing to pay.
In terms of Putin's aspirations, many are very fearful that should he be seen to prevail in Ukraine, should he do a deal with President Trump, which allows him to keep a lot of the territory he's taken, that it will simply embolden him to expand.
How is this deal coming into place if Vladimir Zelensky is not part of it? This either ends with Russia saying, okay, we're done. And Trump going, yep, you're done. Come on, Vladdy, just say you're done. Take him out. Come on, buddy.
And go after other countries because he will have sensed.
Leslie Nielsen looks like someone cut him off in traffic. He really does. He has the dejected look too, where he can't even be like he's mad about it, but he's just like,
that there is a weakness in the West to stop his imperialistic advance.
It's like the annoying teenager that was swerving through traffic just cut him off at the very last second to get on the tollway.
I think after 4 years of war, that has been somewhat discredited as a theory. The fact remains.
At what point when you reach old manhood do you start talking out of your mouth like this?
Is fighting.
Oh, shit. Did he have a stroke? Hold on. All right, that's not cool. If he had a stroke, then maybe that's not fair. But if he didn't...
He has to take a couple of 100 square miles in Ukraine.
He has like old Western dude mouth. Hey there, Timmy.
He's got to think twice about trying to take on all...
You better get out to the farm and check on the dog.
...of Europe and all of NATO. Now, it's true he could do a lightning strike into the Baltics and probably get some land there.
Wait, did you say a lightning strike?
But there's no way that there's any
or did he say a lighter strike?
Chance that he could take over Poland, Romania, Hungary.
It's like, oh shit, I didn't know Russia had Thor on its side.
To fight 27 different nations to do that. This has been very, very costly for Vladimir Putin. I think he is not only looking for a way out, he won't admit it, but he probably has moderated his war aims a bit. And it could very well be this is leading to a frozen conflict.
He's like blinking like, did he just say that?
Like, very much like we've seen
like, really?
Kashmir and until recently Nagorno-Karabakh.
Well, joining the panel now with a Russian view from the occupied territory of Donbass is the Russian state TV presenter Andrei Afanasyev. Welcome to you. Can you give me...
You couldn't, I don't know, not be in your car? Just a thought.
Your perspective on what you think Vladimir Putin will want from this summit with Donald Trump?
Well, I'm not sure I could tell you what Vladimir
Russia, bitch.
Putin want from this summit, but definitely now we see the result of colored revolutions inspired by the West. It all started, the whole discussion, the whole problems the world has now.
He's like if Jesse Pinkman's actor and Giovanni Ribisi did a fusion.
It started with done, and it started with interfering of Western special services and governments into sovereign Ukrainian politics. And after that, the 14th year came, 15th year violated Minsk from the West and all the rest. So what we see now is that West understands that they are losing. You are losing, guys. That's why you discuss it. That's why you talk like that. I was so shocked to hear all those propagandist stamps, cliches from your peers. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's a devastation for journalism, actually, in the world. Because it's not an imperialistic war. It's a war for survival. It's a metaphor of survival for Russia. This all started because you were coming too close to our borders in order to actually defeat, destroy, and put Russia into pieces and digest us. And
Charles Xavier and Brian Callen haven't said much. The funniest part is if Dave heard you call him Brian Callen, he would either laugh or he'd just be like, don't call me, don't, no.
It's a defensive war for us. And this is how it's felt. It was felt like this back in 2014.
Oh my God, he actually does have a little bit of Brian Callen face now that I see it. Like if his eyebrows didn't go down and went up like concerned eyebrows, he would totally look like Brian Callen.
It was felt like this in 2022, and it is felt like this now. And Trump is saying that 88% of Ukrainian population is ready for the deal. But here in Russia, every single person understands that no deal will guarantee our security other than the fulfilled results of special military operation. So that's it.
Bill Browder, what's your response to that?
I thought I accidentally paused on that.
Well, I mean, that's the most Kafkaesque, black is white, up is down thing.
Why would you not ask the Ukrainian to respond? You know, this is kind of an allegory for what's happening. Russia says some out-of-pocket shit. We have Ukraine just going, excuse me, and they go to the American. There it is.
I've ever heard.
I think that's enough politics for me today. See you later. All right, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm actually ending stream after this segment, but I do appreciate you being here. You hung out for pretty much the whole thing, so if you have not already subscribed, please do.
Russia is the aggressor. Ukraine is the victim.
Did you not? Yeah, no, you followed me. Okay.
Russia's 10 times the size militarily of Ukraine. They launched an unprovoked war of aggression. All this nonsense about being surrounded is just complete nonsense. This whole NATO argument. In the meantime, as Russia has attacked Ukraine for the sin of wanting to join NATO, you've got Finland and Sweden joining NATO. Is Russia now attacking them? It's just complete and utter nonsense to hear that type of argument. And by the way, this individual probably should be very worried because he called it a war. You go to jail in Russia for calling it a war. You go to jail for 8 years for calling it a war. So you better modify your description of what's going on over there because you have to call it always a special military operation. What's going on in Russia?
Yes, Anna, you want to jump in?
Yeah, because it's actually about the revolutions and so on. This
she's a
Russian.
All right, you're a YouTuber. I am actually kind of baffled how she's still. I don't know. I know that she's big enough to at least kind of invest into something a little bit better.
Messages, they never worked inside Ukraine, and they actually use them only outside because somehow the Western societies nowadays like themselves less, and Russia uses that against, unfortunately, normal and healthy democracies. Inside Ukraine, they never managed to push this narrative, forgetting one very important fact that 3 of the ministers during the Revolution of Dignity were actually Russian citizens who returned back to Russia, and one of them is now an active deputy of the Russian parliament, which is definitely a proof that it was a silent annexation of Ukraine, similar what they did to Belarus, but the Ukrainian civil society is way active and protected us from that. Also, this BS about the defense of Russia is something that I guess even Russian propagandists did not believe. Because with all the efforts, with the occupation of some of the Ukrainian territories, they did not manage to even fake any messages about either biolaboratories or an operation that was preparing. I wonder, what did Ukrainians or NATO plan to do in 2022? Invade Moscow or St. Petersburg? This is, of course, totally unrealistic, and it's pretty easy. Travel to Poland and then travel to Russia, and you will choose in which direction a new budding democracy wants to develop. It's pretty easy to guess that it will be in the direction of the European Union, but not in the direction of Yekaterinburg, I am sorry. And of course, Russia was provoked, but Russia was not provoked by NATO. Now its border is 1,000 kilometers longer than it was before the start of the full-scale invasion, another winning of Vladimir Putin, together with many more that I can actually enumerate, and many global media forget to mention when describing the so-called invincibility of the Russian army. And also, the fact that more and more countries decided they want to join NATO was the fact that Russia kept attacking Moldova, Chechnya, Georgia, Ukraine in 2014, Ukraine in 2022. So it's a pretty natural decision. Independent states can choose their future. And I'm sorry, nobody wants to return back to the past, to the Soviet Union. I have never seen any other country that past-oriented. They believe that they can find any prosperity.
You guys haven't really heard him do his thing there. So.
Only returning back to the past projects. You don't see any future-oriented thoughts inside Russia, so it's pretty normal that these budding democracies that starting growing and becoming more or less successful on the borders of Russia provoked Russia, because they demonstrate it's actually possible. If you don't have one ruler for 25 years that sucks all the resources from all the parts of the Russian Federation, you can build something more or less worthy. And that is why those poor, miserable Russian soldiers who entered Kyiv region were simply devastated with the middle-class life in Ukraine.
Well, true classic is never just about the fit or the fabric, but helping men to show up with confidence and purpose every day. Okay, Dave Smith, we've talked a lot about this in the last 2 years or so.
Let's see what Dave has to say.
3 years now. You know, I don't doubt for a moment that Putin and a lot of people on the Russian side genuinely did feel an element of NATO pushing its luck.
Night, y'all. Sleepy pills have defiled my will to be awake. Good night.
Too far, representing
Thanks for hanging, bud.
A threat to Russian security. I'm sure they do believe that. But that doesn't give them the justification to, as I see it, illegally invade a sovereign democratic European country. And nor do I believe that that is the only motivation for it. I think that Putin's actions in the last 2 decades make it crystal clear that he very much regrets the breakup of the Soviet Union. And if he got the chance, he'd very much reform it.
Well, I don't think that Putin has really expressed that he would reform the Soviet Union. He certainly has lamented the fall of the Soviet Union and the former greatness of the Russian Empire. But you know, just a few points.
What's with libertarians and frickin' Russia?
Here, because number one, I do think the most important thing for me to say is that I strongly disagree with our Russian guest here, who described this as a defensive war or a war of necessity. I mean, I think that's just factually not true. This was a war of choice, and it was a war of aggression. And even though it is laughably absurd to call it unprovoked, Vladimir Putin still did make the choice to launch this war, and he is responsible for the enormous amount of human suffering that has come as a result of it. That being said, the defenses here and the responses are laughable. I mean, I was actually chuckling when you said, you know, you're needling him for not calling it a war rather than a special operation. You know, Pierce, the last time the U.S. declared war was World War II. Legally speaking, every single war since then, the legal defense for it is that it's not a war. It's a military action. Vietnam, Iraq, Serbia, Afghanistan, all the ones you could think of were not declared wars. So that's a little bit rich. And look, the fact is that Vladimir Putin made it crystal clear that Ukrainian entry to NATO was his red line. And this point about Finland's in there now, irrelevant. He never said that was his red line. He said Ukraine was. And it is a fact that in the Bucharest summit in 2008, NATO announced Ukraine was coming in. It is a fact that U.S. politicians kept pushing this over and over and over again for years against the warnings of Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian establishment. And it is a fact that the National Endowment for Democracy and the USAID poured close to $100 million into the Maidan Revolution. And if we can't be honest with ourselves and look back at this and go, why on earth were we constantly, look, I'm not Russian, I'm not Ukrainian, I'm American. I care about my country as you guys should care about yours. But we should ask ourselves why on earth we embarked in the policy of needling Putin over and over and over again when he had very realistic demands. Stoltenberg, the former head of NATO, said, he admitted that Vladimir Putin sent him a draft treaty in 2022 before he invaded the country, or late 21, and all he asked was that we put in writing that Ukraine will not be brought into NATO. Who on earth can look back at this and say we shouldn't have at least attempted to pursue a path where we would give him that a security guarantee? And look, it's nice, as the Ukrainian lady here says, it's a nice thought to say that sovereign countries can do whatever they want to, but the bottom line is that is not the way of the world. Mexico cannot join a military alliance with China. That's a fact. And the general here will be the first to admit it. We wouldn't just go, oh, you're a sovereign country, sure, you can be a part of Russia or China's military alliance. We wouldn't allow that in a second. And likewise, it is in the state of actual geopolitics, it was a reasonable demand for Vladimir Putin to say, you cannot bring Ukraine into your military alliance. And we should have put that in writing a long time ago. And I believe there's a very good chance that this war never would have happened.
General Kimmett, do you agree with Dave Smith there?
Well, I agree with parts of it. It's true that in return for Ukraine giving up its nuclear weapons after the fall of the wall, that the United States agreed that Ukraine would not be part of NATO. In fact, we said that we wouldn't expand NATO to the east. But all of those agreements, of course, have been violated by the Russians as well. I'd just kind of like to go back to what I thought was the right point, which is the notion that the Russian view that the West is coming to take over Russia is laughable and Kafkaesque. I was in Germany when the wall fell in 1989, and you couldn't drive from west to east because of all the cars coming across from the Warsaw Pact, the workers' paradise, the Soviet Socialist republics. People were voting with their feet, and they weren't voting to go east. I was able to get into the Warsaw Pact, and I've been into Russia. My question would be, who the hell would want to take over Russia? It's a declining nation. The average life expectancy is going down. The standard of living is 1/2 of that of
Watch
the
this
West.
guy get really
you can say we're going for the oil, but Russia doesn't have enough oil for us to be interested in. It's as ludicrous as the United States desiring to take over Canada. At least Canada is a first world country. Russia is a gas station disguised as a country, and
Jesus,
it's a country
dude.
that's going into the trash.
I mean,
trash can. So
that's kind of wild. I was gonna say.
Russia
I mean,
is
he's making it seem like it's fucking Fallujah.
doing this simply to keep the West out. Well,
Dude, that was pretty wild, I gotta say.
I would remind everybody what NATO was formed for. It was to keep the Americans in, the Russians out, and the Germans down. But taking a look at what's happened to Russia since it became the workers' paradise, I'd say I wouldn't buy any real estate there, and I don't think any country would want
Dude,
to
this
attack
guy's like
Russia
completely out of
because
pocket.
they'd be left with the overhang of taking over that dying nation.
Donald Trump, speaking today at the White House, was asked about the meeting with Putin on Friday. He said he sees it as a feel-out meeting. He said Putin wants to get involved. He believes Putin wants to get the war over with. He said he will tell Putin, you've got to end this war, you've got to end it, but that he won't be making a deal between Russia and Ukraine, adding it's not up to me. And when asked if Zelensky would attend, he said he wasn't part of it. I would say he could go, but he's gone to a lot of meetings. He's been there for 3.5 years and nothing happened. Trump said he'd probably better tell a deal will be made probably in the first 2 minutes of his meeting with Putin. So a lot there, but he clearly believes Putin wants peace. He thinks he'll get the feel-out reading from Putin very quickly, and he doesn't think Zelensky needs to be there. What do you think?
Well, I think he's going to be as disappointed in talking to President Putin as the early projections that he made, somewhat of the old George Bush. I looked into his Seoul speech. The fact remains, the war aspirations of President Putin have not changed. Take over parts of Ukraine, keep them out of NATO, and get rid of Zelensky. At no time have I ever heard President Putin say anything but that. And correspondingly, with President Zelensky, I've heard him say nothing other than a return of all our lands, to include Crimea. Russia pays reparations. So those war aims are so far apart that if we're able to get even a cessation of hostilities for 24 to 48 hours, I would consider that to be an accomplishment in Alaska, but I don't think we're going to see that.
Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say.
Yes, you enjoy yourself some tea there, Mr. Pierce.
.com/hits. Well, we have Andre back. Andre, I want to remind you of what General Kim has said. Who the hell would want to attack and take over Russia? It's a dying country, a gas station disguised as a country. It's going into the trash can, and it doesn't have enough oil for us to be interested in. Your response, please.
Well, thank you, General. That was a good joke. I think it was a long time since you've been to Russia or to any other country of ex-Soviet Union, because in the recent 30 years, a lot of change. But the fact that you guys all are discussing meetings of President of Russia and President of the United States means that Russia is not a trash country that's running into a trash can, but one of the most powerful countries in the world that is respected and feared. And this is how it is. And it always will be like that. So you need to deal with that. You need to deal with the fact that Russia is a strong sovereign state with its national interests, and we will defend our interests with all the means we have. And our means are broad and powerful. So that's it. I hope that the General understood my thought.
Oh, my only response is I hear that same speech from the North Korean leader as well.
Yes, well, and what have you done to North Korea recently? Nothing.
We haven't done anything to it.
That's a General.
And just as we would not do anything to Russia.
General, you didn't manage to do anything to Talibs in Afghanistan. So we are living in a world of declining United States. I respect this country, these people, but we are living in the world of declining unipolar world and globalization. And part of Americans understand it and understand that they have their own business. And other parts still think that the United States is the only global hegemon in the world. So it just, I mean, it's a matter of choice for you, all of you. But the world has changed a lot, and you need to deal with that. We are not going back. We are defending our interests, our lands, our people, no matter what. And for Russia, for the second time, I'm saying this, it's a matter of survival.
The fact remains is just because you're defending, which is your sovereign right, doesn't mean you need to be attacking and taking those sovereign rights away from other people in other lands.
She's so polite. Literally just
people in Crimea and people in Donbass are our people. And that's not what people in Moscow say. That's what people of Donbass, Crimea, and other parts of Novorossiya
Nobody
are saying.
does this on Piers Morgan.
That's
This
the
is
point.
weird. Can she jump in here? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Checkmate. Next
Well,
question.
let me bring in Bill Browder. But Bill, I was going to ask.
What the shit? What the shit, dude?
Ask you about what you think Putin's
fucking wild to watch
overarching
this.
motivation is here, and we'll come to that. But on that point that Andre just made, you know, there is a belief that's been put out there that many people in Crimea, many people in the Donbass, would actually prefer to be Russian. What do you say to that?
I don't think it's true at all. I think that in Crimea, when they had the referendum, you had all these soldiers Russian soldiers go in and hold a referendum where people had a gun, literally a gun to their head. And and so who's going to vote against that if you're going to be shot or imprisoned for wanting to be independent? I mean, as the general said, people aren't. It's not like people from free countries are desperately trying to go to live in Russia in a totalitarian regime. Russians are all desperate to go to the West. They're as much as they can. They're leaving Russia and trying to emigrate to free countries and to good countries with good economics and to try to get out of Russia. 1 million able-bodied Russian young men left when the war started because they didn't want to be cannon fodder. It's the major sanction against.
Wait a minute. Speaking of, wait a minute. Why is he not on the front lines?
Russian oligarchs is that they couldn't enjoy the West because they like to steal money in Russia and then spend it in Saint-Tropez and Sardinia in Italy. Russia doesn't have a good offering for people. It's a totalitarian state. I mean, I feel sorry for this individual here. I don't know what's motivating him for saying all this stuff, but it certainly isn't the truth. He's saying a bunch of propaganda stuff. Maybe he's being paid, or maybe he's just scared. And I know a lot of people in Russia who have criticized the war and found themselves in prison. You're not allowed to even say anything about it. If you have a different point of view, you go to jail. How is that a country that anyone would want to live in?
And Bill, just on that bigger point about the overarching ambitions of Putin, what do you think he really wants?
It's very clear to me, and I've lived in Russia for a long time, and then I've been at war with Putin on a personal basis for a long time, and I know this individual. I know what he's motivated by, and he's been running a kleptocracy in which he and about 1,000 other individuals have stolen $1 trillion from the Russian state, and you can't do that and in a country with 140 million people and expect the people to put up with it. And he basically stole too much money. And what he's worried about now is the people of Russia rising up against him. And so if you're a dictator and you're worried about your people rising up against you, what do? You find a foreign enemy and you start a war. And this is straight out of Machiavelli 101, that this war is not about NATO, it's not about being surrounded, it's not about expanding any empire. It's about a little man, Vladimir Putin, who's desperately scared of his own people, desperately scared of losing power and getting strung up by a lamppost. And the best way of avoiding that is to create a foreign enemy and start a war. And that's what this war in Ukraine is all about. And that's why Putin is not going to give up this war. And that's why another 1 million Russian young men are going to die. And it doesn't matter what happens in Alaska because Putin doesn't want to end the war because he understands if the war ends, then he loses his job and he dies. And he doesn't want to die.
Dave Smith, in a way, you could paint a similar picture without the death part about Netanyahu and what's happening in Israel. That one of the reasons many people believe he continues to prosecute this war in Gaza is for self-interest, to avoid corruption charges and trial when it's over, to avoid accountability for October the 7th and so on. But in relation to Putin, do you agree with what Bill Browder said there?
No, not particularly. And yeah, I don't think that's, it applies to Netanyahu. It applies to Vladimir Putin. George W. Bush famously said that his daddy's big mistake was not keeping the war going for his re-election campaign. And that's why he was a one-term president. And I got to say, Pierce, I mean, it's like, I'm just kind of disgusted by the tone of this entire discussion. I mean, it's like as if we're debating Sidney Sweeney or something like that, but I got a general and a professional here who are, what are we doing? You're just trying to insult Vladimir Putin, insult Russia. It's like the most childish, immature, just taunting. There's an actual war.
I don't know who's trying to prove you wrong on that one. Let freedom ring.
Going on right now, where hundreds of thousands of people have been dying, and there's a meeting coming up between the two leaders of the United States and Russia. As I said before, 90% of the world's stockpile of nuclear weapons. Let's all take this down a notch. Vladimir Putin has at least signaled recently that he will maybe is open to the idea of keeping the Donbass region, Donetsk and Luhansk, of getting a corridor to Crimea, and of leaving some of the other territory. Why are we not all pushing in that direction? And why this constant need to make these insults? You know, like, I don't know, I'm an American. I don't see why I inherently have to have beef with the Russian people. I think my government is corrupt. I think their government is corrupt. But to sit here and be like, you guys are a gas station with nothing. The Russian people have a great culture and a great history. Obviously, the Soviet Union was a menace and we had a real problem with them, but the Soviet Union's been gone for many decades at this point. And I just find that the kind of nature of this just insulting back and forth to be beneath the magnitude of this conversation. It is undeniable that the West did a lot to provoke this conflict. It's just undeniable.
She has gotten no time to speak.
Our CIA director through all of Joe Biden's term, Bill Burns, was the one who wrote the Niet means Niet memo, who warned Condoleezza Rice, do not keep pushing in this direction. And we continued pushing regardless. It's resulted in this catastrophe. Like I said before, Pierce, I'm not absolving Vladimir Putin of any responsibility. He launched this war and he's responsible for the destruction. But for God's sake, Pierce, you start this at the beginning asking, like, but what's the actual plan? Like, what's the military plan for how you can evict the Russians? Nobody here has anything. So what do you want to do? Let's try to negotiate an end to this so people stop dying. It is the best case scenario. And it's our only chance to get out of this at this point, is if we can work out some deal.
I know, like, she's got to love this, where it's like, oh, it's rich hearing this from an American that literally has, like, maybe, I'll try and be fair, 12% of what he is talking about he actually knows about.
For God's sake, let's try to push toward that.
When it comes to this subject.
With all of these wars, Pierce, you know, all the wars over the last 25 years of my life, it's always like the propaganda keeps on moving and moving and moving. There's a lot of bluster about who the good guys and who the bad guys are. But when you start the program by asking a simple question like, what is the exit strategy here? What is the plan? No one really has anything. No one has anything other than maybe we could keep sending weapons and money in, and this slow grind of people dying will continue. And Vladimir Putin will then, at the end of that, take the territory he wants. Let's try to negotiate an end to this nightmare that never needed to happen.
Yeah, that's exactly what Neville Chamberlain did.
Shut up. Just the dumbest, like, what are you, 80 IQ? Neville Chamberlain. That's right. Anybody ever arguing against war is always Neville Chamberlain. That is the one and only lesson of history, that appeasement never works and aggression is always right. Why don't you take some of the lessons from...
Appeasement doesn't work with a dictator. You obviously don't know Vladimir Putin.
Appeasement, we appease dictators all over the planet right now. I just said something that I actually meant, that I think was more than just surface level, and your response is with the dumbest, like, slogan. We appease dictators all over the world. We overthrow democratically elected governments and prop up dictators. What are you even talking about?
You're using all these ad hominem attacks, but basically we're in a war.
It's not an ad hominem. What are you talking about?
You're talking 80 IQ. That's a bunch of nonsense. You obviously don't know the issues.
I'm saying your argument. I'm saying the argument is that of a person with an 80 IQ.
You don't know that.
You didn't say that, but
know the issues.
You kind of just caught yourself where you're like, I might have been a dick there.
You obviously are not educated on the issues. The reason why Vladimir Putin is at war.
I mean, it is kind of it is rich to hear Dave, you know, a shithead comedian, like, by his own admission, who just happens to have some political opinions, tell somebody who literally he is an expert in this field, that he's got an 80 IQ on this.
War is for his own personal survival. He's not going to back off from this war.
I don't know. It's like the fact that he's one of those useful libertarian podcasts that Russia could easily pay for.
To then appease him at this moment, to give him Ukraine is just a complete...
You're not giving him anything. It's not yours to give. He took it and you can't get it back. Deal with that reality. Sorry.
Yeah, you could impose crippling sanctions on him. You could give the Ukrainians the
sanctions, more sanctions,
and then you could negotiate from a position of strength. You don't negotiate from a position of weakness, which is what's being.
There's Joe Biden's plan. We could end the war with sanctions.
You don't have to call it Joe Biden's.
We're years.
You don't have to call it Joe Biden's anything. You don't have to politicize logic.
I'm not politicizing anything.
Yeah,
I'm
you are
saying
Joe Biden. You're saying Joe
okay,
Biden.
Okay,
makes
now
Joe
let
Biden
me
mad.
respond. Yeah. Yes, he was, I'm not sure if you're familiar, he was the former president of the United States, and this was his plan. We ran this experiment. It did not work. It led to hundreds of thousands of people more dying, and now we're here.
The experiment that we ran is to give the Ukrainians weapons.
I'm sorry. Just I got.
Give some
I'm sorry.
weapons and not the weapons that they need.
Fair enough. Can I, Pierce, if you don't mind, can I just ask the general a quick question? Because, yeah, one second. The general, you're more of an expert in this than me. Sanctions can drive Putin out. Are you going to back that up with your name behind it? Sanctions can reclaim all Ukrainian territory?
No, I mean, I've been a firm disbeliever in the notion of sanctions around the world, whether it's in Iran, whether it was with the Taliban, but combined with other elements such as military power, diplomatic power, there's a chance that as a component of a plan, you might get to something where you say nobody's got a proposal here. I think what we're going to see is a frozen conflict. And let's be very clear. You got a frozen conflict in Kashmir. For years, you had a frozen conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh. And now there's been a resolution to that frozen conflict. And hopefully we can see at least a ceasefire that can hold off the killing of both brave Ukrainian soldiers and brave Russian soldiers. I never did insult the Russian people. I insulted the Russian government. The fact is, their government has drugged them into a war that, if polled, probably wouldn't poll that well. But back to your point, sanctions probably won't work if that's the only trick we have in our bag. Military power that demonstrates we're willing to back the Ukrainians for as long as it takes with what they need, as well as other elements of national power. That has a chance, number one, to stop the war. Number two, perhaps get it into a ceasefire/frozen conflict. And number three, over time, perhaps negotiate a settlement that works for both sides.
I think that time is now, sir.
Anna,
and I think that's hopefully what they can do.
I'm gonna give. Well, let's see what happens. I agree with you. I hope that it can be done. Anna, final word to you.
Thank you so much. Here in Ukraine, we understand that any frozen conflict will not bring us lasting peace. We were at war with Russia, be it Soviet Union or Russian Empire, for 300 years. So every time someone says this is a NATO-provoked, US-provoked conflict, no one in Ukraine buys that. Another important point I don't hear others mentioning is that Russia is perhaps the weakest ever at this point. And Vladimir Putin is way more far away from the purposes, the tasks of his special military operation that he was in 2022. He wanted to demilitarize Ukraine. Now we are pretty militarized, and also a lot of military facilities are built inside Ukraine. And I hope a time will come when we will use our ballistic missiles without asking a permission or getting some restrictions on targeting Russian oil refineries, which is super unfair. Also, back in 2022, Russia controlled not just more of the Ukrainian territory, but actually more of the Russian territory. This war exposed that Putin's blitzkrieg failed, and his intelligence perhaps informed him really bad about the attitude inside Ukraine.
Oh my God,
then
her internet
we
connection
demonstrated that
is
Russia has
awful.
super vulnerable borders, and their intelligence is not working properly. Russia is now literally a no-fly zone. First of all, because of the Ukrainian drones targeting legitimate military facilities and other stuff, and they literally closed their airports. There are explosions, air raid alerts in dozens of the Russian regions. When did it start? After Putin decided he will defend Russia this way. So literally all of his plans collapsed. And
Dave's on his phone.
Former satellites
just
of
was
Russia, countries like Armenia, like Kazakhstan, they realize what threats Russia imposes for their sovereignty and independence, and they actually started going away from Russia. That's exactly what we witness right now. Nobody from the former Soviet Republic, the countries that Putin can consider as the future zones for his attacks, consider him strong enough. And right now they are actually for other alliances and unions, because Russia has already lost
It's just
the
easier if I
control
don't
of
look at the
Syria.
screen.
Russia did not manage to help Iran. Russia has serious problems with oil refineries. Don't you think they want to protect them? But every night we have them exploding with inexpensive, inside Ukraine developed drones. And I do agree when many of you compare this moment and this meeting to a meeting between Chamberlain and Hitler, with one very, very important difference. Ukraine is no more a Czechoslovakia in 1938. During these 3.5 years, we became way stronger. And despite Russian propaganda, during this 1.5 years of summer offensive, Russia managed to get 1% of the Ukrainian territory and lose how many hundreds and thousands of Russians. And trust me, the presence of North Korean soldiers on the front lines is not a sign of success. The fact that up to 60% of missiles targets on Ukraine is not, from North Korea is not a sign of strength.
Okay, Anna, thank you very much indeed. We lost Andre. I don't know whether he left voluntarily or through tech issues, but he departed. Thank you to my panel. An excellent debate, and it's going to be a fascinating summit. I suspect Trump's right. We'll know in the first 2 minutes the way it's going to go.
He's literally going to come back and just be like, you know what? Yeah, Putin said that he wants to make a deal with Ukraine, so I'm going to make this deal, and I made the deal. I already said that we'll give you a little bit of Ukraine. Like, this is the thing. He's going to try and do this with the idea that he fucking somehow has, like, possession of Ukraine. Like, you do understand that, right? He is just that delusional to actually do that. All right. Let's hang out for a minute, and then I'm probably going to hop off here in about 10 minutes or so. Oh, 5. Been on since 1-ish. I took an hour off to make some lunch and decompress before stream, which that wasn't much time, so. Damn, yeah. Oh, man, I put in the time today. Started my show, did an hour on this space, and then I also did I hung around for about a half hour for Jake's show, and then I did my show. So I have done the content today. You'll say the war is done in Ukraine. Will be reported. Drody. Let's go. Yeah. I mean, at least he's. I don't want to say he's telegraphing, but he is kind of like, I don't know, man. Like, he's been saying this shit since the first, like, few negotiations or negotiation rounds. And then didn't he negotiate peace in Gaza? And like, you didn't hear that? And then this Armenian thing, by the way, I brought peace to Armenia. Like, dude, that was wild. It's like a random little bit there. Hey, let's say this. Whatever he did get everybody to stop talking about Epstein, which, now he made a big oopsie with Ghislaine, you know, just waiting in limbo. And if she doesn't get her deal, I have a feeling that she's probably gonna, like, do something Elon-ish, if you know what I mean. I don't know. We'll see if the media actually gets any access to her. I mean, it is a lower security prison. You have to wonder, like, why they're not trying to set up some interviews. Like, they want depositions, right? Why not just get her side of the story? Oh, that's right, because she isn't sure yet. Honestly, if there's anybody that's like resistance media, the smartest thing to do would be wait for him to just, like, make the decision that he's not going to help her and then go to the prison. Get the interview right away. Just have people waiting in line to go do it. It's the smartest way to do it. But... okay, guys. I think that I am going to call it. I'm starting to get a little sleepy. Which, that's good. Me actually having, like, a little bit of a, you know, the sleepiness, that is very, very good for me. Because honestly, man, I have not been sleeping well at all lately. So hopefully this will change that. Oh. But yeah. Got 2 minutes. Oh, jeez. Jeez, dude. Jeez. Ah, jeez. Let's do something. What do I got for 2 minutes? I can just look for something for 2 minutes and just be like, fuck it, I found nothing. Wait, you want to watch this weird video about turtles?
A lot of people...
Here, let's watch this weird video about turtles. Yes, this is happening. I'm literally watching a weird video about turtles.
People don't realize this, but turtles don't actually pull their heads straight into their shells. If you check out their skeletons, you'll see their neck vertebrae bend down into...
That is music. Damn it.
Actually made for attacking. They can move for many carnivorous...
Whoa, look at him! Look at how happy he is. Adorable. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so cute. Here, this is
folds
weird.
its head sideways.
Yeah, like look at this. Look at this. You got Peroni's. You got the Peroni's turtle.
Called a side-necked turtle.
Yeah, side-necked
They're found
turtle.
only
Peroni's turtle.
and are considered some of the most primitive turtles out there.
Look at him.
Take the adorable...
Oh, look at him. Look at these little fuckers. Could you imagine? I don't know, like having a turtle just has a permanent
mud
smile.
turtle, for example.
Oh, he's so cute.
It's a kind of side-necked
And he's also got like big flappers too, so it also like that helps.
turtle.
Do you think that Michelangelo was one of these? I have a feeling that Michelangelo is one of these types of turtles.
They literally have a
Look at him.
built-in smile. Within the side-necked family,
Okay, the side neck one is a little creepy, I'm not gonna lie. It's like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
for long neck, it can
What the fuck is that? Jesus. Did you know that a turtle looked like that?
twist and turn in all...
As a snakehead turtle?
You've got some
Yeah, and then you got your little snappers here.
shells,
Sorry, there's music
like the
and stuff,
alligator
so-
snapping turtle. These
That's wild. I wouldn't have done that. I don't know. I'm not
Using
putting my
a
hand
little-
anywhere near a snapping
a
turtle's
lot of people
mouth.
don't realize that
All right, cool. There we go. That was perfect. Turtles. I came back at the perfect time. Yeah, we were watching turtles. Wow, so wholesome. I like turtles. I do. We found a tiny gecko at the laundromat today. Oh, cool. I like geckos. Yeah, geckos are pretty cool. Oh, man. But, all right, guys. That was fun. I got to do that. Petting a snapping turtle is wild. No, I've had to move a snapping turtle because there's one on the bike path. And he, like, had his back to me, so I knew exactly what to do. I grabbed him by his hindquarters. He literally started doing the thing, and I was just like, nope. I just, like, plopped him right into the pond. It's like, come on, mister. Get out of the bike trail. Head petting. Yeah, just literally. No, look at him. Yeah, I'm not giving, friendly noogies to a snapping turtle. No, thank you. I have seen the damage that a snapping turtle can do to somebody. It is not fun. So, take that, Mr. Koopa. Oh, yeah, yeah. Wah! Okay, back to the Mushroom Kingdom with you. But, all right, guys. No, this was fun. He's a little guy. Yeah, he was a little guy. That was a little guy. Have you seen, like, a giant fucking snapping turtle? They are they're scary. They're prehistoric. I don't know why I said that like Brian. They're prehistoric. These turtles are older than dinosaurs. He is a little... I still love him. Like, did you... the guy with the big... Like, he had the little smiley face. Oh. But... No, for real, guys. I gotta hit the old dusted trail here, so I'm going to hit that outro, and I will catch you all tomorrow, 2 o'clock. We're going to be on. If I'm a little late, that means that I did not sleep well, and I might take an extra hour, so it could be 3. But to try and keep it as consistent as possible, I will try to be here at 2. So I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. I had a lot of fun. So it was a good stream, so I will catch you all tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.